A very good morning to each and every one of you gathered here, and a warm and hearty welcome to the International Virtual Conference on Identity, Myths, Memories, Communication, and Cultural Narratives. After months of planning and preparation, we have finally arrived at on the 28th of November 2020 to commence 2 days of intensive discussion and deliberation. This conference is a collaboration between three different institutes: the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka; the Department of Mass Media, SVKM Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai; and the Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony's College, Shillong. Without further ado, I would now like to start off the program by invoking the blessings of God.
Lord of wisdom, Lord of light, we pray that you will bless us with knowledge and discernment to exhibit the wisdom, strength, and understanding you bestow unto us.
I would now like to call upon Dr. Anju Kapoor, the Principal, SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, for the welcome address.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
So good morning. Thank you, Rosemary, for starting the program like this. I'm Dr. Anju Kapoor from Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce. And I welcome everybody here on this particular international conference. I know we're living in very, very uncertain times, and this has been a very, very novel way in which all the researchers are going to find this platform to express themselves on such a fantastic theme called identity, the myths, the memories, communication, and cultural narratives. I personally have the privilege, I would say, to welcome so many people from across the globe, literally, on this particular day, which kind of begins our research mode, which we normally encourage at Usha Praveen Gandhi College. Let me take a minute to tell you about my college. Usha Praveen Gandhi College is a young college, and it is one of the colleges that is affiliated to University of Mumbai. We are there for the last, we are young in the sense that we've just turned 18 while we were in the lockdown. And we've learned a new way going forward with the current situation in the pandemic, when virtual teaching was literally thrown across at all the faculty members. And I must say that they have risen to that challenge tremendously well. We are a college that has mass media, management studies, and information technology as the three streams that run parallelly across 4 undergraduate and postgraduate courses. Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome with us so many stalwarts who have joined us today and have come across in this unique partnership. First and foremost, Professor M.V. Alagwadi, the Vice Chancellor, Central University of Karnataka, India. Welcome you, sir, for this particular inaugural session. We also have with us Reverend Brother Dr. Albert Longley Dhakar, the principal at St. Anthony's College, Shillong, India. Welcome, sir, for being part of this two-day international conference. My colleague from across Sweden, Professor Sangeeta Bagagupta. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. It was a pleasure that we could meet earlier in this year before the pandemic pushed us to this kind of a scenario. But without Professor Sangeeta Bagagupta's intervention, this would have not taken shape as it is taking shape today. She is from the School of Education and Communication, John Copping University, Sweden. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us esteemed Professor, Associate Professor, Dr. Jatin Srivastava, who is from E.W. Scripps School of Journalism, Ohio University, USA. Welcome, sir. I am sure that you have been much ahead of us and used to doing these kind of virtual sessions, and I welcome you on this platform. We have also with us Dr. Dolly Kicken, the Senior Lecturer, School of Social and Political Sciences, University of Melbourne, Australia. She is a Senior Research Advisor, Australia-India Institute, Australia. Welcome, ma'am, to this particular two-day international conference. We also have another esteemed guest here, Mr. Sudhannava Deshpande, who is also an actor, director, and organizer, Jan Natya Manch, Managing Editor, Left Word Books. We have also with us Dr. Bucket Akhuin, Assistant Professor, Department of English Language and Literature, Istanbul University, Istanbul, Turkey. I'm sorry if I haven't pronounced anything in your name properly, but Dr. Bucket, welcome from Usha Praveen Gandhi across Mumbai, India. We have with us Dr. Deirdre McLoughlin, I'm sorry for the mispronounce here, London-based director and dramaturg. He's a researcher and a teacher, also a regular visiting lecturer at the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama, University of Mumbai. You have to really give a round of applause, if we could hear it at this time, for all of you to come across from different parts of the world and make us really proud for hosting this particular international conference that we are going to have in the next 2 days. I'm sure there are several more academicians and scholars from different universities, and with such a distinguished array of guests, speakers, and researchers. It is my proud privilege here as a principal and head of institution of SVKM's UPG College to welcome all of you and wish you in an absolutely intellectual platform for the next 2 days, where we can engage and indulge ourselves in listening to speakers and their views on the topic that we are going to have today, which is our identity, myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives. With these words, I will hand over the mic back again to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that lovely welcome address. I would now like to call our principal, Reverend Brother Dr. Albert Longley Dhakar, to let us know more about the theme of our conference.
Thank you, Rose. Dr. Anju Kapoor, Professor N. Nagaraju, Professor M.B. Alagawadi, Rosemary Ishwarari, Dr. Cheri Kharshieng, Reverend Father Gervasius Nongse, Father Joby Joseph, Professor Sangeeta Bagagupta, the keynote speaker, esteemed plenary speakers, paper presenters, participants, faculty members of the collaborating institution, and faculty members who are part of the organizing committee and the technical committee. A warm Anthonian greetings from Shillong to one and all. I have been given the privilege of introducing a theme that is well beyond the scope and reach of my intellectual capacity and area of study. I would like to submit that I can only at best grope in the dark for something tangible enough to present to you all as humbly and tentatively as I could with your kind permission. I will be grateful if the remarks that I will be making are considered not as an academic presentation on the theme, since that will be done very appropriately by Professor Sangeeta, but as the observations of a man who stands but on the shore of this vast area of study and is telling you the temperature of the waters by dangling his foot in it. Here is my brief submission. The gradual erosion of established authorities from which stem many of the absolute that we hold dear had brought about paradigmatic shift in the way we perceive things around us. Modernist and postmodernist tendencies that have emerged in the arts, literature, music, architecture, and others have introduced us to a new way of looking at the world, and what we once thought as given are no longer as such. Truths have become relative and absolute, a fact that was once current but now consigned to the history book. And in the wake of such monumental upheavals, we have been forced to revisit our most cherished notion to rescue them from becoming obsolete. From the once upon a time era when we accepted things as they were handed down to us and upheld these as gospel truths, we have now entered a season where things are what we construct them to be and become the product of our social, cultural, artistic, and philosophical exercise in creating meaning, purpose, and structure. Jean-Francois Lyotard, writing as early as 1979 in his work, The Postmodern Condition, considers meta-narrative as untenable due to the technological advance made in the areas of communication, mass media, and computer science. Meta-narratives or overarching stories have now been replaced by individual narrative that we consider more significant as they reflect the personal and or cultural self, its experiences, challenges, struggles, and victories or not. The individual narrative are, however, subject to the scrutiny and approval of cultural voices that give them an identity and meaning. Yet, somewhere in the midst of all this, there persists certain archetypes by which and from which mankind not only draws sustenance, but meaning as well. Until a few decades ago, notions such as identity, gender, reality, truths have been accepted at face value, but they have now become fluid and subject to the shape of the intellectual and social containers into which they are received. The word that best defines the present global angst is crisis of identity, gender, and truth, amongst other things, where these notions are now contingent on what society and culture have to say about them through the various media platforms available in the world today. A process not unlike myth making comes into play, a narrative that lend themselves to the construction of identities, meanings, and structures are woven and propagated. Even now, we are in the process of creating meaning and identity and of finding the best medium to not only communicate them, but to preserve them for a time in a culture that is fluid and shifting. It is astonishing to note the number of research papers being written on just the notion of identity and the number of theories that have been propounded on it. From theories that focus on the mind-body binary to theories that address the interaction between type and token identities. Perhaps the theory that would be most relevant to our present discussion could be, and I'm speaking as an outsider to the field, the communication. Theory of identity introduced by Michael L. Hecht and Hai-Leong Choi, published in 2017, that some have claimed to have drawn its notion of identity from the social theory of identity. CTI, as it is known, studies the multi-layered identities that exist at the personal and acted relational and communal levels. Perhaps even more baffling are number of concepts of gender that are being offered today. From the traditional binary of male and female, we are reading about the existence of more than 71 different notions of gender, out of which 30 are considered to be very prominent. The impact of culture, popular culture and subculture, to be precise, on hitherto traditional notion has been immense, to say the least. And to a certain extent, the mass media have played a significant role in providing a platform for the study, spread, and sustaining of the cultural notions that have come to the fore, especially in the recent years. These are but very broad strokes that I have attempted to paint with my limited knowledge of the field by way of an introduction to the theme of this international virtual conference, which is identity, myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives, regardless of the theories and the notions that we might have about the origin of man. I believe that we will not hesitate to agree that as human, we are all storytellers at heart and have indulged in the art of many an occasion. The myths that our ancestors have learned to live by and explain mysterious phenomena that they are confronted every day are the products of our storytelling acts that have taken the share and form of myths and archetype. The advances of science and technology in this century have not stifled this gift in man, rather they have enabled him to give a grander scale to his act of storytelling that captures within its spell all the five senses of man, and more as new technology, knowledge, and media come together. From oral narrative to visual projection of those narratives, we have come a long way in myth making, and the memories that we now weave are no longer individual but collective, as of a collective consciousness. As I draw my thoughts to a close, I hope that I have been able to present before you stands of some of the things we will be addressing in this conference, and at a much deeper and substantial way in the hands of experts such as our plenary speakers and paper presenters. I am deeply grateful to each one of you for you have indulged me and my feeble submission of the theme's outline. I would like to extend my best wishes to our resource persons, speakers, participants, and members of the organizing team. May we have a deeply meaningful interaction and deliberation on the sub-themes that have been enumerated by the organizers. I look forward to gaining a sounder understanding of the theme myself, so that I may be able to engage at a higher level with others in this field. Thank you, evermore, better ever.
Thank you, Reverend Brother, Principal St. Anthony's College, Shillong, for introducing our theme in as apt and beautiful a manner as you have done so. Much appreciate the time taken by you. I shall now hand over the session to the VC of the Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Karnataka, Dr. M.V. Alagawadi. But on that note, I would also like to welcome the Registrar of the Central University of Karnataka, Professor Mushtaq Ahmed I. Patel, for making it possible to attend this session. Sir M.V. Alagawadi, I would now request you to kindly declare the conference open. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir. They have switch off. They need to turn task. Start. Yeah. 1 second. Focus. Yes. Yeah, I think that is okay. Blur a bit more. Yeah, this is good. Good morning and warm greetings to everyone. It is great pleasure for me to declare the International Virtual Conference open and to welcome the participants from all over the world who are joining us online. I also take privilege to extend a warm welcome to special delegates to this conference on behalf of the Central University of Karnataka. It is a very enlightened to hear Dr. Anju Kapoor, Principal, SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, on the welcome address, and Reverend Brother Dr. Albert Longley, the Principal, St. Anthony's College, Shillong, for his introduction to the conference theme. I'm delighted to see that 3 institutions have come together to organize this great event of International Virtual Conference. I personally congratulate the departments and all the faculties involved, and especially Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka, to organize international conference at its 2nd year of establishment. The theme of the conference, identity, myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives, aptly describe the need to understand the place of communication in culture, in identity, and in myth. Culture as a term is widely used in academics as well as in everyday conversations and discourses, referring to different concepts and understandings. The relationship between culture and communication in all its forms is tightly interwoven, interlinked, and particularly assigning meaning to its history. Keeping in view the sublimity of the theme of the conference, I'm sure that the deliberations to be made here would be subtle enough to address the issues related collective ideas and discourses on how myths, memories, and its reproduction through media and cultural narratives have all shaped and defined identity. I'm sure inputs from the conference will be immensely useful to promote and celebrate interdisciplinary study and underline its importance. I congratulate the organizers of the conference for taking up such a relevant theme for the discourse. I hope that this conference will enlighten the participants academically, exchange ideas and views in an international forum, stimulating respectful dialogue. I once again declare the conference open and wish a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor M.V. Alagawadi. We have now approached the end of the first part of our inaugural session. I would request all to kindly stand as we play the national anthem before we move ahead to our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Banga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Jala Jaladi Taranga Tab Shubh Naame Jage Tab Shubh Ashish Mange Gahe Tab Jaya Gatha Jana Gana Mangala Dayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
Thank you. You may be seated now. This particular national anthem is by Vandana Kohli Productions, and we would like to, acknowledge and appreciate. We shall move on to the next part of our session, which is our keynote address. We are very happy to have here with us today Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta, all the way from Sweden. And we would really appreciate the fact that she is up this early in the morning, because it's truly wee hours in the morning in Sweden, and to actually make it possible to be here with us. I would now like to request Reverend Father Dr. Joby Joseph, Rector, St. Anthony's College, Shillong, to kindly introduce our keynote speaker.
Hi there. I am privileged to introduce an eminent Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta. Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta is since 1st January 2016 a full professor at SEC, the School of Education and Communication at Jönköping University, Sweden. She has a strong multidisciplinary and multi-field background and has been full professor from 2007 to 2016 at Örebro University, the Departments of Education and Gender Studies, Sweden, and research leader from 2011 to 15 at the Rehabilitation Research Center at Örebro Country Council, Sweden, as well as a visiting professor at the universities in Europe and Asia. Currently, she is visiting professor at Aligarh Muslim University in India. She conducted her doctoral studies at Linköping University, Sweden, and her postdoctoral studies at Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C. Professor Baga Gupta was a board member of UVK, the Educational Science Committee of VIA, the Swedish Research Council, during 2007 to 2012, and has done evaluation work for the Norwegian Research Council. She's an expert evaluator for research tasks at the European Commission. She is an editorial board member of international journals, regularly reviews research for several international journals and publishing houses, regularly evaluates senior level academic appointments in the Nordic countries, and evaluates national and international doctoral theses. Professor Baga Gupta is active in a number of global and national academic associations and a board member in different research consortiums. She is part of the founding body of the SMDC, Southern Multilingualism and Diversity Consortium, that was formally instituted in the year 2014 at Adelaide, Australia. She has been director of 2 national research schools in Sweden, LIMCUL, Literacies, Multilingualism and Cultural Practices in Present-Day Societies, and UVD, Educational Sciences, with a focus in didactics. She is currently a board member of the national platform SPARC, Swedish Participatory Action Research Consortium, and the advisory board of IES, International English Schools. She is the scientific leader of the network-based research environment CCD, Communication, Culture, and Diversity, since the end of the 1990s. Professor Bhagga Gupta has received a number of awards, and most recently the Outstanding Senior Researcher Fellowship 2012 to 14 at Örebro University, Sweden. She will be speaking on myths, experiences of the mobile human condition, belongings to land and language. Glad to have you, Professor Sangeeta Bhagga Gupta. Welcome.
Good morning from my end of the planet, and thank you very much for these very kind words. Before I start, I would like to share my screen. Is this visible? Is my screen visible too?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you. I would also like to just adjust the very generous presentation. My tenure as visiting professor at Aligarh Muslim University in India has concluded, and at the moment I am a visiting researcher at Örebro Theatre, a collaboration I have had since 2012, and this new visiting position started in October of 2020 and will go on for the next 3 years. I would also like to thank the organizing institutions of this important international conference for inviting me to share some of my ongoing research on contemporary themes that concern us all on the planet. So with the title On Myths and Experiences of the Mobile Human Condition, Belonging to Land and Language. What do we know and how do we know what we know? About ourselves, about others, about issues related to communication, culture, and identity. Can we separate our research selves from others, from ourselves, in terms of being human? As communication beings embedded in cultures of all kinds, how do we free ourselves from our own naturalized understandings of communication, of identity, and of culture, in our contemplations of what these are and what these can be? In other words, what myths and what experiences of being human muddle our conceptualizations as researchers regarding our fields of inquiry? I would like to suggest that far from trying to separate our experiences of being human from our tasks as researchers, we need to critically, reflectively, and seriously embrace our humanness and our experiences of being human in our research explorations. As an anthropologist and scholar interested in issues that are traditionally boxed into separated disciplinary areas such as communication studies, language sciences, culture and migration scholarship, gender studies, disability research, and the educational sciences, I often find that I don't fit into monodisciplinary framed areas of science. I consider myself to be a perpetual migrant in research, and while it is often uncomfortable to sit at the margins of disciplinary areas, I have over the last 3 decades learned to appreciate this positionality. Since margins are areas that nurture and create reflexivity, I hope to share this insight in my presentation. I hold a professor chair in education with a multidisciplinary background at the School of Education and Communication at Jönköping University in Sweden. While Jönköping University is recognized as the most internationalized university in Sweden, my school has some way to go to catch up with the other faculties on our campus. A lot of work is being done to present and to create conditions for faculty and student mobilities, and to create a mobile international culture at my school. As this slide illustrates, we have collaborations with every continent in the world, and even before the pandemic struck, we have been frontrunners as far as digitalization is concerned. The green arrow on this map points to Jönköping, the city where my university is located. It lies in southern Sweden, at the southernmost tip of the long lake Vättern. The grey arrow points to where I live, and from where I am talking to you now. In this village of Vintrosa, that lies outside the city of Örebro, I travel 250 kilometers whenever I need to go to Jönköping University. The localities of my living and working within Sweden are enabled by digitalization, and good roads and rail services point to my mobile existence. This bird's eye view illustrates a beautiful campus of Jönköping University, with Lake Vättern disappearing into the horizon up north and Lake Munksjön to its east. The research environment where my work is embedded is called CCD, that stands for Communication, Culture and Diversity. Communication focuses upon how meaning-making gets constructed, diffused, interpreted, and transformed in analog digital environments where human beings engage in social practices. Culture, an aspect of all social life, is used as an analytical point of departure to understand processes that are part of social and historical patterns and norms which shape contexts where people interact. Cultural expressions and the circulation of media and genres across modalities, theatre, literature, and film also constitute research interests within CCD. Diversity is a concept used to understand how social categories and various identity positions like ethnicity, functionality, class, or gender get co-created and become visible or invisible across a range of arenas. If research is concerned with illuminating the human condition, with the aim of supporting societal endeavors that work to improve it, then the 3 concepts of communication, culture, and diversity and identity are important to engage with from across the humanities, social sciences, and educational sciences. CCD research is theoretically aligned to new global-centric dialogues, and my presentation will try to illustrate this global centrism theoretically. CCD critically and reflexively approaches issues related to communication, culture, and identity. This research can be called both monodisciplinary and also undisciplinary. It is being conducted at different geopolitical spaces, across analog digital settings, and together with colleagues from across the globe. As a final introductory remark, I would like to acknowledge my collaborations with some colleagues specifically. My presentation draws on some of my more recent writings in various contexts, and I have asked Dr. Maciu Kamai to upload this slide in the chat so that you may be able to access these publications. some of which will be published in 2021 and 2022. Please also visit my university page, and I will be happy to share any publications that you may not be able to access from your localities. Also, please feel free to contact me if you are interested in any of the themes that I raised today. I warmly welcome questions and comments. The rest of my presentation is organized into two main parts and a concluding short summary. I will try to present empirical examples with the hope to illustrate the analytical issues that I raise. In part one, I raise the need to recognize a mobile gaze, which when we study the themes of communication culture and identity. Here I trouble taken for granted belongings to land and language, and call for going beyond a Euro-American centrism in the scholarship. In part two, I present a theoretical framing that I call a second wave of Southern perspectives, SWASP in short. And finally, I wrap up, returning to issues of knowledge production in the final summary section. A reflective, critical viewing of what is happening around us today needs to be complemented with how life has been in the past in our locations, including locations that we have not experienced ourselves. Understanding the human condition across time and spaces can be taken as a point of departure as we look at these two pictures. One from Indian spaces, soon after the sudden lockdown imposed across India in March 2020, and one from the Mediterranean Sea 5 years ago, but which could have been from earlier this week, when hundreds of human beings arrived in the Canary Islands of Spain after having risked their lives on rubber boats across the open ocean. In both instances, we have no idea how many humans died. We call the humans we see in these pictures as migrants and refugees, humans who leave their homes in urban places of India and countries in Africa because they cannot sustain themselves, because of hunger and conflicts of different types. We label these people and their mobilities in terms of migrants, refugees, and migrations. Here it is important to remind ourselves that these two pictures are part of human history, everywhere and across time. Humans have always moved across spaces for different reasons. The same can be said of these two pictures. They are not specific to the localities of contemporary European spaces or of mainland Indian spaces. Human identity built on boundary markings that co-create a group of people as different from another group of people takes place through different types of communicative actions. Human beings create groups wherein specific characteristics become essentialized as belonging to us and as being different from them. It is through the use of different semiotic markers across face-to-face and digital contexts, that is communication in a wide sense, that we create belonging for ourselves and others. These are not innocent issues. Metaphors that are connected to the types of concepts related to migration, migrants and refugees on the one hand, and how racism, ableism, sexism, and other isms get performed in everyday life, and in how we talk and write about them, are consequential for the human condition. This means that current ways of conceptualizing marginalization and exclusion in mainstream scholarship is related to webs of understandings that build upon single grand stories. Terms like roots, native languages, mother tongues in the singular emerge from Euro-American centric perspectives. Humans are mobile and they have always been so. Without human mobility, we would not be living across the planet like we do today. Despite this fact, metaphors like people's roots, groups' origins, continue to shape how we think of the human condition. There is another significant way in which scholars, knowingly or unknowingly, are mobile, and more so in contemporary digital eras. Researchers meet one another's thoughts and ideas through digital platforms, like at this international virtual conference. But scholars also meet one another through books and articles that are increasingly accessible through open access. In addition to this, there is need to draw attention to the research gaze. While our doctoral students, and perhaps we ourselves, were nurtured into a fixed gaze, a research endeavor that can contribute to knowledge production and not mere reproduction calls for a mobile gaze. Noting trends and cultural patterns around us is what a researcher's systematic gaze attempts to achieve when it is directed at dimensions of human behavior and natural phenomena. Such gazing, whether on specific terms like migration or research hegemonies at a specific moment in time, or at the complexities of everyday life in and across analog digital spaces, is analytically steered. It is not neutral. Given that human life and human existence are complex in nature, studying such complexities calls attention to the need for systematic ways of making sense of social life. Doing such research, what Lincoln and Guber called naturalistic inquiry, troubled earlier, rather stubborn paradigms of researching human behavior that were, and that continue to be, marked by beliefs in the possibility of controlling variables and thereby providing better results. Naturalistic inquiry calls for taking in its stride the entanglements of epistemology, analysis, and methodology. Thus, studying the complexities of the human condition draws attention to ethnography as mind work, not merely, as Woolcott suggests, a set of techniques for looking, but a particular way of seeing as well. In addition to the nature of mind work, the doing of naturalistic inquiry necessitates hanging around or loitering, and even deep hanging out, as Gertz puts it. Loitering and hanging around is recognized as an important way to create understandings of trends and cultural patterns in and across settings. But being allowed into communities to loiter with the aim of doing mind work is not an easy mission, as most anthropologists will attest to. Let us take a look at two examples to understand what such a mobile gaze can mean. This example is from a preschool setting where 1/3 of the children's parents or grandparents have migrated to Sweden. In an attempt to celebrate multiculturalism in a preschool setting in a rural part of the nation-state of Sweden, 5-year-old children presented with a chart depicting national flags have been instructed to draw your flag. The teacher reprimands a girl who is drawing the blue-yellow Swedish flag and asks her to draw the red-white flag of Turkey instead. The child complies, and at the end of the activity, the children's photographs are pasted under their individual drawings and displayed on the classroom wall. A child comes up to the 5-year-old in focus and says, "I did not know that you came from Turkey." To which the 5-year-old responds, "I did not know that I came from Turkey either." The nativeness of Swedes and the parallel othering of non-Swedes, who are variously called migrants, refugees, foreigners, in a highly contentious issue in 21st century Sweden. Labeling school children immigrants is, however, consequential in the types of education that they then have access to. My first example illustrates that children who don't themselves subscribe to an immigrant background with so-called roots in other countries are automatically placed in predefined othering boxes. This 5-year-old is not only placed in the category of immigrants, even though she is born in Sweden and one of her parents is an ethnic Swede, but she is also expected to study her so-called mother tongue in school, even though no one uses Turkish in her home environment. It is in this manner that a mobile gaze can make visible the naturalization of belonging to land and language. A human being gets fixed to mythical places of origin and named languages based on dubious criteria. Unnaturalizing is what a researcher's mobile gaze needs to do here. This means that there is need to stop in one's track and ask, what is the meaning of mother tongue? What is culture? What do issues pertaining to immigration across national borders have to do with the human condition in the contemporary digital era? Where have concepts such as mother tongue, culture, and identity come from? What are we putting in them when culture gets reduced to symbolic flags of nation states and mother tongue to languages that are not spoken at home? What assumptions and myths are embedded in the ways in which concepts like language, identity, and culture are used? Let us look at a second example through a mobile gaze. Democratic equity and quality issues constitute dimensions of knowledge circulations enabled through what we call international research publications. Let us interrogate some of the taken for granted premises and naturalizations of what is meant by international in this area. Sitting at a dinner hosted by the Norwegian Research Council for an international team of experts working on a high-stake evaluation task over a decade and a half ago, I found myself next to a colleague from a West European country. Not only did this colleague and I share common scholarly interests, but we soon realized that he had recruited me at the turn of the century as a reviewer for the international journal he was the main editor of. He told me that he remembered my name because it was not a common Scandinavian name. An interesting and engaging dinner conversation transpired at our table, where we discussed academic issues like challenges within our different nationally framed contexts, our doctoral educational programs, funding policies, etc. At some point, the talk turned to the dilemmas of peer-reviewed journal publishing, and my table partner shared interesting anecdotes with us. I inquired about the dominance of European and North American scholars in the publishing patterns of some of the major international journals. Acknowledging this concern, my table partner said that a major shift had transpired in the flow of manuscripts from what he called third world scholars. He said, earlier on, the English in the submitted manuscripts was unreadable. But today, when the quality of their writing is better, they still have no references to key theories or central scholars. They reference people whose names I can't even pronounce and who I've never even heard of. A mobile gaze raises sticky questions regarding this from this example. For instance, who decides and what makes a journal or publication international? What is the nature of referencing patterns, thematic foci, languages of publications that can call themselves global or international? What epistemologies are being made visible and invisible? What continents dominate the global or international publishing landscape, both in terms of who and what is referenced, but also in terms of who gets published and where and in which languages this activity takes place? A key issue here that needs attention is the paucity of global epistemologies in what is received knowledge. It is the West, North, First World that is subsumed under the terms global and international. Here, scholars and scholarship from the East, South, rest of the world continue to be marginalized. Such examples of academic life have shaped not only my doctoral and postdoctoral teaching and mentoring work in Sweden, but have also shaped my understandings and the agendas that I try to create in my contemporary work in territories annexed by European empires from the 16th century onwards. In addition, experiences of working in different spaces and the mobility that is called for to access, crisscross, and work in contemporary nation states in different parts of the planet creates both openings and dissonance. One opening potentially enabled through mobility and a mobile gaze is engaging with and making relevant epistemological framings that go under various names. The global South, the global North, the West and the East, the West and the rest, the first, second, third, fourth worlds, etc. The issue at stake is that these types of nation-state spaces are relevant in that cultivation of epistemologies in relation to different issues, like mobility, language, culture, identity, differs in them. Crisscrossing and working in different geopolitical spaces calls for problematizing the very term nation-state. Countries were created as a result of historical shifts that left behind the previous world of colonial empires. From 51 in 1945 to 193 currently. New countries continue to be created and old ones collapse. Nation-states need to be recognized as places that are relatively new and whose boundaries are in flux even today. They and their communities are imagined, as Anderson puts it, and they are operationalized through the drawing of boundaries, like the little 5-year-old example that I took up, and that such boundaries invariably create clashes over land and who it is that can make a claim to legitimately inhabit them. This follows from their premise that they would consist of homogeneous populations, a principle that has proved all but impossible to achieve. Analytical tensions related to the naming of specific places as the East lead to these regions becoming the South, which in turn gave rise to new vocabulary-related issues that led to the establishment of binary concepts, such as East and West, North and South, etc. Such shifts and naming practices that relate to place, space, metaphors related to the marginalized and the marginalizers are recognized as being slippery, also in terms of the webs of understands that these point towards. For instance, south or east or north or west of what? Furthermore, mobilities mediated by digitalization call attention in a more direct matter to problems of conceptualizing the spherical planet humans exist on in terms of directionality based upon the Earth's magnetic field. The east, west, north, south, and other terminological binaries that have been invented nevertheless constitute potent circulating webs of understandings that have gained currency in the last few decades. Thus, the binaries, west, east, north, south, west, and the rest, map onto the haves and the have-nots, the rich and the poor, those who are in positions to marginalize others, knowingly or unknowingly, and those who involuntarily experience various dimensions of marginalization. It is the issue of noting the outcome of boundary creations, their flux, and a mainstream colonial, capitalist, and patriarchal gaze from a specific positionality that is relevant and that we need to come to grips with. This can be handled through two efforts. First, calling our attention to the need of making visible outcomes of boundary creations, their fluid nature, and the gaze one brings to issues. And second, how this visibility can be handled in the scholarly task of knowledge building. Recognizing the imagined and influx nature of nation states calls attention to the fallacy of using nation states as units of analysis when we work in areas where issues related to communication, culture, and identity are in focus. Furthermore, a gaze from a position of mobility draws attention to comparative perspectives across nation-state contexts where complexities are in focus. These constitute key points of departure for understanding the contemporary human mobile condition. Different areas of the scholarship have also started troubling the taken for grantedness of concepts related to culture, nation, identity, and language. For instance, a special issue that focused mobile sociology of education, the editors highlight that it seems increasingly problematic to interpret contemporary spaces as enclosed, embedded, or bounded to such distinct categories as the nation, society, region, school, classroom, etc., because its core features are related to mobility and transnational reconfigurations, to border crossings, assembling people, technologies, policies, and objects. While human life has always been marked by mobility, in that people and communities have always moved from one physical place to another, contemporary human life is mobile in many ways, as I have argued so far. We are participating in a conference located across the planet without moving physically at all. Turning an interrogating mobile gaze at mobilities across time and internal migrations within nation states across the planet provides evidence of the normal nature of migrations and mobilities in human existence. This contrasts sharply with new hegemonic terms that have arisen and that have become very popular in the scholarship in the 21st century for discussing migrations and migrants' identities in European settings, for instance. Terms like heightened diversity and super diversity. A mobile gaze problematizes such academic branding. Instead of engaging with the hegemonic circulating discourses of what is experienced as new diversities in Europe and global north places in the 21st century, contemporary loiterings in nation states and regions that were colonized and that have seen extensive older and newer cross and internal mobilities enables directing one's gaze towards issues of normal diversity. A never-ending mobility of physically and digitally living and working in different nation states is, however, also risky, since such living does not foster a stable sense of a natural point of departure related to knowledge regimes, identity, languaging behavior, and other social practices. Such recurring mobility also emerges when a scholar is pushed to work within different research domains and disciplinary areas. What constitutes a natural point of departure, or what constitutes data in one, is not necessarily the same in the other. Such risks of not having a taken for granted natural point of departure notwithstanding, the enriching long-term nature of such mobility can be gained through the fostering of an understanding of the many ways with words, the plurality of ways of seeing and ways of being in the knowledge-building work of research. The point that I am raising is that there is always a position from which a scholar and a human being gazes. There is a gaze from which the east-south and the north-west emerge and are naturalized and reactualized. There is a gaze from a specific monodisciplinary academic space, from a cross multidisciplinary space. There is also a gaze from a mobile position of being on the move. I argue that this academic gazing from mobile spaces has the potential to break the hegemonies of rooted traditions of gazing from a given naturalized place or space. The naming practices that call attention to the cultural tool called language, including an individual or groups of people who use more than one named language, is not a neutral endeavor either. The boundary marking older concepts like bilingualism, multilingualism, home language, mother tongue, and newer concepts like translanguaging, plurilingualism, that point to this behavior, and the people behaving in this way are themselves a meaning-creating enterprise that researchers are complicit in. The language-related terms that are in circulation are linked to other conceptual webs of understandings that work as pointers and metaphors that mutually reinforce one another. People's roots, the origins of groups, people's home countries, etc. Unlike rooted vegetation, human beings don't have roots, as I have pointed out. Humans, like other animals, have always been mobile in both an everyday sense, wherein they use their physical capabilities of moving around, and in an ontological sense of being in a world where mobility across time and space characterizes the Homo sapiens and their offspring. So the point is that labels are never neutral, and they are never outside the cultural tool of language. In Lakoff and Johnson's words, they constitute metaphors that we live by. Language use is a fundamental dimension through which meaning is created. Boundaries are marked between who we are and who others are through the performance of language, that is, through languaging. As my colleague Louis Ayagan Lester takes up in his doctoral thesis from the turn of the century, drawing a boundary has been a central ingredient in the construction of culture. What lies within and what stands outside one's own space, one's own culture, has become interpreted in terms of normalcy or a lack of the same. Our language, their strange tongues. Our culture, their wild customs. Our religion, their superstitions, have been tools that human beings have used to draw boundaries against other communities. The contrast between us and them has contributed to creating one's own identity. There is a final issue that I would like to take up in relation to a mobile gaze, the issue of power. A first concern here relates to norms and social orders that have been established in specific times and spaces. These norms differ across time and spaces, and one way of making them visible is by distancing oneself from them. Norms are like the air that surrounds us and that we cannot see. It is first when we don't have air to breathe that we realize its existence. Norms and the social order are framed in power relations. Breaking them can be painful. Questioning the language hegemonies of international publishing, or the hegemonies of some continents being overrepresented in what is called global or international, results in troubling the given norms. A second issue of power relates to researching culture, language, and identity from alternative positionalities. For instance, while the mainstream scholarship's gaze on multilingualism has been from monolingual positions, there is a growing call for researching multilingualism from multilingual perspectives. I will return to this point. So far, I have discussed the nature of and the need for a mobile gaze. We now move to the second main part of my presentation, which focuses upon the multi-sidedness of knowledge. In gold embossed lettering over the marble arched entrance of the auditorium of the oldest university in Sweden, Uppsala University, we see these words by the 18th century Swedish lawyer Thomas Torrild. Tänka fritt är stort, men tänka rätt är större. In English, to think freely is great, but to think correctly is greater. While these controversial words have been criticized over time, they continue to decorate the entrance of one of Europe's oldest institutions of higher education. I will take these words as a point of departure to problematize how the enterprise of knowledge creation and research education continues to have a reproductive character rather than a creative, free, researching character. I put my gaze to how theories and methods, for instance, are understood in terms of correct ways to do research, that is, as programmatic straitjackets. And I do this in terms of what I have described as a third position, or what I call a second wave of Southern perspectives. In short, a WASP framing. I use the natural phenomenon of moonrise, sunrise metaphorically to explain two perspectives that highlight the ways in which we commonly approach and or understand identity, communication, and culture. Represented by moonrises, the first position highlights a relatively less visible norm that nevertheless potently shapes our understandings of communication, culture, and identity. This dominant default norm is marked by a monolingual, monocultural, and essentialized identity perspective. In Selyo's words, it is naturalized. And I argue that this is particularly the case in Euro-American-centric Northern discourses. This is often not made visible in either everyday discourses or the academic literature. In other words, a moonrise gaze is taken as the natural point of departure. In contrast, the more visible gaze, represented by sunrises, highlights the common human condition in relation to communication, culture, and identity. People are multilingual, and diversity is the norm as far as identity and culture are concerned. This condition, however, paradoxically gets marked as the deviant, marginalized, not normal, in Euro-American-centric Northern discourses. This sunrise gaze gets framed in research and commonsensical thinking through concepts like bilingualism, multilingualism, plurilingualism, biculturalism, multiculturalism, multi-ethnicities, and so on and so forth. As I pointed out earlier, recent European terminology framed by migration flows into European spaces and digitalization include concepts like heightened diversity and superdiversity. In other words, the more common human condition of diversity gets deviantly framed, marking and making visible as the not normal use of multiple languages and membership in multiple cultures and identity positions. These two perspectives represent normative global north discourses where communication, identity, and culture are approached through, as well as reduced to, technicalities and essentially framed knowledge. Going beyond these two hegemonic gazing positions and informed by decolonial and Southern alternative epistemologies, I call attention to a third perspective where a performative stance is important. Here, language use or languaging, and identity positionings or identiting, and culturing, that is the everydayness of what humans do, represents dynamically different ways of approaching and understanding human behavior and the human condition. Drawing upon the iconic images seen and captured on film by Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders, astronauts on Apollo 8 on 24th December 1968, I use the phenomena of Earthrise to substantiate such an alternative position. Earthrise is a phenomena that contrasts in significant ways with moonrise and sunrise. Firstly, Earthrise was made possible through space explorations and the collaborated interactions of 3 astronauts, including, of course, hundreds of thousands of other humans who made the missions to the moon possible. These explorations were also enabled through specific human-tool interfaces. It was experienced by humans from the vastness of open spaces and subsequently by humankind, mediated through the iconic pictures of the Earth taken by those in space. Here it was the situatedness in space, as well as the relational, rotating, mobile trajectory of a spacecraft relative to the moon, sun, and Earth, which allowed the astronauts to see and document a view of their home planet from their spacecraft. It is these viewings that subsequently became labeled Earthrise. Earthrise allows me to highlight the need to radically rethink issues of communication, culture, and identity through a focus upon recorded and archival, naturalistic, empirical data. I argue that such data, in comparison with reported or experimental data, opens a window to understand the complexities of the human condition. This has relevance for understanding contexts where humans routinely use more than one language, culture and identity, that is, dimensions of people's mundane lives in play, and where different kinds of tools are deployed across time and space. The significance of an Earthrise mobile gaze can be seen in what the astronomer Fred Hoyle predicted in 1948. Once a photograph of the Earth taken from the outside is available, a new idea as powerful as any in history will be let loose. It is drawing our attention to both the need for such a mobile gaze and the ideas that can be let loose through them that are important for my purposes. A SWOSP framing brings together 2 primary theoretical clusters, not theories. Southern framings of relevance to issues of identity, culture, marginalization, and knowledge regimes on the one hand, and social cultural perspectives on communication, culture, and diversity on the other. SWOSP is not a straitjacket programmatic theory. While it is still evolving, it draws our attention to the performative nature of the human condition, to the many ways of being, the many ways with words, the many ways of existing that contribute to complexifying the single grand narratives related to language, culture, and identity that circulate in mainstream scholarship and societal arenas. Thus, performing language, doing identity, and the living of culture come center stage. This contrasts with the mainstream moonrise and sunrise gazes where communication, culture, and identity are reduced to nouns, and which naturalize how research should be conducted, whereby we set out to find out people's accounts or reports of communication, culture, and identity. Such accounts or reports draw often on mainstream Euro-American centric naming practices and become objectified and essentialized rather than being illuminated through alternative ways of researching. Drawing attention to the naturalization of boundaries in the narratives related to communication, culture, and identity, and then presenting alternative ways of conceptualizing these is what gets enabled through SWOSP framings. Here, literature on the boundary turn and other recent turns is very relevant. These turn positions emerged from a fundamental understanding that language does not mirror reality, but that it represents things like identity and culture. In other words, language creates a perspective on reality. It is central in the processes involved in marginalizing humans and their cultures. It is in this manner that language can be understood as the key cultural tool that humans possess. These issues have a major consequence for not only how we understand the human condition, but also how we need to study it. A mobile gaze, as I have already suggested, does not dissociate humans from non-humans. This reinforces the stance that communication, culture, and identity are tightly entwined with tools. When a teacher expects a child to draw a Turkish flag instead of a Swedish flag that the child is drawing, the teacher is creating identity potentials for all the pupils in the classroom, not just the child that is expected to correct her flag drawing. Creating openings for identity creation in this type of everyday task is related to the mediational means or the cultural tools of language and of drawing representations of land that human beings participate in. It is in this manner that we need to understand the unit of analysis we engage with from a SWOSP framing, a human tool and a human non-human continuum, rather than in terms of what humans report to us in interviews and surveys, or understanding humans as distinct from the tools that they deploy. In addition to the tenets of SWOSP that I have spelled out so far, some key issues include understanding the North and South are not places, but spaces. A North exists in southern places like India, and a South exists in northern places like Sweden. Furthermore, while decolonial and post-colonial theories are highly relevant to a SWOSP framing, it is not the hegemonic historical past that is solely significant for understanding issues related to communication, culture, and identity. The contemporary human condition is just as important for this task. Let me illustrate what these SWOSP tenets and framings can imply in a final example. This is from a new study in Project Gender Talk, Gender Spaces. Data generation in this ethnographic project has taken place since the late 1980s in the megacity of Mumbai and more recently in a rural setting in Rajasthan in India. In the megacity, women working with so-called migrant construction workers, children and their families have been in focus. And in the rural setting of Rajasthan, the villagers and teachers who come to the village and work in the English language programs of the village schools are in focus. I will share some data from the rural setting to illustrate how communication and culture can be understood from a non-normative SWOSP framing. This poster at the village bus stop displays information regarding eMitra, a digital platform initiated by the government of Rajasthan 15-16 years ago. Its aim is to provide citizens with a range of digital services through the affordances of mobile apps, websites, and SMS, all of which appear to be beyond the reach of many villagers. In addition to not having access to digital devices and not being familiar with the digital platforms in general, infrastructure concerns like electricity supply, internet connection, and bandwidth constitute challenges for people's direct engagement with digital tasks that include arranging for various official certificates, money transfers, a color printout, etc. eMitra kiosks, where posters like this are displayed, play a significant mediating role wherein small-scale entrepreneurs, also called eMitra, provide one-point solutions. These businessmen, all of them are men in our data, function as contemporary digital scribes. An analysis of this poster highlights something interesting from a mainstream Euro-American centric gaze. Named languages and called Hindi and English are presented in the Devanagari script. This aligns with the fact that the villagers say that they do not know English. They consider it to be an aspirational language. Their children have only recently started studying English from class 1 in schools. While the communication repertoires of these rural human beings continues to primarily include named languages like Marwari and Hindi, we can add English based on an analysis of such communicative devices, that is the e-Mitra poster, but also their everyday lives. So it becomes interesting to ask how tasks related to e-Mitra services are navigated by villagers who say that they do not know English. Or, for that matter, who do not know how to read and write any of the named languages used in the village. As a meaning-making inscription, the poster constitutes a notational space that highlights use of words like patra, pani bijli in Hindi in the Devanagari script, chained with terms like online loan, photocopy, color printout in English that have been transliterated into Devanagari. These are also chained with symbols like a telephone at the lower right-hand corner and European Arabic numerals. All this illustrates the fluid nature of languaging, which CCD scholars call normal languaging, not translanguaging or plurilanguaging. Normal languaging constitutes of the everyday ways in which humans communicate or do language. Transliteration of English words like photocopy into the Devanagari script in this poster illustrates the seamless nature of mundane written languaging, including official terms like Bahamasha that draws upon local history, terms like money order that are commonplace in these settings, and abbreviations like EMI, proper nouns like PAN card, etc. In the lives of rural people, these terms do not belong to a specific named language. It is for heuristic purposes that we, the researchers, transliterate and translate them for academic publishing purposes, not least so that the poster becomes accessible for readers who do not know Hindi or the Devanagari script. The fluidity of languaging emerges both as a result of the communicative repertoires of the official government language, technological terminologies, as well as the social lives of these rural people. I have time to only share this poster example, but the GTGS project data, and more importantly, our analysis, includes how villagers and the e-Mitra together handle the task of applying for various governmental documents, and how this is contingent on distributed resources that enable the non-English knowledgeable villagers to read and understand English. Communication and learning from a SWASP framing here needs to be rescued from the mainstream hegemonic gaze of cognitivism, universalism, and disciplinary boundaries. Communication and learning involves a situated and a distributed dimension. This means that being able to access such written communication and learning, named languages, in the long term is a salient dimension of everyday life and takes place in what Tim Ingold recently calls humaning. The verb humaning points to something that takes place in and through people's participation in social practices. Thus, participating in activities where different named languages are deployed is contingent upon the distributed nature of people's experiences, rather than language expertise in an individual person's head. It is in this manner that studying languaging in local contexts, that is its performance rather than reported and accounted communication, is significant. Furthermore, a SWASP framing demands that the scholars doing such analysis have global-centric, not a north or a south-centric framing. This means, for instance, that the scholar needs to be very acquainted with the contexts that they are studying, and that they are multilingual in the languages that the villagers are engaging with. Naming practices that give meaning to what is called language, culture, and identity hold us prisoners in the binary positions of moonrise and sunrise. And this is consequential for reproducing myths regarding the human condition. I will now briefly summarize some salient points in terms of their implications for understanding the human condition in contemporary times. This can function as a take-home message. My presentation has discussed the circulation of discourses that are related to place and space, and I have introduced a second wave of Southern perspectives that disturbs explicit mainstream understandings related to the nature of language, culture, and identity. I have attempted to interrogate what a SWOSP framing can imply in a dialogically framed global-centric scholarship. SWOSP transcends binaries and creates visibility in terms of the what, who, why, when, and how, of the gray zones that constitute boundary spaces, where alternative ways with words, ways of being, and ways of knowing are explored. It does this not in terms of a middle compromise position, but as a third alternative SWOSP position. Here, a gaze from a position of mobility, rather than from the global north or from the global south, is attempted. In other words, it enables a global-centric framing. This points to the keynote of communication in the human condition. Communication is what makes us human. Categories related to communication, culture, and identity are storied in and through human communication. This has major consequences for how we research the human condition. I have cautioned against the hegemonies of equating research that builds upon reports and accounts of social life, and have instead pointed to the need for researching the complexities of social life. Different modalities of communication across analog digital settings, across time and space, are important to trouble the myths regarding the human condition. Studying complexities of social life across the globe indicates that human meaning making is chained, and that a human tool continuum that is being discovered now in Euro-American centric scholarship is part of the local knowledges of peoples across the globe. Finally, SWOSP stresses the need for reflexivity. It calls for making visible hegemonic mainstream epistemologies and thereby creates spaces for alternative plural epistemologies. One of its key agendas is making visible othering mechanisms in current Euro-American centric knowledge regimes. This scholarly reflexivity also calls for creating two types of bridges. First, building humanistic bridges with stakeholders, particularly those researched upon. And second, building humanistic partnerships with scholars across continents, not just across Europe and North America. My presentation at this conference is an attempt to create new associations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta, for being here with us all the way from Sweden so early in the morning. Your talk was indeed very, very enlightening and very interesting. Thank you so much for being here. And we will have you back with us for the panel discussion today afternoon. For all the rest of our participants and panelists, guests, we much appreciate your presence with us today in today's inaugural session. We have approached the end of the first part of the session for the day. However, we shall get back to you for our first presenters panel of the day, which will resume at 12 noon today. So do get back, do log in 15 minutes before that. Before I sign off for now, I would like to thank all of our invited guests, all the principals of SVKM Usha Praveen Gandhi College, and also the principal of St. Anthony's College, Shillong, this Vice Chancellor of Central University of Karnataka, all of our keynote speaker and all of our participants do get back at 12 o'clock for our presenters panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, good morning, as the time may be. It's 12 o'clock in India now, so good afternoon from India. And welcome to the first paper presenters panel. May I take this opportunity to introduce the chair of this session, Professor Timothy Subba. Professor Timothy Subba has been the head of the Department of English, St. Anthony's College, Shillong, till 2017. He is currently associated with the Anthony's Bindihati Extension Campus. He has been the editor-in-chief of several magazines, newsletters, and chronicles. He has also lent his expertise in editing a number of books. He has been a consultant and resource person in English literature and communicative English for a number of institutions and has been involved in syllabus framing at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels for various boards of studies. Professor Subba also provides training whenever required to aspiring speakers in the art of spoken English and public speaking. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation to chair this session. And may I also invite the panelists of the first paper presenter session, Dr. Mahesh Nayak, Ms. Urvashi, Dr. P. Kumar Mangalam, Dr. Dipendra Kumar Majumdar, Samskriti Gulwadi, and Ruchika Rai. I would like to request all the panelists to kindly switch on the cameras. Over to you, Professor Subba.
Thank you, Dr. Machin Wanglei Kame, for the introduction. Welcome once again to this afternoon session of today's presenters panel 1 in today's International Conference of Identity, Myths, Memory, Communication, and Cultural Narrative. Now, before we start this presentation, I'd like to read out the instructions for the paper presenters. The paper presenter will be given 5 minutes only to provide a brief overview of his or her presentation and is not expected to make the full presentation of the paper again and are expected to strictly adhere to the time limit concerned. The format to be adhered to is strictly on the basis of discussion and questions raised by the chairperson. Then, if anyone among the participants and attendees has a comment or question to ask, please use our chat box to type in your comment or question and also indicate to whom the question is addressed to from among the paper presenters. And last of all panelists are requested to kindly adhere to the general discipline and decorum expected of panel members of such discussions. I hope the instructions are clear. So without any delay, we will go straight away into this panel discussion. So I, first of all, take the privilege to call upon Dr. Mahesh Naik to present his topic, which is Struggle for Dalit Identity and Self-Respect. Dr. Naik, please. You get 5 minutes to present your paper. Dr. Naik, are you there?
I think, sir, he has some technical issue. Maybe we can go to the next presenter.
Okay, then we shall go to the next one. It's Urvashi, and she will be presenting Women of Garhwal reconceptualizing the idea of being a woman. Remember, please, that you're given 5 minutes to present your topic.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'll begin with how women belonging to Uttarakhand Garhwal during contemporary times have made an attempt to redefine, reformulate, and ultimately fix their identity. The objectives of the study are to explore and challenge the traditional role of women as portrayed in the mythical folk tales of Uttarakhand, to uncover the idea of women's culture as the part of general culture and bring into perspective a comprehensive description of the concept of women, to explore how women in contemporary times make an attempt to redefine, reformulate, and ultimately fix their identity. The feminist theory employed in this research work incorporates the idea of Ellen Showalter and her concept of gynocriticism. The research work attempts to tie up the folklore and the empirical details collected from the area of study with the cultural model of gynocriticism to bring into light that the role of women, the traditional role of women, is not the sign of their weakness, but the sign of their essence. Nanda Devi, according to the local lore, is believed to be the reincarnation of goddess Gaura. Now, the life of Ganga was strikingly different from her natal place at her in-laws' place. A general observation about the folklore of Nanda Devi Rajat is that after getting married, the life of women changes completely. As a custom, she has to leave her natal place and settle down in her in-laws' place, and her role is confined to that of an ideal Buari, which is daughter-in-law. In reference to the common women of Garhwal and Kumaon, their life is very similar to that of Nanda Devi, difficult as well as challenging. Women are mostly engaged in the household work and fulfill the needs of the family. Even the society as a whole expects and accepts this as the duty and responsibility of the women. The only one who is submissive, respecting, and always engaging in domestic activities quoted under ideal Buari and serves as an example. One of the case study of Sakambari Devi, an 80-year-old woman who is a resident of Unyal Moxon, she says that life in hills is not an easy task. Life is laborious and the conditions are very difficult to live. However, the only source of enjoyment for these ladies is when they go out to collect their forest stuff. They get only a little chance to meet their women friends, and that is the time of the day when they are relieved from the work and talk with each other, sing, laugh, and share their happiness and sorrows. This creates a bond of sisterhood among the women and the bond of sisterhood with the forest area as well. The strength of sisterhood made it possible for the present day Nandas, that is women, to fight the patriarchal notion of binary prevalent in
I think the audio has gone off. Can you just again try it? Your audio is not.
Another case study is of Gaura Devi, who belonged to a tribal Machia family in Chamoli district of Uttarakhand. Her husband passed, she was also married at a very young age, and her husband passed when she was just 22 years old. However, on 26th March in 1947, she turned out to be a very, she collected all the women's residents and turned out to be the redeemer in her place. The contractors who were involved in the forest logging with the government official drove the vehicles and tried to reach the forest area above the village in her area. Gaura Devi assembled and mobilized all the women and marched up to the hill and hugged the trees and asked the contractors to hit them before they hit the trees. According to Gaura Devi, the forest is their nurturer, is like their mother, and it can only be axed once the loggers axe them.
You have 1 more minute. You can carry on.
Another incident is of Dongri Petoli, and it was similar during the incident of Rainy Village. The people rebelled when the males were not present in the forest area. However, in this case study, we see that women rebelled with the males of their own family to protect their forest area, and moving ahead from the traditional role of nurturer and assigning them the role of the savior. Thus, the image of the women, which is interpreted as their weakness, is actually the essence of their identity, and their individual identity cannot and should not be dislocated from their respective position in the domestic realm. Any attempt of doing this will further mute them and take away from them their own self. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have made a very poignant point here. In fact, as far as the women of Garhwal, and especially that incident that had taken place of standing against all the coercive activity that was going on against them. But I'd like to just point out here and perhaps pose a query, as these sort of activities, you see, as what you have pointed out, how much do you think is effective, you know, in trying to help emancipate women from a very deep rooted hierarchy in the patriarchal society, you see, because the society of which you're talking about is highly patriarchal. How far do you think that this is going to help these sorts of activities that you have just mentioned about women hugging the trees and not allowing them to cut? These are stray incidents that you have mentioned. But do you think this will go a long way in trying to emancipate women from this very strong hierarchical differences as far as the society that we are living in, which is primarily patriarchal society? What are your views on that?
Thank you for your question, sir. I personally believe that before Chipko movement, women accepted this as their identity, and they accepted. Women were patriarchal. Most of the women had this concept of patriarchy, and they accepted patriarchy. But Chipko movement was the first attempt where we could see women fighting against the males of their own society and males of their own family. So this was the first attempt that was made by women. Now, these examples are often being quoted to all the women, and we could see that after these incidents, women have started taking their own identity forward, and including other aspects of their identity, and they try to take it forward with the concept of fighting with their own with the males of their own family. Like when Chipko movement started, we could see that the women of Rini village, which was started by Gaura Devi, the Chipko movement, they fought against the loggers when their males were not in the family. They were out for seeking for the compensation, and they just tried to protect the forest area. However, these incidents were taken forward, and later on in Dongri Petoli, we see that women started fighting with the males of their own family to protect their forest area. So, and recently, this Chipko movement was started once again by the women to protect the forest area of Uttarakhand. So we could see that it's not a very vast change, but slowly and steadily, women are trying to come up and fight against the males.
Yes.
And the patriarchal notion of.
Right. I think the consistent and progressive way in which the women will move ahead perhaps looks forward to the time when emancipation will certainly take place.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Urvashi, for your words and also your study, and hope it will go a long way in building up this force of emancipation of women. Thank you. Now, if there are any questions that the attendees or all those who are their participants, if you have any questions, you can type them on the chat box, and you can also address it to the one to to whom you would want the questions to be asked. Now I would like to move ahead and go to our, I hope Dr. Mahesh Naik, audio has been fixed. Mahesh Naik, yes, I think I can see you there. So I would like to call upon Dr. Mahesh to please present your paper. Dr. Mahesh, please.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Am
yes,
I audible?
Yes, certainly.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir, and the organizers. The topic of my presentation is struggle for Dalit identity and self-respect. Identity and self-respect are of paramount importance to any human being. And when it comes to the community, the importance gains more intensity. Of course, there are different forms or ways through which these two factors are sought. And one of the important factors is through literature. And here, in this present paper, based on Karukku, written by Bama, aims at how an individual struggles for self-identity and self-respect, not only for herself, but for her entire community. This article also looks into the reasons that have made Dalits separated from the mainstream, which enjoys the freedom, and why these marginalized are unable to come to the center, which is their rightful place. The oppressed classes believe in the order of inequality as natural and preordained, and even they do not know, do not recognize that they are oppressed. So this study assumes significance in interrogating how this ideology is at work in the work of Bama, here the Karukku. The study finds various instances where attempts have been made to colonize the consciousness of the marginalized by the mainstream in this writer's work. Dalit writers and other reformers have been fighting in their own ways to help Dalit community get a respectable position as human and lead a decent life. A large portion of Dalit literature is in autobiographical form. It often bears a confessional characteristics made by the authors themselves. This confession is mostly made to invoke the bitter experience of the authors who have gone through in their lives. So Bama's autobiography, Karukku, is full of such questions. Coming from a low social position, Bama has always led a hard life. She has had to fight hundreds of odd battles daily. Through hard work and perseverance, she completes her college education and becomes a teacher at a convent. Inspired by the life of Jesus Christ, she becomes a Catholic nun and prepares herself to serve the poor and the destitute. But when she enters a religious order, she finds that here too obstacles exist for people from lower castes. She comes to a realization that majority of the church authorities are from upper caste who deliberately discriminate against people from lower castes. Bama herself was humiliated several times simply because she happened to be a Dalit Christian. And when it comes to impossible for her to continue her job, she finally resigns and goes back to her village to join the community life. So here, this writer, through her writing, tries to raise an awareness of Dalit experience and explaining a changing Dalit identity. There is a powerful sense of self and community as Dalit, which rejects the notion of Varna or to Sanskritize, and she refuses to lead the life according to the Hindu values. Here, Bama explores and exposes the exploitation and subjugation suffered by the Dalit community to find that all forms of exploitation are identical because they are applied against a common thing or object, that is human beings. But she wants to remind the world that the basic problem is restoration of man to his proper place. She voices her problems or writes the atrocities committed upon this community to assert their identity, and they take steps towards the center, thereby assuming cultural stability. Sense of identity and confidence has driven the Dalits to attain empowerment to some extent. Her writings deal with oppression overtly, but concomitantly, they contain an optimistic vision and an underlying resistance throughout.
You have 1 minute left.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Whenever there is the deepest oppression, the possibility of resistance rescue the victims and they acquire the potential to strike back. The liberation of the oppressed people is a global struggle which demands rights of equality, freedom, and liberty that is often denied to them. In response to the oppression, the marginalized people struggle and resist from within the shackles of oppression, casteism, or patriarchal supremacy. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. Your paper was quite incisive, a very poignant point that you had made about the struggle of the Dalits trying to establish identity and self-respect. Now, you have talked about Bama,
yes,
and her life and the struggles that she has to go through and the various difficulties that she faced.
Yes.
Now, Bama being a woman,
yes.
how far do you think that this, discrimination, the oppression is more pronounced among the women folk than in men? Do you find that difference is there? Because women seem to be more oppressed. And do you find that this is also stems out through sexual discrimination, which is very rampant in our country? What have you to say on that line?
Yes, sir. Yes, I agree with your observation, sir. Being a woman, she points out in her writings that women are doubly oppressed, especially Dalit women are doubly oppressed. One as Dalit and another as woman. But here, she doesn't focus more on a woman's oppression. Her writings, as I have made, they focus more on the oppression of Dalit in general. But definitely, as you just pointed out, here and there we see references because of the sexual differences. The women, Dalit women, are oppressed also because they are women. Of course, even the Dalit men also torture them as their wives and even daughters. Here, oppression of women is also there in her work, sir.
Okay, there's just one very short observation. Through your video, it becomes apparent that you had mentioned about, the Dalit women
Yes.
being oppressed
Yes.
is being taken as being natural, something that is natural.
Not Dalit women, sir. The Dalits.
The Dalit.
Not women. The Dalits.
Yeah, they are taken. Yeah, they're taken to have been oppressed. The oppression. They're taken to be natural. So, and there is what is called the coercion on the one part.
Yes.
And then there is consent on the other part.
Yes. Yes.
So if that is the issue, then how difficult it is for the Dalits to fight against this oppression, because they accept it as being natural.
Yes, they have accepted, sir. But the Dalit writers, through their writings, they are making an effort to tell them or to bring to their notice that this is not what you must feel. Okay, you are also human beings like the other people who are from the mainstream. So here the writers try to bring awareness in the lives of the Dalits to rebel and to oppose what they have been believing that their condition is preordained or natural.
So therefore, literature becomes a very important
definitely
medium through which consciousness and awareness can be generated. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahesh. And if there should be any questions again, you can just type it on the chat box, and you can indicate as to who you would like the question to be leveled to. I would now like to go to the next presenter here, and that is Ruchika Rai, if she's here. Ruchika Rai?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Ruchika Rai, and her presentation would be on being Kumaoni on social media.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yes. Could you now start with your presentation?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting my paper, Being Kumaoni on Social Media. Kumaon is the region of one of the two main subdivisions of Uttarakhand, the other one being Garhwal, where Urvashi presented the paper from. The separation of the state of Kumaon, separation of the state of Uttarakhand from Uttar Pradesh was on ethnic lines, the main discourse being Pahari versus Plains people. Now, my paper is focused on the method through which identity is sustained, identity is created and asserted on social media, particularly on Facebook. A little background about Uttarakhand and based on the results that I have received from my research, Uttarakhand is basically language in general is one of the main tools of identity assertion, and so is true in Uttarakhand. As I told you that the Pahari versus Plains was the main discourse on which separation of state happened. And the main reason behind the demand for a separate state was resource distribution. The Pahari people, which is a general term given to the communities of Himalayas, believed that they were being exploited, the resources were being exploited by the non-Paharis. And how did this discrimination happen? This discrimination was on the basis of language and ethnicity. So the ones who spoke Pahari and who were from Pahar, native Pahari, were othering the Plains people. Another important fact was that in the end of around 2000, UNESCO had marked Kumaoni as an endangered language. Now, as we heard Professor Gupta about this marking by the international agencies, basically the gaze from the west and the north. This had a very deep effect on the psyche of the Kumaoni people, and a lot of state work was started to save this Kumaoni language, which was being endangered. Now, I have done a analysis of the interviews that I found on Facebook, this particular interview that I will be talking about. What I have done is content analysis. My main theoretical orientation, if I could start with that, is the Bourdieuian concept of habitus and field, through which I'm trying to understand how the identity is created and articulated. I have basically taken the excerpts from the interview and transliterated and translated them. Now, the main method I would say would be purposive sampling, and I have given a list of the universe from where I have picked up this video. This video was relevant to me because it was talking about language. The main results that I found from this interview, which was between Mr. Kamal Pant, who is a local of Nainital and who also runs a Facebook group called Kumaoni Shabd Sampada, translating to Kumaoni word wealth. And also notice that the use of word wealth is done with the words. So that is kind of a background of Kumaoni thinking that we get from this data. Mr. KP, as I refer to him, Kamal Pant, was interviewing Mr. Rajiv Lal Shah, who is the owner of Nainital Samachar, which is a very popular newspaper in Uttarakhand. Now, the main results that I found from this conversation were three things that I would like to highlight. One was the way Kumaoni language is constructed through a very multilingual, what Dr. Bagga Gupta said about normal languaging, about how the everyday language is multilingual in itself. So, for example, Dr. RLS was talking about the Nainital of his childhood, and he said, "Wo kas typal Nainital chi." What type of Nainital that was? Now, in this word,
have just less than a minute now, please, if you can.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, so I will just say the themes, the main themes that I found out. So I found out that the language operated through an inherent multilingualism, which was not thought of by the speakers themselves. There was reality created through virtual reality. So for example, in the interview, it was discussed how when we hear the same messages, the myths, the stories of Kumaon online, we know that there is a certain ounce of fact in them. They say that, just because it's online, we feel that it is not just imagination, but, maybe these stories are true. So that is another theme that I found. And another very important conceptualization of space and time that I found when the interviewer said that we are trying to create a virtual Bakhai meaning a kind of meeting that you happen in open spaces. If you've seen my video, you would have seen that. So
Yes,
he's
now you can just end it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
That's
in conclusion, I would
previous.
like to say that the very idea of Kumaoni identity as being articulated on Facebook is very multilingual in its essence. And to call it multilingual again would be to look at it from a very, Western perspective. So it is multilingual in its essence. And the categories, the historical categories have also seeped in this identity. So there's a fair play of modern and traditional, if we could divide those categories in the assertion of the Kumaoni identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruchika Rai. Well, through your talk that you have just presented now, it appears that you are trying to bring about an assertion of the Kumaoni identity on Facebook and through multilingualism. And do you believe that language, actually to be alive, must adapt itself to other linguistic influences, which would enrich its repertoire? And how far do you think the Kumaoni language has been able to do that, to make itself relevant?
Yes, sir. Sir, I believe that the language doesn't have to take anything. The language in itself is created by taking multiple influences. So there is not an artificial assurance that we have to give ourselves that we can use English and it will be fine, Kumaoni will still survive. No, Kumaoni is made of Hindi and Awadhi and Braj Bhasha and even English, like Dr. Bagga pointed, in the Rajasthan's case, the PAN card and stuff, all those words are used here also. So language in itself.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. That's exactly what I was trying to say, to imbibe, to take into it. You see,
language is a dynamic concept.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So you strongly believe in that. And how far do you think that this usage on Facebook is going to do any good to the Kumaoni language and the identity that you're talking about through language?
Right. I feel the importance of Facebook posts, to me as a researcher, I've been trying to research on Facebook for the longest time. And the importance of Facebook comes especially in assessing identity assertion, because Facebook is not about who you are, but who you want others to believe you are. Mm-hmm. That exactly is identity assertion. So as a tool, I found it very useful.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ruchika.
Thank you.
And yes, again, as I said, that if you have any questions, you can still type in the chat box. And please indicate also to who you would like the question to be addressed to. So please do that. We have received several questions right away, so we will deal with that in the course of time. Now, I would like to call on our next presenter, and that is Dr. Dipendra Kumar Majumdar. I hope you're there, Dr. Dipendra Kumar Majumdar.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Now, your topic is quite long and winding, but I think it has to do with something with Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam.
Right, sir.
And the symbols that you're talking about. So could you make your presentation? 5 minutes you get, and please make it succinct.
I'll try to confine myself to that. Greetings to the chairperson, Professor Timothy Subba, and all the panelists here. From Dr. D.K. Majumdar from the National Academy of Broadcasting and Multimedia in Delhi. I feel very good to get reconnected back to Anthony's, because that's where I did my schooling. Well, now I come to the brief of my study This study is on the communicability of a symbol, which is very ancient and has lived through many cultures in various centuries in the evolution of human civilization in the continent of Asia, but is still a living symbol surviving amidst us with much adoration even today. It is seen quite often in the visual manifestations of Hinduism or Buddhism, be it in their paintings, sculptures, or even as part of the temple architecture itself. It can also be seen in some Islamic edifices in India. One or the other variation of this symbol can be traced to China, Myanmar, Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, Cambodia, Korea, and Japan. The earliest known rudimentary form of the symbol has been traced to the Achaemenid Empire, which spanned the period from 550 BC to 330 BC, and which more or less encompassed the total geographical area of present-day Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Earliest rudimentary manifestation of it in India can be seen in the gateways or the toranas of Sachi Stupa in Madhya Pradesh, which were built around the 2nd century BC during the Mauryan rule. Though it has been agreed that the symbol is of foreign origin, the Indians took great fascination to it and enhanced it with inputs from their traditional artistic repertoire. A developed form of this symbol can even today be profusely seen in the South Indian temples, more profusely in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka. Its gigantic forms in stone stand as sentinels in the Sun Temple at Konark and in other temples in Orissa. Its form in stone can also be seen in many temples in Assam. But what has categorically been taken up in this study is its form, usually made from wood, as can be seen in the Namghars or the congregational prayer halls of the Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam. The Neo-Vaishnavites form the largest sect of Hindus in Assam and follow the precepts of Neo-Vaishnavism as taught by the great saint of Assam, Mahapurush Srimanta Shankardev, and his most trusted disciple, Mahapurush Madhavdev and Mahapurush Damodardev. The great saint Srimanta Shankardev was born in 1449 and died in 1568. The Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam, who constitute around 35% of the population of Assam, according to the 2011 census, are characterized by the absence of idol worship and instead offer their supreme obeisance to their holy scriptures. The second is their preference for community prayer in congregational prayer halls called Namghars instead of individual prayers. But the basic philosophy of the new form of Vaishnavism or Neo-Vaishnavism is that the mere chanting of the name of the Lord was enough to attain salvation, and no elaborate ritualistic ceremonies, as was being done in the other sects of Hinduism, was necessary. The revered Lord in Neo-Vaishnavism being Vishnu in general, but more particularly his incarnation as Krishna. The actual object of reverence for the Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam is the 7-stepped pyramidal altar, or the Hinghakhon as it is commonly known, resident in the sanctum sanctorum of the Namghars. The Hinghakhon holds the holy scripture of the Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam at its crest in a small rectangular enclosure having a domed roof called the Amohi Ghor. The symbol under study, which is very adored by the Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam, is normally resident in all the corners of the Hinghakhon, thus totaling 28.
Yes, you have about 1 minute now.
But can be seen in non-religious public domains too nowadays. Now, in its most basic form, the symbol consists of a winged lion atop a crouchant elephant, but in other variants, the crouchant elephant may in turn be atop a tortoise. In yet another variety, there may be a Garuda or the king of birds on top of the lion. A detailed study had been done to find its communicability using the visual methodology. And in that methodology, I had to study the icon at 3 sites: the site of the production of the symbol, the site of the symbol itself, and the site of audiencing. Now,
you can wind up now because you're
yes,
out of time.
I'll conclude. The symbol draws its meaning from various episodes and symbology found in the holy books of Hindus in general, but more particularly from the holy scriptures of the Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam. And what does it mean? The tortoise or the kurma symbolizes the devotee who faces great temptations from the 6 passions, evils and vices in his or her lifetime, which can be as voluminous as the elephant, which is also called the hosti, and exerts a tremendous pressure on the devotee like the weight of the elephant. But the devotee must be like the tortoise, who in the face of danger withdraws its limbs inside its heart shell and stands steady in wisdom. The devotee's only recourse in such a situation is in chanting the name of the Lord, because the chants, like the roars of the lion, is enough to chase away the elephantine evils and vices. The lion symbolizing the name of the Lord, Vishnu in general, and Krishna in particular. Now, this symbol in general symbolizes dharma, but in the microscopic level, it's symbolism of exercising restraint of the human mind so as to remain far away from the 6
now you can
passions, indeed unparalleled. So I feel this is what Sophocles was saying in his masterpiece Antigone, that wonders are many, but none more wondrous than man. He was only talking about the human mind. On the right track, human mind creates miracles, but on the wrong track, holocausts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dipendra Kumar. Yeah, you talk about Vaishnavism and the various symbols that symbolizes various things, the tortoise, the elephant, the lion, and so forth. Now, in your video presentation, you had mentioned there is something that has piqued me a little bit, and that is that the elephant is supposed to be the symbol of sin.
Right.
Right. And you had also mentioned that there was a situation where the elephant was being, attacked by the crocodile.
Right.
And, Lord Vishnu came in his vehicle, the Garuda, and saved the elephant. Now, there seems to be a little bit of a contradiction here, because if you say that the elephant is a symbol of sin, how is it that Lord Vishnu is saving sin from the crocodile, number one? And what does the crocodile actually stand for? It's a little complex symbol that you are trying to decipher. Could you throw a light upon that?
Yes, definitely. So if you see there is a photograph which I have given there. It actually relates to the episode of Gajendra Moksha. Now, this elephant was the king of the elephants, but he was very proud. What happened is actually he had come down to the pond to drink water from the pond, but the crocodile was there and it caught its leg. And it seems, according to the Hindu scriptures, that this duel between the crocodile and the elephant continued for 1,000 years. If you notice again in that picture, you will see the elephant picking up a lotus in its trunk and offering it to Vishnu. He regrets his pride and he offers it that he may be excused. And only then does Vishnu come to save him. And he finds that the elephant has regretted his vices, the pride, the prejudices, and then he rescues the elephant and takes him to heaven. That is number one. Number two, sir, can you repeat the question that you have put to me?
Yes.
The crocodile. The crocodile actually symbolizes the temptations that we all as humans face in our lifetime. Now, this symbol, as I had said, is a very good link between the human as a person and the divinity that we all have inside us, which we call the soul, or in other words, even the conscience. Whenever we do something, the conscience always somehow tells us whether it is a good thing to do or a bad thing to do. But somehow, at the spur of the moment, under some tremendous pressures, we commit some errors or we commit some mistakes. But if we regret it, then we can be on our path to salvation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dipendra Kumar. And now we will move ahead. And I hope all the panelists will still stay on, because there will be questions. Some questions have been posed for different panelists. So therefore, I would like you to continue staying on with us. I would now like to move ahead and call upon Dr. P. Kumar Mangalam, who will be talking about interesting weaving myriad contours as far as the identity is concerned. You're talking about someplace in Mexico and all that, murals. You're talking about the various murals. So could you now take on with that? And you have 5 minutes. Please try to adhere to time. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and my co-panelists and participants of this panel. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Can you a little increase in the volume? I think it's a little soft.
Yes. Am I audible? Is
Yes.
it better,
Yes.
sir?
Yes. Fine. Fine.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to first of all acknowledge that this paper is part of a postdoctoral research project, which I carried out at León in Mexico, where my study, this current paper is also located. And this project was awarded, the fellowship was awarded by UNAM, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, that is National Autonomous University of Mexico. And I was there from August to October 2019. And this is a part of the postdoctoral project I developed there. And I'm thankful to the agency, UNAM, and to my supervisor there, Dr. Gonzalo Soltero, who supervised me and guided me. So this research project talks about how muralism in León, in central part of Mexico, can be analyzed, can be studied, can be critically looked at as part of the wider public mural art movement, so to say, which took off in post-revolution Mexico. When I'm saying post-revolution Mexico, I'm referring to the period from 1920s onward. 1910 is the year when what is known as the Great Mexican Revolution took place, and the most chaotic and violent events of the revolution raged on till 1920, more or less. And it's from 1920 onward when the Mexican state, which literally emerged from the ashes of the revolution, started to cohere itself and its citizens into a homogeneous, unitary Mexican state or Mexican nation. So my attempt is directed towards probing how the state, the then emerging state, used public mural art as one of its kind in the whole Western Hemisphere. It's very, very interesting to know that a cultural medium was used for the first time and at such great scale and canvas in the whole of Western Hemisphere to basically propose contours of a nation state. It had never been seen before. So Mexican mural art in this sense is a unique creative intervention in the process of nation making. And here I'm taking cues from the theoretical insights provided by Benedict Anderson when he talks about imagined communities. So here the post-revolution Mexico can be understood with the lenses, critical lenses provided by Anderson's study, that it was an attempt to imagine the Mexican state with the mestizo culture. And when I say mestizo, mestizo is a term used widely in not only in Mexican context, but in the context of Latin America as a whole as well, where mestizo is signifier of the cultural, of the socio-cultural meeting of indigenous communities on one hand and the European communities on the other. So the theorists, the policy makers, those in charge of public education proposed mestizo as the base of this emerging or proposed Mexican identity. So I'll use Benedict Anderson's theoretical insights to study how this evolved. And I have referred to studies such as Leonard Folgaret, who have critically looked at the underlying currents of this attempt of imagining a new Mexican state.
You have less than 1 minute now.
Yes,
Dr.
and yes, I'll elaborate using insights such as provided by Leonard Folgaret, and then I'll also use insights offered by decolonial studies coming from Latin America, proposed by thinkers such as Aníbal Quijano and carried forward by writers such as Walter de Mignolo. So I'll use these frameworks to also look at how, what are the darker sides? Some of the darker sides. Yes.
Now.
Yeah, I'll just wind up.
Yes.
So I'll use these theoretical insights of decolonial studies or decolonial thinking to critically look at how and what are the continuities and some of the contradictions of this attempt. So this will be my attempt, and with this I conclude. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, because the time constraint is such that we have to fix it.
I perfectly understand.
Yes. I'd like to make one observation here, Dr. Kumar, and that is that in your video presentation, you talked about what is called imagined communities. Can you just elaborate very briefly on what you mean by imagined communities in the context of the Mexican community?
Yes. In Mexico, as in the whole of Latin America, what has happened ever since the earliest days of colonialism was this superimposition of certain identities, certain notions of identities, which are Eurocentric on the existing indigenous identities, traditions. So as the Mexican state evolved after was evolving in the post-revolution period, it tried to sort of correct or sort of balance the contradictions which were still there. Even after the formal end of colonialism, the European descent, white-skinned Creoles were ruling, were dominating the ruling ranks, while the majority indigenous communities were still subdued. So imagined community was an attempt to grant legitimacy to this control of power by the dominant Creole.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, now I would like to go to the next speaker, and the last one, of course, for the day. For this panel discussion here, and that is Samskruti Gulwadi. Samskruti, I hope you are there. Gulwadi, are you there? Can we hear from Samskruti Gulwadi, please? She's not. Okay, then now there are some questions. I think she's not around, or maybe she has not been able to have the connectivity. So therefore, we will go to some questions that have been asked by the attendees and the participants. And there's one by Dr. Trinad, and I think this is meant for Dr. Mahesh Naik. Now, this question is for you, Dr. Mahesh
Excuse me,
Naik.
Doctor?
Yes. How do you... Oh, so Dr. Samsk, okay, you're there. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just added. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yes. Please. Now you get just 5 minutes, okay? So please, within 5 minutes, you maintain the time and start off with your presentation, which is communication and the new normal. Okay,
Yeah.
Please start.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Namaste and a very good afternoon from Oman to all the esteemed people here and the esteemed chairperson, Professor Timothy. I would like to share a few thoughts about my research titled Communication and the New Normal, Cultural Narratives Among the Indian Diaspora in Oman. Well, as we all know, the entire world has been facing an unprecedented situation due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This has altered many aspects of our daily lives, whether it is the nature of work, lifestyle, leisure activities, family moments, and many others. The communication pattern seems to be the most affected aspects as people are working from home, not able to meet their colleagues or co-workers face to face. unable to meet extended family members or friends, and leisure activities have also been badly affected. The aim of my study was to find out the changes that have taken place in the communication patterns with family and friends among the Indian diaspora in the Sultanate of Oman during the pandemic. Semi-structured interviews were conducted with a randomly selected sample of Indian diasporic people across the country during the month of September 2020. Qualitative method of research was used from a phenomenological approach to know how the Indian diaspora is coping with the unusual situation of being connected yet disconnected. Telephonic interviews were conducted with 20 randomly selected samples, and the responses were transcribed and analyzed in order to provide answers to the following research questions. How do the people of Indian diaspora perceive the pandemic? Number two, what were their personal experiences while residing in Oman during the pandemic? And finally, what were the measures taken to cope with the challenging situation? The results reflect the adaptability and resilience of the Indian diasporic people during this unprecedented situation. Though these have been times of sadness, disappointments, frustration, and anger, the respondents said that they have not lost hope. Instead, they are highly optimistic about the vaccine, which will slowly bring back life to normalcy. There are mixed feelings of fear, stress, yet it is laced with positivity about spending quality time with family members or being able to pursue hobbies. The participants also spoke about supporting the local government and fellow beings by practicing personal prevention and protective measures. The results of this study provide a deeper insight into the perceptions, feelings, opinions, and experiences of the people of Indian diaspora residing in the Sultanate of Oman during the COVID-19 pandemic. And with this, I would like to thank the conference organizers for conducting this virtual conference seamlessly and giving a chance for academicians around the world to share their research studies during these challenging times, where we are all connected yet disconnected. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Samskruti Gulwadi. And very, very relevant point actually here in this time when we are all disconnected, as you said, yet connected, and the various measures that we have to now adapt and adopt as far as this unprecedented times are concerned. The only thing is this, that we all have to bear caution and not throw it to the wind, even as we are accepting the new normal that we are going into, and hope that things will be as fine in the days to come with that point of positivity. Now, the word positive also seems to be quite dangerous these days. We shouldn't be positive in the other way, but positive in our minds. In other ways, we have to be negative, but as far as our mindset is concerned and our attempt towards it. All right, very quickly, Dr. Mahesh Naik, this question is leveled to you, if you are ready to take it. This is from Dr. Trinad. How do you locate the Hindu religion's sanctity behind the suppression and victimization of women in India? And Urvashi, and both to Dr. Naik as well as to Urvashi, this question is there. So both of you can make an attempt, one after the other. Dr. Naik first, please.
Sir, so I don't see any religious reasons behind the suppression of women in India. Actually, in Indian tradition, women, in talking in a religious sense, we have given an elite position to women in the forms of goddesses, and even we worship cow as Gomata or Kamadhenu. There are societal reasons, social reasons for the suppression of women. And as the question is pointing out, I don't see any religious sanctity or religious reasons in suppression of the women, particularly in India.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Urvashi, would you like to add on to what Dr. Naik has said?
So I'll answer this question with the text to what I talked about, that is Nanda Devi Rajat Yatra, which is also related to a cultural and a religious practice in Uttarakhand, Hindu religious practice in Uttarakhand. So yes, definitely, the Hindu religious practice do assign a very specific role to women, which is given through these practices, and these are being assigned through these mythical and folk cultures and religious stories. But I personally feel that these identities, since we are the outsiders, we are not the part of that community, we've not experienced those things, we being outsiders and outside that context, we cannot call it a suppression or victimization, because for most of the women it is their identity. And this is what I was trying to convey through my presentation as well, that if we try to call it suppression, we'll further mute these women. So the women of these area are basically taking this identity in context, and they are adjoining and taking other aspects as well, and connecting it with their identity, and then taking it forward, which is very essential. So we should not make an attempt to lose their identity, which is already present, because these women are taking these identity forward and making their own, ultimately fixing a new identity for themselves.
Okay, yes, all right. So there are two divergent views here as far as this particular query is concerned, but I believe what it really has to do with also with the social psyche, which is very deeply seated, and the way in which one looks at it, and the various long-standing practice that is going on. And well, it could be termed as victimization. It can be termed as establishing an identity and moving forward and making it more effective as far as these things are concerned. Anyway, I hope whoever, Dr. Trinad, if you're satisfied with that answer. But anyway, debates can go on. Now, let us go on to the next question that has been now posed to Dr. Dipendra Kumar Mazumdar. If you are there, please take this question.
Yes,
this
sir.
question, somebody has put it up and the person wants to remain anonymous. So how do you think these so-called symbols would carry any scientific relevance? How do you think these so-called symbols would carry any scientific relevance? Dr. Mazumdar?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
I think this question had been put to me by
It's Dr. Trinad, actually. It's Dr. Trinad who's asked this question.
Nukathoti, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon me if I'm wrong in pronouncing it. Thank you very much, Dr. Trinad. You see, if science approves in calling, sodium Na or chlorine Cl or iron Fe, now this is an artistic symbol. That Na or Cl or Fe are scientific symbols. The only difference with this artistic symbol is that, as I had told you at the beginning of my brief, this symbol over the centuries, there had been slight changes in its meaning. And that's what I said, it's a case study of the intercultural communicability of a symbol. Now, this symbol, maybe in the 1st century BC had a slightly different meaning. In the 6th century AD had a slightly different meaning. But for in this study of mine, I concentrated on its meaning as is understood by the Neo-Vaishnavites of Assam. Now, obviously, I mean, if you say, how do you think these symbols would carry? I don't exactly get it. How do you think? But we do need, as I said, that it is actually a glorification of the human mind. If you had noticed what I said at the very fag end of my brief, it was something from Sophocles' Antigone. He says, wonders are many, but none more wondrous than man. If we as humans call ourselves the best animal on the planet, it is because of the utilization of our intelligence, of our brain. And this symbol, in a way, it glorifies the human mind. The only thing is that it should remain on the right track. I think I have been able to answer that. In case there is anything left, please try to contact me personally. I'll be most happy to clarify any further doubts on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Majumdar, for your clarification. And I'm quite glad here now at this time that this discussion has been very vibrant and participation has been very lively. And all our panelists, I congratulate you all that you have been able to make this session very meaningful, academically conscientious, and also highly informative. At this point of time, I would like to now close this session here, and we are going for the lunch break, and let us fortify ourselves for the rest of the day so that when we come back, the session will resume at 2:30, but we would like you all to log in 15 minutes before time so that you can be there ready for the next session, which will be a series of talks from eminent academicians and scholars, and I'm sure that you wouldn't like to miss that. So once again, bon appetit, and have your good lunch, and please come back. We'll be waiting for you. 2:50.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
so much. Big applause for you and all the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good afternoon once again to all of you. Welcome to this afternoon session post-lunch. And I hope you're all geared up for a very interesting, academically surcharging session that you're going to have. We're privileged to have a host of academic luminaries this evening who will be talking to us and sharing their views, which certainly we will all be very much enlightened. I myself am anxiously looking forward to this session here. And also that our first speaker, of course, will be Dr. Dolly Kikon. And what I would like to say is this, that in the course of the talk, if you have any queries and questions, you can always type and use our chat box. And I would make sure that the questions would reach our speaker and that she would be able to answer your queries. At this point of time, I would like to request Mr. Ashish Mehta, Coordinator, BAF TNMBP, Usha Praveen Gandhi College, Mumbai, to introduce our first invited speaker, Dr. Dolly Kikon. Mr. Ashish Mehta, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon from Mumbai. I am Professor Ashish Mehta, Course Coordinator, Film, Television, New Media Program, SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce. I would like to invite our speaker, Dr. Dolly Kikon. Dr. Dolly Kikon is Senior Lecturer in the Anthropology and Developmental Studies program at the University of Melbourne. She has received a PhD from Department of Anthropology at Stanford University in 2013 and was a postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Social Anthropology at Stockholm University from 2013 to 2015. Prior to that, she received her bachelor's in law, LLB, from Faculty of Law at University of Delhi in 2001 and practiced in Supreme Court of India and the Guwahati High Court in Assam. Her legal advocacy work and research continue to focus on the land ownership and resource management in Northeast India, including extra constitutional regulation like the Armed Force Special Powers Act of 1958. She is also a Senior Research Associate, SRA, at the Australia-India Institute and host of Melbourne Researchers in Focus Conversation Series. She also serves on the Council of Advisors for the India Forum. Her research focuses on resource extraction, militarization, development, human rights, migration, gender, and political economy. She will be speaking on identity through memories on oral narratives. Her talk will cover sub-themes like narratives of nationalism and identity, identity through memories and oral narratives, myth in cultural narratives, intercultural communication, and identity. Over to you, Dr. Dolly Kikon.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashish. Thank you very much, Professor Timothy, for welcoming me to this session. I am very privileged to be here, and I see that there are three wonderful education institutions coming together to host this international webinar. I looked at the institutions, and they are the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka. The second one is the Department of Mass Media, Usha Praveen Gandhi College in Mumbai. And the last one, of course, is from our very beautiful region, the northeastern region of India, the Department of Mass Media at St. Anthony's College, Shillong. I would really like to call out Rosemary for being so persuasive that I joined the conference. This is the end of the semester here at the University of Melbourne, and it's been a tough year, I should say, with the pandemic, with online teaching. And as a teacher, I have really felt how much the students struggled. I have struggled myself as a teacher in terms of looking at transitions. And so it's not easy trying to find space in my head to connect this very, I think, wonderfully put together panel on the theme of identity. I see that that's a theme that runs along in many of the panels for the conference. I am zooming in from Australia. I work at the University of Melbourne, so I'm based in the city of Melbourne. And so I would like to start my reflections by an acknowledgement to country. That I acknowledge that I am on Indigenous land, and I pay my respects to elders, past, present, and future. I'm looking at the title that I should be sharing something about in terms of, reflection, in terms of what I think about it, and it's around identity. There are two, I feel there are two terms that are, in a way, I think, grounded very deeply in this topic. It's around myths, it's around memories and oral narratives. So what I'm going to do is that I'm looking at the title of the conference itself. It's very big. It's like myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives. And I'm sure there's a way to figure out this in different panels. I'll keep that aside. I'll just focus on something very small that I've taken to reflect upon this your afternoon and my night, memories and oral narratives. And when I think about that, what do I feel about, how do I connect with that? As you have seen that my undergrad training was in history, and then I studied law. I also practiced for a short time. Then I went on to grad school to do my PhD in anthropology. And I teach in a program where, it's anthropology and development studies together. So this is a theme that keeps recurring, it keeps coming. And how do I think about that this evening? Oral narrative is a very, very strong part of the tradition that I come from. I come from Nagaland, and I grew up listening to a lot of stories, a lot of oral narratives. We have a very rich, like many indigenous cultures around the world, the knowledge and the wisdom traditions are passed down from generation to generation through stories. And how, in a sense, do we make sense of them, right? How do we, in a way, connect? I'll share a short story that I heard, which is very popular among children, that parents would narrate to them. And it goes something around a family. So this is a story time for all of us. And this is a story that I would tell, I would ask my mother, I would request my mother to narrate it to me time and time again. Every time I would cuddle with her, and I would put my small head as a child on her chest, I would ask my mother to narrate that story to me, because for some reason it connected so deeply with me. And that, in a sense, was the world that I was growing up. And this is a story about a family, about a mother, a father, and a little girl in a land, maybe a Naga land, maybe from my village, somewhere around the Lotha area. We never know. So the story goes like this. Could turn into animals, and animals could also become human beings. It was that time of the world. And in this family, this small happy family, a turn came about one day. The father was a very, very courageous and proud hunter, one of the prized hunters of the village, and the mother, a beautiful homemaker who was famous and who was praised for her skills in the farm and around the house. One day, she discovered that she had small antlers growing on her head, on her skull, peeping out. And she knew that she was going to become a deer one day. There was no way that these two contradictions could be, that a human being in one household becoming an animal and a hunter, right, who would go to the jungle and hunt animals, not preparing to kill that animal. The wife started to hide that secret from the husband. And she then, around that time, gave birth to a baby boy, an infant. The only person who knew about this secret was that little girl. So weeks went by and months went by. And there came a time when it was impossible for the mother to hide that she was actually turning into a deer. So she took the little boy, and then she took the little girl, and she went off to the farm at the top of the mountain, away from the village. And she stayed there for days at end, breastfeeding the small boy who was an infant and making sure that the area was marked under the tree, behind a rock, where she would over time keep her milk so that the girl would be able to follow with that small boy as the mother was running away. The father or the husband came to know about this plan. He followed them to the farm. And one fine day, the little girl woke up, and the mother had trained her to look after her younger brother. And so she found out that the mother had actually fully turned into a deer, and she started escaping. And as the father came to the farm, he witnessed that, and he saw a deer, not the wife, and he began to hunt for that animal. It so happened that the father managed to kill the animal, the wife, took the body to the village and began to cook. It was deer meat. The little girl stood there with the younger brother, an infant, holding him and crying in a corner. The father, after he had prepared the meat, he had cooked it, he began to offer it to the daughter. And he said, "Here, this is good meat. Have the heart." And the little girl said, "I can't eat the heart. This is my mother's heart. She loved me with that." So the father began to offer different parts of the animal body to the little girl, and she kept rejecting it. The father said, "If you don't eat, I will chase you out of the house." She took the piece of meat and she threw it beside a river, beside a stream near the house. The next morning, she went to check on the meat, and it had turned into a creeper. And the creeper began to speak to her, and she began to speak to the creeper. So there was a relationship between the plant and the little girl, and the mother had come back in the form of a plant this time. The father figured that out, and he was angry. So he chopped that up, and then he burnt it. From the ashes, wildflowers began to grow. The mother came back as a flower and began to talk to the little girl. The little girl communicated with that mother in the form of a flower. The father got to know about this and once again destroyed it. For weeks, the mother didn't come back. And one day, when the little girl was carrying her baby brother on her back with a piece of cloth, like we do it in the Northeast, you'll see a lot of communities who carry the babies at the back. She heard a voice, and there was a voice from the clouds. And she looked up and she saw the mother sitting on the clouds. And the mother said, "I'm going to throw a ball of yarn from the clouds down, catch that, hold on tight to that, carry your brother well, and come up. I'm going to take you with me." So the story ends that way, that the little girl and the little boy were drawn up to the clouds where the mother was sitting there. Perhaps weaving, maybe cooking, we don't know how the story continues from the cloud onwards. But that was a story I grew up as a child. There were many other stories that I heard as a young Naga kid growing up in Nagaland. But as I grew up, I finished high school, I went to college, I didn't know what to do with this kind of knowledge. There was no space inside the classroom because this kind of knowledge, this kind of heritage that was so dear to me, to my identity and to my people were actually laughed upon, were actually ridiculed, right? To narrate a story like this and to connect with any kind of an intellectual connection for the longest time was impossible even to imagine. I was very quiet about all this. I pretended to study history, to study law, in a sense, to sound smart. What I ended up doing was to suppress a lot of the voices and a lot of the heritage and the culture that I carried within me. Of late, in anthropology and around the social sciences globally, and more so in the global north, I would say, there is a huge shift. You might have heard the term human, non-human. You might have heard the term interspecies. In a sense, the recognition, right? The recognition that as human beings, we have become, as human societies, so ethnocentric, right? As human beings, we look upon the earth. We look at the forest, we see timber. We look at the river, we see a dam, right? That's what's happened to us. That the level of extraction without any connection, the level of instrumentalizing everything that's around us as though nothing has a sense of voice, nothing has life, has become to such an extent that it's created dead communities around. In the 21st century, as there is a push towards understanding sustainability and climate change, as there is a push towards understanding that rivers have life, that there are spirits and there are power within forest beings, all of a sudden I find that such narratives have gained a lot of ground. It's also because of indigenous scholars out there who are increasingly writing and becoming vocal, right? Increasingly fighting not to be shut up by a very, very Western or a very, very kind of a superior sense of reasoning where everything else is dead, and particularly to do with indigenous knowledges. There's a indigenous anthropologist in Canada, her name is Zoe Todd, and Zoe Todd writes about fish and the relationship of indigenous people with fish, and how the relationship with fish is not only fish in itself, it's the ecology. Because where does fish dwell? In the water. If the fish is polluted, what happens? If the water is polluted, what happens to the fish? The fish dies. If the water is polluted, what happens? The food that the fish eats also becomes extinct, right? It goes away. So in a sense, a lot of indigenous scholars are coming up with a very deep sense of knowledge to connect our beings, our environment around us. And that is where the story, the moment that I shared with you about myself and my mother, those moments that I'm having right now, even in my memory, are really empowering memories for me, right? No longer, and this didn't happen overnight. I started, in a sense, very early on when I was in university, I started talking and writing about human rights. If you look at my work, I go a long way. I mean, I graduated from law school 20 years ago. So these are things that we have been writing about. This is particularly not an individual movement, but a collective movement of everyone around, Adivasis, tribals, indigenous people around. So in a sense, these kind of movements, when we talk about then memories and oral narratives, orality, not only in a sense of us alone, right? Orality in a sense of how through our communication, our speech and our language, do we pay respect and invoke the other not as subhuman or inhuman, but the other, right? As a being who also occupies this earth and this world with us. And I think developing that language becomes very, very important increasingly as we see a lot of violence around democracies, nations, and what's happening. How do we connect that story with, let's say, memory? Right. So in a sense of orality and oral narratives becomes very important. And I'm stressing that because these are three educational institutions coming together, mainly looking at mass media, looking at journalism. How will you all, as graduates, try to grapple with that? Right? What is required of you as you write those stories? Think about it. I think it becomes very, very important in a way to dwell in these stories, in these moments. Yeah. Wisdom, many times in life, comes during moments of stillness and also comes from stories. Right? Many times, our inability to understand things around us perhaps are not the fault of the people around us. Actually, perhaps it is us and our inability to introspect and to reflect how is it that we are connected to one another. Do we take on pre-given identities of caste, of religion, of class privileges? And do we then put them as blinkers as that horses have and ride? Or do we in the 21st Himalayan region, right? From Nepal to Bhutan to Sikkim, and across the Northeast, it'll impact upstream and downstream as well. In good times, there are things like ego, pride, the feeling that we will live forever. Moments such as that, that makes us, I think, float in a sense. But there are moments of fragility that brings us back to earth. And the pandemic is one such time. I think this is a moment in our lifetime, globally, when we are going through as a community, looking at our deepest fear, looking at families who are not able to be with people they love when they pass on, looking at illnesses, looking at family members who have preconditioned existing illnesses, unable to get medicine. How is it that these will become part of our memory and oral narratives? I studied in California, and when I was there, I was very, very humbled when a survivor of a Holocaust who fled from Eastern Europe came all the way to Canada, and from Canada came to California. In a sense, talked about the Great Depression era, talked about what he saw, right? And talked about our ability, human ability actually, to motivate ourselves and to, in a sense, be able to adapt and be able to innovate ourselves. He worked in a doll factory. He worked as a newspaper boy. He worked as a salesperson selling disinfectants to housewives in California. Finally, he had an electrical company for himself. He died at the age of 96. And there's something he told me that I always remember. He said, always make sure that at every great transition, depression, violent events that happen around the world, look within yourself and see how you can connect with others. It is only by sharing, it is only by extending love and compassion through practice that we can actually move forward as humanity. When we think about the memory and oral narratives or the orality of us. I don't want this to be limited to indigenous people or Adivasis alone. Oral narratives and orality is such a central part of us as human beings that the fact that I'm speaking to you on Zoom, right, is that I'm using language. The fact that we are still attracted to cinema, the fact that we are still attracted to drama, to performing arts, right? These are all oral forms of communication. In a sense, then, how do we preserve, how do we understand orality, and how do we then look at memory? I'll come to actually memory, and I want to dwell on memory a little bit longer. I think I have around 10 minutes more, yeah. And the reason that I want to dwell on memory is that I don't want to, in a sense, take away memory from contemporary and what we are going through as human society. And because I come from the northeastern region of India, one of the key points that I have advocated and I have spoken against has been around gender violence, domestic violence, sexual violence. If you look at many states in Northeast India, we have had to struggle with long decades of armed conflict situation. We had to survive through long decades of militarization. And one of the things in conflict society that happens is, a structural violence forming within societies. And as we look at families, as we look at societies, this is something that I've written very, very, I think, passionately about, and in many places. I will not talk about that. Check out my work. I'm not promoting my work, but check out my work. I think it'll help me to then focus on what I'm going to say. It's also around then the domestic violence, right? And how people get away with it. And because St. Anthony's College is located in Shillong, I have friends, activist friends, theater friends from Meghalaya, from Assam, from Mizoram, Arunachal, Nagaland, who have all been talking against gender violence and how we need to, in a sense, make sure, right, that we speak against that. And why memory, right? How is this connected? It's because, in a sense, it dwells deep in our memory. There is an exhibition that we just launched, and it's an online exhibition. And I want to show you the memory of a child from a violent home. And this is a link. I would like the organizers to share it very widely with all the participants across the 3 universities, across the 3 media, cultural thing and communication departments, so that you can also, in a sense, share it with friends around. So can I have a screen share? Yeah. Right. So if you look at this, it's an exhibition that we just launched. I'm very happy to share this. We launched it this week. So it's a collaborative. We call it art exhibition, but it's around memories of the pandemic since the beginning of 2020 and what children have been going through, particularly children from violent homes, right, in Nagaland. So we work together with social workers, with researchers, grassroots organizations, in a sense to celebrate art that children have made. Let me just very quickly come down. Perhaps you can really have a look at this. It's a long one, but when we're talking about memory, the memory of a child from a violent home, for me, has been a very important topic. When we talk about oral narratives and memories of the contemporary. Right? So look at this and listen to this, what the child has to say.
Me from the beginning, what you're doing? This one. You're going to the from school to home. Okay. And this one, I celebrate my birthday. Wow. And this one, I study and I play Barbie. And after that, Happy family. Happy family. Who are there in your family? My mother, my small brother, my sister, me, and my father. Oh. And watching TV. What you're watching? I'm watching cartoons. Oh wow. And after that, I have my breakfast and lunch and dinner. Uh-huh. And after that, I slept. And after that, my father with my mother. Oh. And in the last, I became a princess. Oh, wow, so pretty. Thank you.
One of the things that I'm sure if there's a counselor or if somebody who does psychotherapy watches these drawings, they'll have a very deep conversation that they can explain it to us very well. But in psychotherapy there is a term called disassociation. Right? So when it comes to trauma, what happens to memory? And I think this becomes very important in this conversation that we're trying to have. Right? When we think about memory and when we think about orality, oral narratives, on one hand, it's the culture, it's the heritage that I inherited from my elders, like my mother, the stories. But right now, what's happening across communities is also this violent memory, right? This violent narrative that's happening. And for me, I deeply believe that we need to recognize that when we have conversations about that, it's not really, located in a timeless space where we are continuing to talk about things from that world, which might not be connected to this world. Both are connected. And connected in what sense? I'll just end with this very famous story of this very lovely Native American grandfather and the child who are talking. And it's a very, very, I think, well-known stories about stories of two wolves who stay inside. And as the father describes the characteristics of the angry wolf who stays inside and the gentle wolf who stays inside, the child is listening to the grandfather. And finally, the child asks the grandfather, so who wins? When there's a war inside our soul, when there's a war inside, who wins? The grandfather pauses and says, the one you choose. And in a sense, what this means is that the stories that I inherit from my mother are really connected to this kind of memory building that continues to happen. But this violence that's in our society is also real. And that's why I wanted to share the exhibition. And I hope that we have ended the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dolly Kikon, for your very insightful and thought-provoking talk. It has really set us to thinking the way you've been able to interweave your environment and oral narrative and down to talking about the different aspects and concepts about life, universe, and people around. You are really a very good communicator, I must say that. And it has really been a wonderful to hear you talk, even though it must be very late there in your place, but yet you have been able to communicate with us. Thank you so much. And looking forward to hearing from you even more in the days to come. Thank you once again, Doctor. Now, at this point of time, I would like to call upon our Vice Principal of the college, Reverend Father Gervasius, to please introduce to us the next invited speaker. And I must tell you that we have an array of really illustrious speakers this evening. So please hold on, you have it all. Father, will you please introduce the next speaker to us? Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Father.
Yes, now is it my turn?
Yes, Father.
All right. So good afternoon to the speakers and participants from India, and good morning and good evening to all of you from different parts of the world. I'm extremely happy to get this opportunity to introduce to you our distinct speaker, Dr. Buket Akun. Dr. Buket is an assistant professor at the Department of English Language and Literature at Istanbul University, Istanbul, Turkey. And she has numerous credentials to her name. I would like to just point out a few of them here. She published on Shakespeare adaptations, witches in fiction, speculative fiction, rewriting, and literature and media. She conducted a project on the reception of English literature in comics, manga, and anime at the Faculty of Manga at Kyoto Seika University, Kyoto, Japan. Her current research focuses on historical, mythological, and literary reception in comics, anime, film, and television series. So we are very happy to welcome you, Dr. Buket, to this international conference and to share with us your valuable knowledge on the theme Identity, Legacy, and Memories in Scarlet Witch 2015 to 2017. And thank you in advance for making yourself available for this conference to be with us. So once again, welcome to you, Dr. Buket, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Father, for your introduction. And thank you very much to the organizing committee for inviting me. I'm delighted to be a part of this conference. I will start by sharing my screen. Hopefully everything is all right on your end. I will be talking about identity, legacy, and memories in Scarlet Witch, the 15-issue Marvel comic series published from 2015 through to 2017. The series follows Stan Lee's and Jack Kirby's character, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, in her search for her lineage and the source of the ailment of witchcraft. Wanda's quest for atonement is, to quote Joseph Campbell, both overground and inward into depths where obscure resistances are overcome and long-lost forgotten powers are revivified. This overground quest enables Wanda to dismantle the lies about her past and lineage and to embrace her legacy. Her physical quest underscores her inner quest in that the occult mysteries she solves not only echo her identity crisis and stigmatization, but also provide her with the means to overcome them. The first issue opens with Wanda's dream about the Avengers and ends with her interpretation of that dream. It means that she must be alone on her quest. Respectively, the final issue of the series ends with Wanda rejoining the Avengers after learning about her lineage, fixing witchcraft, and fixing herself. Vision also points out that Wanda has changed. She's happier and more assured. David Aja's covers also reflect this change. On the cover of the first issue, on the left, Wanda's hair blowing from right to left proclaims disharmony, whereas on the cover of the final issue, on the right, Wanda's posture on the chair connotes stability and self-confidence. The first issue establishes that Wanda is not a bad witch through a tongue-in-cheek comparison and contrast of Wanda and other fictional witches. Although her spells are referred to as chaos magic, Wanda emphasizes that they are linked to the energy of Earth and womankind. She owns that she had mental instability and ill-used her powers in the past. Therefore, she is on a quest to atone for her past wrongs by solving magical crimes, not as an avenger, but alone. She is determined to fix witchcraft, even if it costs her her life. In the second issue, Wanda goes to Santorini, Greece, to ask Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, if her past wrongs broke witchcraft. The cover of the second issue superimposes Wanda's face onto a topographic map of Santorini and the Aegean Sea, as well as the skyline of the city. The map looks like a labyrinth and suggests that this issue will penetrate into the subconscious of Wanda. Accordingly, Wanda tells Hecate that she's taking medication for depression. As mentioned before, she's worried that her fragile mental state might be causing this sickness within witchcraft. However, Hecate no longer has her powers because people stopped worshipping her. She cannot answer Wanda's questions. Instead, she asks Wanda to help with the Minotaur that has been killing everyone on the streets of Santorini at nights. With her witch's sight, Wanda can see that William Torrance, a second-rate villain, also known as Manbull, was hexed into believing that he is the Minotaur. He looks like the Minotaur and has its powers. He plays the role of pseudo Manbull too. Campbell mentions that the bull was associated with the moon. It was a vegetation god, the waning and waxing god. Similarly, it waned every day to rejuvenate the vegetation with its life-restoring night dew. Similarly, Manbull hunts only at, and there is a full moon looming right behind his head as he introduces himself here in a middle shot, extreme long and tilted angle, which gives him grandeur and awe. In this graphic retelling of the myth of the Minotaur and the labyrinth, Santorini becomes a gigantic labyrinth with its narrow and winding streets. The choice of paneling turns the comic book itself into a labyrinth as well. These labyrinthine panels and streets and the Aegean Sea surrounding the island also represent Manbull's subconscious. When Wanda tells him who he really is, his fragmentation of identity is given in a series of panels in which he gradually transforms back into Manbull. Each panel shows only a snippet of his head until he's completely stripped of his false identity. Panels in which he decides that he would rather die than going back to being a second-rate freak, in his own words, are drawn in black and white to emphasize his mental breakdown. In contrast to the panel in which he introduces himself as the Minotaur, the panel in which he jumps into the sea is drawn from extreme high angle, making him look small and weak this time. Manbull commits suicide by drowning in the sea, literally submerging his original identity. In issue 10, Hiroshi Tanaka, a Japanese warlock, also known as the Aoi Master, goes through a similar loss of identity. After being murdered, the Aoi Master reincarnates as a young red fox with blue eyes. It is noteworthy that in Japanese, the word Aoi can mean both green and blue. For instance, the Japanese call the green traffic light apples and forest Aoi blue as well. That's why the background color of the captions of the Aoi Master and the fox are turquoise, a light greenish blue. It must be a conscious choice on the part of the writer James Robinson, artist Kei Zama, and colorist Ian Herring. Wanda had never met the Aoi Master, but she felt his death from across the planet. It was like a part of me was being torn to pieces, she says. She goes to Kyoto to find out who murdered him. To highlight Wanda's identification with the Aoi Master, her costume is reminiscent of the red fox in this issue. The pointy ends of her tiara look like the ears of a fox. Her hooded long auburn coat and her auburn skin-tight costume resemble the fur of the red fox too. It takes a while for the Aoi Master to comprehend that he has reincarnated as a fox. First, he notices his forelegs, fangs, and tail in this panel. Then he sees his reflection on the double shop window in this panel, the fourth one, and that he has already forgotten much of his previous life. The double shop window reflects his fragmented memories, Locke and Hume argue that the personal identity rests on one's memories of their past, thoughts, and actions. Likewise, Hegel sees consciousness as the basis of the individual self. The Aoi master's gradual loss of his memories and consciousness, hence his identity, becomes visible with the change of his thoughts and the change of the background color of his captions. His thoughts are left unfinished, and the instincts of the fox take over when he smells food or feels cold. His sentences get shorter and eventually become monosyllabic words expressing his feelings or instincts: wind, cold, borrow, happy, content, catch, bite, eat. When the consciousness of the fox becomes dominant, the background color of his captions change from turquoise to brown, the color of the fox's fur. Actually, the Aoi master is aware of the shift of consciousness and laments that he is losing himself. After Wanda finds out his murder and says the rest of the victims, he feels content and grateful for a second. Then he forgets the little he could remember from his past life. If memory disintegrates, as Charles S. Mayer explains, it is difficult to assert personal identity. The consciousness of the fox assumes control for good. This is heralded with the color brown painted over the turquoise background from left to right in this caption, the way you would read a Japanese manga. The fox is believed to be the messenger of Inari, god of rice, and the patron of swordsmiths. Accordingly, once the Aoi master completely loses himself, the fox goes to an Inari shrine on the very last page of the issue. Just like the Aoi master's memories, the panels on the last page depict the fox gradually disappearing into the snow-clad forests of the shrine, and there's no trace of the fox. In addition to the Aoi master, Wanda goes through an identity crisis like Manbull too. She was misled about her identity and the source of her powers. The mutant Magneto told Wanda and her twin brother Pietro that they were his children and they got their powers from him. The high evolutionary and mad scientists claim that Wanda and Pietro got their powers because he abducted them as babies and genetically modified them. Yet, in this issue, Wanda finds out that her mother was in fact Natalia Maximoff, a Romani woman who was the Scarlet Witch before her, and that Wanda inherited her powers, name, and costume from her mother, albeit unwittingly. Unlike Manbull, however, Wanda is able to represent herself to herself via visual self-recognition with the assistance of the recognized familiar. Her mother provides what Francis Gray calls an awareness of one's collective and its visually familiar paraphernalia. Wanda meets her mother for the first time when she goes to the Witches' Road, the plane of existence where only those such as witches can tread. She opens and walks through a portal here, which looks like a vulva. The vulva-like entrance and the water on the forest floor creates a reverse birth analogy. Wanda's own reflection on the right can also be seen on the water. Water symbolizes wisdom and brings to mind the primal water conceived as the womb of the mother. Wanda sees her mother as soon as she steps on the Witch's Road. The two are positioned as if each one is standing in front of a full-length mirror and staring at her reflection. They are both amazed at the uncanny resemblance. The positioning, postures, and movements of the two continue in the next issue as well. They reflect and mimic each other's movements. The artistic style of the issue also changes when Wanda enters the Witch's Road. It becomes post-impressionist with the serpentine boughs and the swirling fog. Just like the artistic style, the narrative is highly symbolic and offers a window to the memories and emotions of Wanda and her mother. While Wanda only gives her name, her mother introduces herself as Natalia Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. The time is vague on the Witch's Road. Wanda's mother entered it from an earlier era. She doesn't recognize Wanda because she has not yet met Wanda's father yet. As she fades away, however, she senses that Wanda is her daughter. Eventually, Wanda goes to Novi Pazar, Serbia, to find out the truth about her lineage. She finds her mother's best friend, Dasha Kolaro, and reunites with her aunt, Maria Maximov, who raised Wanda and Pietro. The panels illustrating Dasha's memories of Natalia and Wanda's past look like the newsprint comics with unsaturated coloring, like old Scarlet Witch comics. Wanda also reunites with her mother for one last adventure together to cure witchcraft. This post Natalia her memories and personality, all aspects of who she is. Before she loses herself, like the Aoya Master, Natalia tells Wanda that it was not the high evolutionary who killed her, but Wanda's father. Moreover, tapping into the power of the goddess, Natalia resets the counter on Wanda's lifespan because Wanda's spells have been using her life source. I'll squeeze in one last issue in which Wanda visits a vineyard, which used to be an ancient nunnery in Logroño, Spain. Corresponding with the overall theme of the series, that is Wanda's quest for atonement, Logroño is on the road to Santiago de Compostela, the pilgrim's route. Logroño was also the site for the Inquisition Tribunal of the Basque witch trials of 1609. The panels on the credits page position Wanda's head and fist as panel borders, hence making her stand between the Inquisition and the persecuted nuns. Wanda is told that the construction workers and exorcists who recently entered the crypt and spoke awakened the angry spirits of the nuns and became possessed by a fearful madness. Wanda makes her own vow of silence, enters the crypt, and witnesses the atrocities of the witch trials, torture, and executions. She fights back the Inquisition Tribunal and sets the spirits of the persecuted nuns free. On these panels, she cuts off the right arm and the head of an inquisitor across and through his mouth, just as he is accusing the nuns, thus robs him of the authority and the word. It turns out that an angry young nun's curse kept the spirits of the inquisitors at the crypt of the nunnery, along with the persecuted nuns who did not break their vow of silence, even to defend themselves. Wanda identifies with the 17th century nuns who were accused of being witches because of their vow of silence and because of their medicinal use of herbs, and who were burned at the stake, tortured to death, or left to die chained in the crypt of the nunnery. She draws a parallel with the young, angry nun and her people, the Roma. Like Wanda, the British writer James Robinson, the Spanish illustrator Javier Pulido, and Spanish colorist Muntsa Vicente make their own vow of silence in that there are no words in 12 pages of the 20-page issue, which is entitled A Whisper. Through the multi-discursive cultural references on those wordless pages, Robinson, Pluto, and Vicente echo Mexican political cartoonist and lithographer Jose Guadalupe Posada's statement that we are all skeletons. Underneath all our man-made trappings, we are all the same. The ghosts of the angry mob with the torches at the burning of the nuns and the ghosts of the inquisitors are depicted as skeletons. They look like calacas and calaveras, skeletons and skulls. Additionally, the use of vibrant saturated colors are reminiscent of Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. Hot pink for Wanda's hexes, purple for the clothes of the inquisitors, neon green for the spirits of the nuns, and orange for the harvest sun, the sky, the torches, and the fire. In fact, the Day of the Dead overlaps with Samhain and the end of harvest on the Gaelic calendar, and All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day on the Catholic calendar. Hence the harvest scene in the panels in which Wanda sets the last few nuns' spirits free. During the Day of the dead would awaken from their eternal sleep, return to earth to celebrate the day with their family and loved ones. Likewise, during Samhain, the veil is at its thinnest, allowing the spirits of the dead mingle with the living, while All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day commemorate all the saints of the church and all the faithful departed. As a matter of fact, the comic book itself serves as an ofrenda, an altar, commemorating and honoring the victims of the Basque witch trials. Similar to the marigolds scattered from the personal altar at home to the grave of the dead, the comic book leads the spirits of the nuns to their resting place with the marigold-colored cornfield, harvest sky, and the sun. On the same page, in the second and third panels, and throughout the issue for that matter, multiple actions and the lack of clear panel divisions distort liminal time and space, just like the narrative does by taking Wanda to the time of the Basque witch trials. Charles S. Meyer says that collective identity is constructed of a synchronic web of affiliations and sentiments. Wanda's mother, her aunt, the Avengers, Manbull, the Aoi Master, and the Spanish nuns all play a role in the construction of Wanda's identity. In accordance with Florian Kumas's definition of a sound personal identity, this comic book series weaves Wanda's identity into a cohesive thread of bodily constitution and commander of mental capabilities, family and wider social relations, and cultural heritage. On that note, in some issues, the invisible stigma of Wanda's are made visible. For instance, the black and white panels in issue 2 reflect Wanda's mental illness. The clothes, the wagon, the caravan of her aunts and uncle reflect Wanda's family background, Romani roots, and cultural heritage. So do the costume and accessories of Wanda and her mother as the Scarlet Witch. Consequently, Wanda's inner quest yields wisdom and strength. She learns about her lineage, legacy, and the source of her powers. Eventually, she establishes her identity. As for her physical quest, as I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, the series ends with an indication that it will continue with the Avengers. Thank you very much for your patience. I ended 4 minutes early.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Buket Akgun. That was a really very, very fascinating presentation. We really enjoyed the entire talk. Thank you very much. So we shall move ahead to the next part of this session. Unfortunately, of course, Mr. Sudhanva Deshpande, one of our invited speakers, could not join us live due to some technical issues that he had. So what he has done is he has passed on to us one of his talks on the Lokadharni theatre talk series that he was a part of. And we would like to play that for you. But before that, a little bit more about Mr. Sudhanva Deshpande. I would like to invite our head of the Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony's College, Shillong, Dr. Cherry Kharshing, to kindly let us know more about Mr. Sudhanva Deshpande before we play the video. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. And it is indeed my pleasure to be inviting the next speaker. Well, he is a theater director, an actor who is also a managing editor with Leftward Books, which is an independent publishing house. He joined Jana Natya Manch, or the People's Theatre Front, in 1987 and has acted in over 4,000 performances of over 80 plays. He has co-directed 2 films on the theatre legend Habib Tanvir and his company Naya Theatre. He has held teaching positions at the National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, and the AJK Mass Communication Research Center, Jamia Millia Islamia. On January this year, he published his first book, Hala Bol, which celebrates the life of the art icon Safdar Hashmi. The Economic and Political Weekly described him as a poet of protest like no one else. He is a man who thinks that being an imposter is not a bad thing because, after all, he said, being an actor means being an imposter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Sadhanva Deshpande. Thank you.
Thought that it might be fun for us to sort of look at some images as I talk about them, because it helps. Firstly, you don't have to keep looking at my face all the time. So that'll be a relief for you. But also because it helps me to ground what I'm saying in the visuals. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to start. And so I'm going to talk around these images. Now, the first image that you see is a performance that's happening in Delhi. There's a performance by Jannaty Manch. And the style of this performance is a little bit unusual in the sense that this is not quite a conventional play in the normal sense of the term. We call it a Katha Chitra. So what you have is, it's a lot like, we have these performance traditions in India, in several parts of India, where what happens is that there's a visual that gets shown, and there are typically storytellers and singers who stand in front of it and keep referring to the visual and talk about it. This is, if you can see the visual, I don't know how many of you can see it clearly, but if you see the visual, it's a visual about a city that's divided into two. On the one side, there's the rich part. On the other side, there's the poor part. And in this particular visual that we are showing here, the issue is water. So in the rich part of the city, there's this bungalow, there's the car, there's a fountain in front of it, etc. And there's piped water. On the other side, there is there's a hand pump, and there's a tanker that is supplying water to the other part of the city, which is made up of juggies and so on. Now, why did I want to begin with this image? I wanted to begin with this image partly because it shows you that street theater is not one thing. Street theater can be any. Street theater is, according to me, street theater is not a specific form of theater necessarily. It's not, in that sense, it's not something that you define in terms of its form. It's something that you define in terms of its location and its politics. So the fact that it happens in the open, the fact that it goes to people rather than expects people to come to it, the fact that it goes to those parts of the city which do not get access to cultural goods and so on. So I just wanted to say that that when I talk about street theater, when I talk about political theater, it's this divide that I'm talking about. I'm talking about my city, I'm talking about Delhi. And I'm talking about the fact that the city of Delhi is divided into two in a sense, and notionally divided into two. Amongst there's a large, huge proportion of the poor, and there's a relatively small proportion of the population that is of the middle class and the rich. And this divide is getting sharper and sharper every day. And as I said, this idea that, not everybody gets piped water, this is just something that we are so used to as being part of the middle class. We open our taps and we get water, right? It's not something that we think about very much. This is not necessarily true of large numbers of people in my city. This, for instance, is a photograph of a place called Kusumpur Pahadi, Kusumpur Pahadi is on the one side, it's close to JNU, the Jawaharlal Nehru University. On the other side, it's close to Vasant Vihar. And on the third side, it's close to Vasant Kunj. Now, those of you who may know a little bit about Delhi, it means that we are talking about South Delhi, which is considered the more elite part of Delhi. But within South Delhi also, it's located right between three fairly elite or fairly rich neighborhoods. Vasant Vihar is a pretty rich neighborhood. It's not something where even the middle class can easily live. Vasant Kunj is more middle class, but more upper middle class than middle class. And JNU, of course, is elite in many ways, culturally and so on. Now, in between these three is this little, not as little, it's actually quite a sprawling, large slum called Kusumpur Pahadi. And Pahadi means a little hill or a hillock. And that's what it is. It's perched on top of a little hillock. As a result, it's out of sight. You can ask people in Vasant Vihar, where you literally from from Kusumpur Pahadi, if you stand on top of the hill, then you can see Vasant Vihar down there. It's visually but from Vasant Vihar, you can't see Kusumpur Pahadi. And I've always felt that this is such an interesting way in which the city makes things invisible. A large number of people who live in Kusumpur Pahadi supply their labor to all of these areas, and they supply their labor also to the Delhi airport, which is not also very far, Now, in other words, if for some reason magically you were to remove Kusumpur Pahadi and all its residents from there, you would find that Vasant Vihar, Vasant Kunj, JNU, and the Delhi airport, all of these would just collapse. They would just collapse. They wouldn't be there. Literally, they wouldn't be able to do their daily functions. And this neighborhood, or this basti, which is a sort of semi-authorized, whatever it is, currently I don't know what their exact legal status is, but for years and years, it was a totally unauthorized basti of workers. Essentially, these are workers, right? Does not get piped water. And I think it's a scandal. It's a shame that Vasant Vihar, Vasant Kunj, and JNU on three sides. And now, in fact, there are these very fancy malls that have come up. Again, right next to Kusumpur Pahadi. All of these are getting all the resources, natural and other resources, but Kusumpur Pahadi gets nothing. So every evening, you see the scene. Every morning and evening, you see the scene of people who line up to get water. This is drinking water that they're getting from tankers and so on. This particular photograph, why you see people not milling around the water but looking somewhere else, is because they're looking at a performance that's happening right behind them. And which is why you see these kids on the fence also climbed up on top and are looking down and so on. So the point I'm trying to make is that the kind of theater that I do, that Jannati Manch does, is this kind of theater. It becomes political not simply in terms of the text of the play. That, of course, is political, and the issues that we're raising in the play are political, of course. That is there. And I'll speak a little bit more about that as we go along. But the point I want to make is that it is also political because of how and where it gets done. Now, if you see this photograph, for instance, this is also a Jannati Manch play happening. What's the most prominent thing in the photograph? Where is it that your eye goes immediately? It goes to the statue, right? And the blue statue that towers over the performance, around which everyone is gathered and so on. Now this, we all know what this statue is, right? It's Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Now, why is this statue here? What does it tell you? The moment you see a statue like this, and there are literally thousands of these statues all over North India, certainly. I'm not so familiar with the southern part of the country, but in North India and in Maharashtra, I know this for sure, that there are thousands, tens upon tens of thousands of these statues all over the place. What is that statue saying? That statue is an assertion. That statue is asserting a right. It's saying that this is a Dalit Basti, and that this Dalit Basti is claiming a right to the larger space of the city, state, nation, whatever, right? It's laying a claim, and this claim is being laid visually through the statue of Dr. Ambedkar, right? It's an assertion. And what this tells you then, why do you need to assert something? Why do you need assertion? You need assertion because space is not being given to you, that you are being made marginalized, you're being pushed to the margins, you are being smothered, you're being suffocated, you're being crushed, you're not being allowed to speak up, you're not being allowed to have a decent, normal life. Now, this also connects with the point I was making earlier, that places like Kusumpur Pahadi or this Basti, for instance, is made invisibilized. And in doing that, what it does is that it denies citizens of this country a normal, decent life that every citizen of this country deserves and has the right to. Some people are being told, a large number of people are being told that you don't have this right, you don't belong, you somehow just don't exist. It doesn't matter whether you live or you die or whatever. Now, when you do street theater, you have to be alive and aware of the fact that there are contestations and that you are taking your theater in a space that is contested. It's not a neutral space, it's not an empty space. And so therefore, you have to engage with that contestation, which means that if there's a contest going on already, you know, it's like watching a football match, right? You're watching a football match, you can't be on both sides, come on. That's no fun, and it just is boring. You have to take a side. You have to decide whether you're on this side or that side. That's when the football match becomes fun. But of course, that's a football match and that's only for entertainment and it's fun and so on. In the social context, we are not talking about match and we are not talking about entertainment. We are talking about life. We are talking about contests where again, you're expected, you should, as theater people, you should take a side. Why should you take a side? Why am I insisting that you must take a side? You must take a side because theater is any kind of theater. I'm not just talking about theater that is avowedly political, that's openly political. But any kind of theater is trying to say something, isn't it? That's why we do theater. Otherwise, why do theater? If you have nothing to say, then don't do theater. If you have nothing to say, just sit at home and read the newspaper or do whatever else you want to do. You do theater because you want to say something. If you are saying something, then you're saying something about your society, you're saying something about the world, you're saying something about the people in this world and the experiences that people go through in this world. If that is happening, then you are automatically, whether you like it or not, you might consider yourself not a very political person, or you might consider yourself not a very political artist, but you cannot avoid the fact, you cannot get away from the fact that any statement that you make in the world today is going to be a political statement. And this is particularly true of our times, the current times, when even things like, just to say very simply that, you know, if I were to make a Facebook post and I say, I love biryani, which I do, I love biryani. Now, it would be a foolish person today who would say that a statement like, I love biryani, is not a political statement. It is a political statement, right? And why is it a political statement? It's a political statement because what we eat today has been made political by the people who are telling us that this country has been vegetarian forever, and that non-vegetarian food is something that is foreign to our culture and our ethos and so on, which is nonsense, of course, which is complete nonsense. Even numerically, we just know, even amongst Hindus, forget about non-Hindus, even amongst Hindus, it is a myth and it is a falsehood to say that the majority are vegetarian. They're not. They're simply not. The majority of Indians and the majority of Hindus are actually non-vegetarian. So just the simple fact of saying that I like biryani is also a political statement. You're entering into a contested space. And when you're entering into a contested space, you can't do that with your eyes closed. You can't pretend that this contest doesn't, that somehow you'll be immune to it, that somehow you will remain untouched. It's as if you're saying that, you know, I will live in Delhi, but I choose not to be affected by pollution. How can you choose that? It's impossible. If you live in Delhi, then you're going to breathe the polluted air. That's just how it is, you know. So to say, therefore, that I don't believe in politics is the same as saying I don't believe in pollution. If you live in Delhi, you will get pollution, you will get the polluted air into your lungs. It's not something that you choose. Similarly, if you're working today in the theater, you cannot choose to say that I am not political. Everyone, each one of us has to be political in one way or the other. This is a photograph from the 4th of January 1989 of a play called Halla Bol. You'll see that in this photograph, there are thousands of people who are watching the play. Not hundreds, thousands. Why? Because at this space, this is also a contested space. The exact space where these people are standing and doing a play. I was also there on that day. I was also performing. And in fact, the person that this, the female actor on the right, Maloy Hashmi, the actor that she's speaking to, who's actually off camera right now, off frame, is me, as it happens. In this scene, she was speaking to me, but I'm outside the frame of the photograph. Now, this play is being done less than 48 hours after Safdar Hashmi was killed. And Safdar Hashmi was killed in an attack that happened on this exact spot. This is where it happened. And the attack happened on the 1st of January 1989. On the night of the 2nd of January 1989, Safdar died. On the 3rd was his cremation, to which about 15,000 people came. And on the 4th morning, we went back and completed the play that had been interrupted on that day. Why did we do that? We did that because, firstly, because we believe that we have the right to perform. Nobody can tell us, goons can't come and tell us that we don't have the right to perform. Nobody can tell us that. So therefore, it was an assertion, it was a statement to say that we have the right to perform, and so therefore we went and performed there. But also because it's not just we who have a right to perform, it's the spectators who also have a right to spectate. They also have a right to art. They also have a right to culture. They also have a right to all the fine things of life. And therefore, in a working class basti, just outside Delhi, Jhandapur, desperately poor basti, this play was happening, it was attacked, Safdar was killed, but less than 48 hours after the killing, after his death actually, less than 48 hours after his death, we went back there and performed the play again. And since then, this space, this basti and this space, Jhandapur, and the place where we perform is also coincidentally called Dr. Ambedkar Park. So Dr. Ambedkar Park in Jhandapur has become a space that is now known as the place where Safdar Hashmi and Ram Bahadur were martyred. And so it has now got history also attached to itself. And that's the way in which we make spaces and we suffuse spaces with history and with politics and with power. This, of course, is Safdar Hashmi. As I said, he was about 34 years old when he was killed. And this possibly is my most favorite photograph of him. It's a beautiful photograph because what you see is a young man, and he is not the central actor in this scene, which is being performed. He's standing on the side, he's responding to somebody else. And if you see how the audience is looking at another actor there, who's the main person who's saying something. The audience is looking there. Safdar is part of it. He's young, he's beautiful, and there's a beautiful vulnerability to his face, I think, here, which I find very attractive, which I find very soft, very gentle, and that really was Safdar Hashmi to me. He was a very dear friend, he was my mentor, he was my guide, he was my comrade. I loved him dearly, but also there was something very gentle and very very soft about the man himself. And I just thought I'd like to share this photograph with you of somebody that I loved deeply and who gave me direction in a way that I still find new meanings in all the time as I continue to do theater. Safdar was very clear about what street theater meant. He said it's a militant political theater of protest, and its function is to agitate the people and to mobilize them behind fighting organizations. What does this mean? This is a simple statement, seemingly simple statement that actually has a deep meaning. What he's trying to say is that it's not enough to just do theater and to imagine that, oh, somebody watches a play and then suddenly everything will be okay. People will suddenly change. No. Social change doesn't happen like that. Social change happens when large number of people come together and they collectively want to make change. Of course, this does not mean that individuals don't have to change. Individuals also have to change. That's true. But just individual to individual change is not going to bring about social change. In order to make social change, large numbers of people have to come together and they have to agree that they want a set of changes to happen in society. Now, in other words, these large numbers of people coming together means that they need to be organized. And so therefore, the idea of organization, fighting organizations, is critical to how Safdar sees theater and how he sees the function of theater. That the function of theater is to agitate the people, which means what? Agitate the thoughts, not agitate them, in other ways, but agitate their ideas, agitate their thoughts. Agitate is to shake up, to shake people up, to get them to think, to get them to articulate, and then to come together in organizations and make change possible. In other words, it's about also giving confidence to people. People come together and they fight for their rights when, on the one side, they feel like they have nothing to lose, but that they've lost so much that they have nothing more to lose. But also, people fight when they believe that they can win. And so therefore, it's also the kind of theater that we do, it's also about giving confidence to people that you can make a change. You can win this battle. Everything is not lost. So therefore, street theater, in my view, is also the theater of hope. It's also the theater of confidence. This is the first street play that we had ever done. It's a play called Machine. This performance is, of course, much later. It's from the mid-90s. But this was a play that we had first done in 1978. The exact spot where this performance is happening is now totally changed, because this road that you see at the back, where you see the truck and the buses and all that, that road is now a flyover and, et cetera, et cetera. There's a big 7-star hospital that has also come up nearby, and so on and so forth. So the whole area has changed completely. But what has not changed is that workers have to get off on the main road, where you see the buses and the trucks and so on. They get off there, and then there's this dusty path that you see on which the performance is happening. The person who's taken the photograph, as you can see, that person is at a height. And why is that person at a height? Because the photographer is standing at a railway line, and that's a higher thing. So the railway line is kind of, higher, and the person is standing at the railway line looking down here. So these workers are getting off on the main road, walking down this dusty path, crossing the railway line, going on to the other side where the factories are. Again, it's about the politics of space. I find it quite telling that there are no buses that go inside the factory area, that these workers have to take on the danger of crossing a railway line, and there's no level crossing here. It's an informal crossing. This is not a manned level crossing which is safe to cross. It's actually not safe to cross. But workers are being made to do this every single day of their lives. And it's when they're going to work and when they're going away when they're going back from work, that's when we try and engage them. And Machine is, of course, a very short play. It's just about 12, 13 minutes long. It's just long enough for people to be able to engage with a theatrical experience. And for those 13, 15 minutes or so, this space becomes something else. It doesn't anymore remain a dusty street. It becomes a theatrical space. It becomes an imaginative space. This again is another photograph of Machine. It's also in an industrial area in front of the factory of Sahni Tires, which is now shut down, by the way. This is in East Delhi. This is a different play called Wo Bol Uthi. This is a play that we had done many years later in the early 2000s. And this is a play where we thought that we would take up the issue of gender, but we would do it from a perspective that would be a little bit different from normally how gender is dealt with in street plays. The point of this play was to talk about those aspects of a woman's experience that generally don't get articulated as political, or that don't get articulated as gender issues. So therefore, the play is a collection of 3 stories. And in each story, at the end of the story, the woman speaks up, which is why the play is called Wo Bol Uthi. In the first story, the one that you see here, it's a story of this young kid, a young girl, whose mother works as a domestic worker in people's homes, in middle-class homes. This kid is given these red ribbons at one of these houses. She comes home and all she wants to do is to play with the red ribbons and to dance with the red ribbons. And through the day, she does not get the opportunity. At the end of the day, when she thinks that everyone has gone to sleep, she turns on the light and starts to dress up in order to dance and play with the ribbons. That's when her father gets up again and says, "What nonsense is this? I need to sleep. I need to go to work tomorrow," etc., etc. She protests and she speaks up, even though she can't assert herself in front of her father because she's too small. And there are 2 other stories like that in the play. But gender is not something that only comes in our plays in plays that have to do with gender issues. Chakka Jam is a play that's the earlier version of the play that got called Halla Bol later. And this is a play which was done in response as support for a particular strike, industrial strike that took place in Delhi in November 1988. And in this play, even though it's about working class issues in a broad way, and it's a play that tries to get all workers to come together and so on, in this particular scene, what you have is that this is it's a woman worker called Parvati, and she enters angrily into the acting area and she lets out a litany of abuses. मैं कहती हूँ तेरी लाश सड़े उस पे कीड़े पड़े तेरी चिता पर कुत्ते मुंहते हराम के जाने तुझे हैजा हो जाए. That's how she enters with a volley of abuses. And the issue is that she's come to work today with her child because she can't leave the child at home. And the gatekeeper, the guard at the gate, is telling her that she can't enter the factory with the child. And she's saying, what nonsense is this? I have a job to do and I have a child. What am I supposed to do with the child? Where am I supposed to dump the child? I don't have any, person at home to take care of my child. What do I do? And so therefore the idea that the working class movement, the labor movement, must include demands that are specific to women in its labor movement itself. It's only then that women will become part of the labor movement. It's when you take up these sectional demands, what are thought of traditionally in the patriarchal worldview as being, oh, these are demands only for women. These are not important. How are these important? The important demands are wages and, and dearness allowance and this, that, and all the rest of it. No, we argued that these demands are also equally important because they go to the heart of what it means to be a worker. You cannot expect a woman to be a worker if she cannot take care of her child, if you don't have institutional support. And so therefore the demand that there should be creches that are attached to factories or industrial areas where large number of women work. This photograph, by the way, shows Maloshri Hashmi, who was one of the most extraordinary actors, generally, anywhere, but certainly in street theater, I don't think I've seen a more powerful actor than Maloshri. And this particular role that she had done is something that I remember with such vividness. It was an extraordinarily powerful portrayal by Maloshri. And the photograph has been taken by Safdar Hashmi. This is in November 1988 at the Boat Club lawns. What do you do through street? What are you really trying to do through street theater? What you're trying to do is, I called it, little pockets of resistance. Why do I call it little pockets of resistance? Resistance, yes, but resistance can seem to some people to be very radical. I'm not talking about any radical idea. All I'm saying is these are little pockets of democracy, actually. Because in today's times, to speak about democracy is to speak of resistance. Because we are being ruled by powers, and not just in India, all over the world. You've seen in the last 3, 4, 5 years, you've seen the rise of extremely fascistic right-wing movements all over the world, whether it's India, whether it's the US, whether it's Turkey, etc., in Brazil, and so on and so forth. And in all of these places, just to speak about human rights, to speak about ecologically sustainable ways of living, to speak about the idea that you can that everybody should have equal rights, etc., etc. All of these have become radical ideas. All of these are ideas that are being criminalized today. We are being told that you're a criminal if you say these things. And so therefore, little pockets of democracy help us to practice living in a free world. Because what that does, when you create these little pockets of democracy, when people come together to enjoy what should just be a harmless cultural, social, artistic event, they see something, they agree with something, they don't agree with something, some people agree with something, others don't agree with it, etc. There's a discussion, there's a conversation that happens, and that's how it should be. That's how we live our lives, right? The fact that you should be able to freely speak what you feel, and you should freely be able to agree or disagree with somebody without breaking each other's heads, without saying that if you don't agree with me, then you're anti-national. If you don't agree with me, you don't deserve to live here. If you don't agree with me, I will put you in jail. If you don't agree with me, I'll ask you to go and go to some other country. If you don't agree with me, I will come and shoot you. Right? That's not what we want. What we want is a country, a society where all of us can come together, and despite our differences, overcoming our differences, we can have our differences, and we should be able to air our differences openly and freely. And I'd just like to end with these two lines from one of my most favorite poets, and a great poem that he wrote back in 1966 called Shasan Ki Banduk. And the two lines are, Jali thoot par baith kar, gai kokila kook, baal na banka kar saki, Shasan ki banduk.
We would really like to thank Mr. Sudhanva Deshpande for sharing this video of one of his talks at the Lokadharani Theatre Talk series, although he couldn't come on live with us today. To continue with the next part of the session, I would like to call upon Dr. Ita Wanda Saibon to introduce our next speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rosemary. Our next speaker, invited speaker for this session is Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin. She's a multi-award winning London-based director and dramaturg, researcher, and teacher. She has worked in the UK and USA since 2008 across a range of platforms and disciplines, but with a focus on developing new work and interdisciplinary practices. She has previously developed new work for Shakespeare's Globe, the National Theatre Studio, Unlimited, The Yard, The Plays, Stratford Circus, Cambridge Junction, Dance City, Old Vic Workrooms, The Vaults, and numerous international festivals. She is the co-editor of Embodied Cognition, Acting and Performance, and has published widely across performance, actor training, and science journals, often about her own professional works as a performance maker. Deirdre regards her practice, research, and teaching as intermingling forms of activism and is deeply committed to the role of social justice in the development of contemporary arts and performance practice. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for a consideration of the impact of COVID-19 on global arts and culture. My name is Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin, and while my home is in London, where I work as a director and frequent lecturer at the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama, I come to you today from the auditorium of an empty high school theater in northeastern Pennsylvania. I'd like first to thank the organizers of this international virtual conference exploring myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives for inviting me to speak on the role of the arts after the coronavirus pandemic, and to express my gratitude for being included among such an exciting array of international thinkers. It is most certainly a pleasure and a privilege to share time with you in this digital space, and I look forward to hearing more about your own individual experiences of coping with the current constraints of lockdown within the context of your individual practices and cultures. I'd like to use my time today to discuss some potential impacts of COVID-19 on the cultural and creative sectors. Pandemics have historically had a profound influence on art, and the COVID-19 pandemic won't be an exception. However, it is not impossible to imagine that a crisis of this magnitude stands to alter our culture and the role of arts within it in profound ways. How exactly these changes might manifest remains yet to be determined. In an essay originally published in the 1960s on the nature of human action, philosopher David Davidson remarked that, quote, "It is easy to appreciate why we so often identify or describe events in terms of their causes and effects. Not only are these the features that often interest us about events, but they are the features guaranteed to individuate them in the sense not only telling them apart, but telling them together." With this in mind, I will endeavor to respond to the causes and effects at the core of the pandemic's shutdown of the arts and the repercussions for the culture of the future, drawing upon recent reports by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Audience Agency, the British Council, and American cultural theorist and activist Rebecca Solnit. The coronavirus pandemic has seen more than a third of the global population placed in lockdown, with China, India, France, Italy, New Zealand, Poland, and the UK having implemented some of the world's largest and most restrictive mass quarantines. As a result, many of us have not been able to leave our homes for an extended period of time. The outside world has remained largely restricted, excluding occasional exercise and walks to the shop. As a further consequence of this social distancing measures implemented globally to slow the spread of COVID-19, we have also experienced a sudden closure of cultural spaces and a cancellation of live events and community-based arts practices. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development reports that, quote, "Along with the tourism sector, cultural and creative sectors are among the most affected by the current crisis. in terms of jobs at risk, with venue-based sectors such as museums, performing arts, live music, festivals, and cinema among the hardest hit by social distancing measures. This rapid reduction in revenue has placed their financial sustainability at risk. Only 2 months ago, the UK's Centre for Cultural Value put forward a list of key research questions they intend to utilize in mapping and longitudinal tracking of the cultural sector over 15 months to assess the extent of change in light of the pandemic. While the research is based in the UK, these questions most certainly have a wider relevance, and accordingly, I have modified them slightly here as I believe they are reflective of global concerns about the impact of COVID-19 on the creative and cultural industries. What are the short, medium, and long-term impacts of COVID-19 across different subsectors of the cultural industries? How has cultural consumption and consumer behavior changed due to the social distancing measures and the closure of cultural spaces? To what extent will the COVID crisis exacerbate or temper inequalities relating to cultural production and consumption? And how will this change how the cultural industries engage with audiences? What has driven the early policy responses aimed at mitigating the impacts of the COVID crisis on cultural industries? And what are the implications of COVID-19 for future cultural policymaking and the broader creative economy? While there have been previous attempts in recent months to begin to respond to some of these questions, they remain in early and in some cases fragmented stages. Speaking to the wider implications of large-scale disasters, writer, historian, and activist Rebecca Solnit rightly points out that, quote, "No one has the answers to these kinds of questions yet, because what so many disasters tell us is that the outcome is not foreordained. It depends on what we do, and that depends on how we read what's happening and what we value, and how that changes in a time of struggling upheaval. Along with the struggle to overcome a disaster comes a struggle to define what it means. The two struggles are inseparable, and out of them, a new order emerges." So if we are to begin to seek out signs of this emergent new order within the cultural sectors, whilst collectively responding to the more immediate impacts of a global crisis, it becomes necessary then to identify what we have done so far to overcome this disaster in terms of global arts policy and action, as well as any signs of what this may mean for our future as artists, as organizations, and as audiences. Looking to reported experiences within the cultural sector over the course of the last few months, reports of some of the following challenges have emerged. Industry leaders in the arts have been forced to make difficult decisions in the wake of mass furloughs and layoffs. The resulting reduced wage earnings and loss of employment have subsequently led to repercussions for the value chain of suppliers from creative and non-creative sectors alike. There is an ongoing need for emergency funds to avoid collapse. The continued closing of venues is having a significant impact on revenue streams, while many expenses continue. As a result, a number of established arts institutions have already made steps towards bankruptcy. We are experiencing a crisis in cultural sources available from private donors. There is also an increased risk to the development of cultural policy. Furthermore, there is a growing risk of exclusion for those people suffering from educational, cultural, and economic poverty. Large public and private cultural institutions and businesses depend on a dynamic cultural ecosystem for the provision of creative goods and services. The crisis has sharply exposed the structural fragility of many cultural institutions within the sector and their inability to survive within the current environment. The effects of the crisis are likely to be long-lasting due to a combination of multiple factors. The drop within investment in the sector will affect the production of cultural goods and services for months, if not years to come. And the anticipated lower levels of international and domestic tourism, along with a reduction of public and private funding for arts and culture, especially at the local level, could amplify this negative trend even further. The path forward remains uncertain as our daily lives continue to shift under the growing need for comprehensive relief strategies and cultural policy to support the arts through this challenging time. Rebecca Solnit has been researching and writing about the social implications of disasters for over a decade. In her 2009 text, A Paradise Built in Hell, she argues that crises reveal a deeper cultural need for purpose and solidarity and create opportunities for community that are rarely found in everyday life. And we have seen such examples of renewed community within the cultural industries. Solnit continues that every disaster shakes loose the old order. The sudden catastrophe changes the rules and demands new and different responses. But what those will be are the subject of a battle. Many disasters unfold like revolutions. While it is yet to be clear if we are in the midst of a cultural battle or at the start of a revolution, the old order has certainly been left ungrounded. And throughout this period, we have seen signs of hope within early strategies for navigating the current environment as arts organizations have been forced to adapt, showcasing the sector's capacity to generate innovation through creative skills, new ways of working, new business models, and new forms of co-production. Some of these emerging signs of hope include an increased crossover between the cultural industries and the education and health sectors, which may drive future innovation. The education and cultural sectors have both experienced increased digitization, which has required the development of methodologies and technical solutions for distance and distributed education and collaboration, with digitally mediated access to cultural resources and experiences. The lockdown and social distancing measures have also made apparent the importance of arts and culture for individual and social well-being. And this recognition provides a new opportunity to capitalize on the role of arts in the prevention and treatment of illness, contributing to developing health and welfare systems. Many arts and culture organizations have come forward with emergency grants, revised application processes, and more widespread operating support for artists and venues. The surge of online offerings and backstage content have drawn in audiences and restored some hope for the future. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development reports an increased demand for online content and streaming options have profited during lockdown, but largely the financial benefits from this demand have been accrued by the largest firms in the film industry. We are nonetheless experiencing the possibility of rapid development within creative technologies. The creative potential of cities and regions has been reinforced within early models of post-COVID recovery. Specializations in the cultural and creative sectors are evolving and being used to tackle competitive and societal challenges from new angles, favoring resilience and skills creation, drawing on more localized perspectives. There has been documentation of innovations in outreach and community arts, particularly in projects which have highlighted the experiences of young people. And consideration is already being given to how we might remodel our cultural spaces and artistic venues in the future to promote wider access and inclusion. Speaking to the role of artists and cultural institutions within a wider conversation about the future of arts and culture after COVID, specifically how they might help us to understand, heal, and even build back better, Anna Pasernik, director of the Brooklyn Museum, reminds us that, quote, "Long after we are all gone, it's the arts that will remain. As chroniclers of our time, they will tell our truths. They will expose the lies. They will be how future generations learn about our present. From literature and music, architecture and design, film and visual arts, It's the art that really matters. And for those of us who are working in cultural production during this time of loss and tremendous disruption, the arts may prove to help us to expand our understanding and bring together in healing to express pain and possibly even joy again. Pasternak reminds us that it is the arts, and more specifically artists, who will help us to ignite what she calls the radical imagination necessary for rebuilding a better society, echoing Solnit's call for revolution as a possible effect of profound disaster. In an interview this past March on what disasters may reveal about hope and humanity, Rebecca Solnit stated, quote, "No one knows yet what will come of this crisis, but like so many other disasters, this one has revealed how interconnected we are, how much we depend on the labor and goodwill of others, how deeply enmeshed we are in social, ecological, and economic systems, and how prevention or survival of something as deeply bodily personal as a disease depends on our collective decisions and those of our leadership." While this extreme disruption to our lives is not something that most of us would choose, we are faced with an opportunity to reinforce our connections, challenge existing structures and institutions which no longer benefit our growth, and prepare for the radical possibilities ahead of us. So where do we go from here? In the immediate future, innovation in the arts will surely be essential, as large gatherings are likely to remain untenable for a long time. Ensuring that this growth is inclusive is vital for the arts to continue to entertain, give meaning, and drive economic activity globally during this period of change and healing. The creative and cultural industries must be recognized for their local, national, and global contributions to entrepreneurship, business, and tourism. And finally, the arts sector must be firmly positioned as a source of value in society. In order to support this change in the coming months and years, key action points must be employed. This crisis must lead us to a deep reflection on the importance of inclusion and access to the arts, providing necessary accommodations for communities whose vulnerability and limited access can no longer be sidelined. Federal and local governments must continue to ensure relief packages, both for companies and individual artists who may not otherwise fit the model of a traditional employee. This crisis should invite the reimagination of our cultural policies, with particular consideration given to the accelerated development of digital transmission and dissemination of art. Finally, we must look for opportunities to embrace creative and cultural practices at every stage of our recovery period to reinforce the value of art in society. We most certainly are living through frightening, difficult, and trying times, which are far more likely to get worse before they get better. In her critical study of disasters, Solnit turned to the work of Charles E. Fritz, a primary player in disaster studies after World War II. She explains that Fritz's most radical premise is that everyday life is already a disaster of sorts, one from which actual disaster liberates us. Fritz maintained that, quote, "The merging of individual and societal needs within the context of a disaster provides a feeling of belonging and a sense of unity rarely achieved under normal circumstances. It is this sense of unity which must then guide us through the coming months and years as we begin to learn the full impact of the global pandemic on the creative and cultural industries." I began my talk with some questions about the future of arts and culture in the wake of COVID-19, and I've chosen to similarly end with some. What is to be done? In a world of seemingly relentless disaster and catastrophe, where can we find true, inspiring sources of positive, sustainable social transformation in the arts? How might we move beyond the utopian thoughts posed by Solnit as one potential response to disaster to taking utopian action, acknowledging the resources available and asking how they might be reimagined or transformed in support of a new cultural future. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, Rupa, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening to all from the Central University of Karnataka, and a very good morning to our invited guest, Dr. Jatin Srivastava. I take this privilege to invite Dr. Jatin Srivastava to this international virtual conference on identity, myth, memories, communications, and cultural narratives. Dr. Jatin Srivastava is an associate professor at E.W. Scripps School of Journalism at Ohio University. He has done his PhD in communications at the Ohio State University, USA, and master's in mass communication, Kansas State University, USA. Sir is also the director of the Institute for International Journalism at Ohio University, a member of the Council for Research, Scholarships, and Creative Activity at Ohio University. He has also been involved with the International Communication Divisions at Associations for Education in Journalism and Mass Communication since 2013, and has served as the research chair, vice head, and head for the division. His research interest is rooted in theory-based explorations of the new media environment. His research has appeared in international journals such as Computer in Human Behavior, Communication Review, Journal of Health Communications, Communication Research, Communications Research, and Telematics and Informatics. He has also presented his research at various international conferences organized by associations for education in journalism and mass communications, national communication associations, and international communication associations. Dr. Jatin will talk today about entertainment education's new media and Indian storytelling traditions. Now I request Dr. Jatin to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rupaji. It's very nice to see you. And thank you for inviting me. So today I'm going to, today I've been thinking about, about our identities and how we learn about our cultures, who we are, what is our place in the world, how do we learn to perform gender, our regional identities, our ethnic identities, our local identities, and all those kind of things. So, there is this, this idea of learning by looking at others, learning by models. In older times, we would learn by looking at, so our socializing agents would be our parents, our family members, our teachers, neighbors, friends, and so on. But as time progressed, in let's say last 50 years, with the advent of electronic media and like in India, or with the emergence of electronic media in India in a big way, a lot of stories were now also being told by these media, by radio, by television, and so on, and now by YouTube's and other internet-based platforms, or TikTok, which is no more. So how do we learn? So a child is born. So think about it. A child is born a clean slate, in terms of cultural awareness or issues, awareness of issues related to identity. Okay. So, but somewhere the child becomes, during the goal, like through the journey to adulthood or through the journey of growing up, a lot of things are learned. A sense of, where you belong, what are even foods you like, what is desirable, what are good values, what are not so good values, politeness, sacrifice, all those kind of, fundamental beliefs and so on. So today we'll talk about, entertainment education a bit, about how stories are being told, or how entertainment education was used as a storytelling system to persuade people, to make people aware in a certain way, right? But we will start with our traditions of storytelling in India. I grew up, immersed in a tradition where oral storytelling was a big deal. We would like listening to story was probably the most, the most prominent activities. So sometimes these would be fictional stories, that the stories that your grandparents would tell you, or uncles and aunts. And sometimes there would be stories which, about real people, or so essentially all narratives, some real, some fictional, and you would come across them as you grow up. So, so you would learn from those narratives. A lot of times you didn't actually have to do a bad thing to learn that this can have bad outcomes. Okay? So that's where we start with the idea of models. Okay? So Albert Bandura, in social learning and social cognitive theories, he talks about this idea that people learn from observing others. Okay? Many times these others are, within your immediate world, but many times these others are also part of the world, of the media world. They come to you through media. Okay? Now, if so people might find models there. Okay? And remember, it's very common to have models. It's that's how a big part of a learning comes. You see a child trying to dress like his, or comb his or her ears like like their dad, doing the, trying to ape their parents, or someone else, or a movie star, and so on. So that is a big part. Okay? Now, if someone understands, or if a system understands the value of models, okay, then persuasive messages could be told, or education, or I would say persuasion, can happen. Okay? So things like moral beliefs, things like social values, what is good for the society, what is bad for the society, what is good for the individual and bad for the individual, all that can be communicated through models. Okay? So one of the very simple basic idea that entertainment education, that is essentially telling stories through models, through electronic media, does it, so in a lot of narratives, it has good models. So essentially people doing good behavior and finding good outcomes, people doing bad behaviors and finding bad outcomes. And when you watch that show, when you listen to that show, you know that, all right, so, so because this person did this behavior and got that positive outcome, you really don't want to get, bad outcomes, right? You don't, so for example, if someone is, starts taking drugs, then over a period of time, he or she may have severe problems with relationships, and may lose money and all those kinds, and those are bad outcomes. So that might somehow persuade you to not do drugs. Okay? So that's kind of, a rough idea of how the system works. Now, storytelling with persuasive purposes, has been a part of almost all human cultures for a very long time, even when the mass media was not there. Models and stereotypes and archetypes, they were being used to convey messages. So starting, so for example, if you look at something like Aesop's fables, okay, and a lot of stories, in older times, many times stories were just talked about maintaining social order. So for example, in Aesop's fable, there is a story where I think it's a wolf and a lamb. They are drinking on the, in the same stream, and the wolf, wolf says that, says to the lamb that, you are muddying my water. I'll eat you. The lamb says, I'm not muddying your water. I'm downstream. Then the wolf says that, you're maybe one of your relatives muddied my water yesterday, or your mother muddied my. And then the lamb says that, no, my mother is dead for the last 1 year, so she couldn't have done that. And then the wolf says, you are annoying me. You are talking too much, and I will eat you anyway. Okay, so a story like that could actually, make people, and though it was, wolf and lamb, it could give people a message that resistance with powerful is futile, and that would help maintain social structure. I think that, and I think it's Panchtantra. So there is the story of this jackal cub that grows up with with a family of lions, and and over a period of time, so essentially the lioness, I think she finds the the jackal cub, and the baby jackal, and and he's growing up with other lion cubs. But at a certain point of time, the lioness tells the cub that it's time that you move out of here, because because these lions, one day they will realize how strong they are, and they are going to eat you, or they are going to do damage to you. Now that's something, you could listen to that story, or and make what you want to out of it. But it could also, like, one interpretation could be that you should be with people of your own communities. Okay, so trying to mix with other communities may be dangerous. All right, so again, the social structure message kind of comes through in when you look at epics. And I think we'll talk let's talk about about other religions and the Indian stories or Indian traditions. So remember, most religions, almost all Indian religions and religions that came to India from somewhere, they had very strong models. Okay? And there would be stories. Remember, India with even modern India. In modern India, oral traditions are very strong. Literacy has been a problem for a very long time. So values like humility and sacrifice and power of the meek, all those things are kind of encapsulated in stories or in narratives, and and they spread across societies. So for example, if you think about Sikhism, there's a story where Guru Nanak, he goes to a place, and there are two bhakts or two disciples, and one is very poor and comes with a dry bread, and the second one comes with is very rich and comes with all kind of offerings. And Guru Nanak looks at it, and he takes the the bread and crushes it, and out comes milk. And then he takes the bread, the luxurious bread from the other person, from the rich person, and crushes it, and there comes out the blood. Okay? And again, the message being that that the richness gained from illicit means or exploitation is not desirable. So poverty, humility, and let's say purity of heart is more important than. So essentially, the idea of the emotion with which a gift is given. Remember, a similar story comes from Buddhism, where you have this the story that Buddha receives, there's this old woman, a very poor beggar woman, and and Buddha is is in the town. So there's this big procession from a rich guy, and that is going, and that is taking gifts for Buddha, and someone just throws a fruit out, and this woman and this woman has the fruit, I think. So she is eating the fruit, but then she asks people, where is this going? And they say, the Buddha has come to our city. And so she has the half-eaten fruit, okay? But that's the only thing she has, and she is hungry. And she goes and offers that to Buddha. Now, Buddha says that I value this half-eaten fruit more than the riches of the world, all the riches of the world that the other guy has brought, just because it comes with true emotion, and this is all she had. So again, very similar ideas. So here, so you have different, you have models, you have the poor woman. So if you're an audience, you look at the poor woman and you identify with her, and essentially you get the idea of the devotion. And remember, even in and you get an idea of what Buddha would want. And remember, in Christianity, there is this very interesting thing that people say. It's, what would Jesus do? So Jesus as a model, what would he do? And whatever he would do, whatever you think he would do, we would do the same. And that's the essence of modeling. Remember, in Hindi storytelling traditions, at least the places where I come from in India, a lot of times people say, when they tell the stories, and most stories have happy endings. Okay? So they say things like, "Jaise unke din fire," the way their days turned, okay, or the way their days got better. Okay, so again, that is a very, a very, let's say, very pithy, expression of, essentially saying that do as the model did, and you will get similar outcomes, and good things will happen to you. Okay? So you have in India a very strong narrative storytelling tradition where you have these strong models at the center, and their behaviors and their outcomes that are associated to them. If you look at, the epics, let's say, and in, like Ramayana and Mahabharata, okay, then you have very, it's not only individuals as models, it also situations as scenarios or models, okay, which give you a sense of the society, how you interact with the society, how you behave in it, and so on. Okay, so for example, if you look at Ramayana, okay, Ramayana is probably one of the very best. So the story of Lord Ram, it's a very, it's a great work in the sense of model building. Okay, so Lord Ram is an unambiguous character. He is Maryada Purushottam, as they say. So the dignified one who is the best of the man. Okay, so he is modeling. So that word essentially says that that you should follow what he did or what values he followed. Okay, and then he does a lot of things. So you learn from him the respect for elders. Okay, his dad says he leaves the house. Humility, ability to make friends, and there's and if you remember the episode for like the story where Shabari, one of the tribal women, she eats the fruit and again gives it to him to make sure that it's sweet, and eat it. Now it kind of gives you a sense of the so it gets a bit into the the relationship between different groups or the role of the king. Remember, Ram exiles his wife on the based on the comment of a dhobi. Okay, so that's a washerman. Yeah. So again, it's it's a very different system, but you get this this sense of what's going on in the society. With Mahabharata, the the model building is a bit more complicated. So with Ramayana, and remember, people argue that Ram is, if you if you've heard about Indian epics, so Ramayana is based in Treta. Okay, so Treta Yuga, that's cleaner, the things are more idealistic. By the time Mahabharata happens, it is the Dwapar Yuga, and it's a more gray, it's a grayer world. So but so in Ramayana you have cleaner models. In Mahabharata, models get all messy, so no one is really all good all the time. Okay, but these epics also give you, so so scenario. Now if you look at Mahabharata, what kind of story it's telling us about, things like, let's say, about caste in India, or in those societies. So you have Karn, who is who is the son of Sun, and Kunti, a Kshatriya, a princess, and he lives the life of, he grows up in the house of a charioteer, and that's something that kind of haunts him all his life. Draupadi refuses to let him, take part in, in the Swayamvar, because he's not of a high caste, even though he was, he is a king by that time. Okay. Similarly, you have other stories that are kind of, going on pretty much at the same time. So you have Karna's story, but remember, if you look at, at Mahabharata, most of the Kurus after Pandu, none of the Kurus after Pandu are the sons of Kshatriya. So they are the sons of, so Dhritarashtra and Pandu are biological. So if you're looking at bloodline, they are sons of Ved Vyas. And that's, so essentially Ved Vyas is telling you the story of, but bloodline doesn't matter there. So the rules work a bit differently in that scenario. So anyway, so those kind of, so those kind of stories and environments that are created, they do, they do have encapsulated in them stories about behavior, stories also about power, stories about the dynamics of the society. And, so these are very complex universes. Okay? But, they are universes which teach. So for example, in Mahabharata, everything that happens, most things that happen to people is connected to a behavior or a karma they did earlier. So for example, if you look at the life of Bhishma, so he gets this curse when he was, in his previous life, when he was a Vasu, and then that curse kind of, defines how he lives his present life. Okay, so there is also this karmic retribution idea, and curses and all those things that keep on going and that drive the whole thing. Okay, so similarly, you have the folk literature, and a lot of times there is a lot of value on wisdom. So for example, you have stories of Akbar and Birbal. You have stories of in Karnataka, Tenali Raman and Krishdev Rai, where kings, really powerful kings, are actually differing to and are challenged by wise men in their courts, and they take that in good humor and they learn from them. And that's pretty interesting, and people are told those stories and people take pleasure in them. People learn about how it should be, or kings should not be arrogant. They should be they should listen to knowledge and all that kind of stuff. And remember, the same goes with the legend of Chanakya and Chandragupta Maurya. So So essentially, very strong models. A lot of times, if their actions get them good outcomes, then people believe that those are desirable behaviors, okay, or those are desirable actions. Now, um, in so in 50s, 50s, 60s, 70s, around that time, when electronic media became started becoming a big thing in different parts of the world, um, there was this thought that electronic media could be used to tell stories in a way that that socially desirable behaviors may be communicated. So, for example, advocating literacy in India, advocating family planning, uh, women empowerment, women literacy. I remember this thing, in India, stopping underage marriage, dowry. All these were issues which needed social awareness. So a lot of programming was created, a lot of times with persuasive intent. Okay? One of and so one of the early instances is Archers. That's a BBC radio show that started in 50s in England, and it ran very long actually. I think it probably is still there in some form, but it's one of the longest running radio series. So it was created to encourage farmers in England to take up new agricultural practices so that they could increase the yield and address issues related to food scarcity or food production. Okay, and so there was this family which would come across different issues, in different episodes, and how they would deal with it. That's what the story was about. Another very, very popular show was a black and white Peruvian show, soap opera or telenovela called Simplemente Maria, that tells about a poor woman, from village coming to the city, going through a lot of problems, learning sewing and learning, learning to read and write, so becoming literate, and then over a period of time, doing well, starting her own, apparel store, and finding, a good partner. So now Simplemente Maria was a story of social mobility that was very charming to people in South America. Okay? South and Central America. And there are legends, or there are stories where people say that the sale of Singer machines, of sewing machines, increased because that's what Maria used to do, right? And so Miguel Sabido, a Mexican producer, that actually kind of takes that idea and starts working on creating these like different kind of telenovelas with with persuasive objectives, and he makes these rules. So how to do research, how to figure out what your model should be like, how to do evaluation research, and then theories which he would use to create narratives and stuff. So social learning was one of the major centerpieces of that approach. Vasant Sathe, I think, was the Indian Information and Broadcasting Minister. In late 70s or early 80s, he goes to Mexico, comes to know about it, comes back, and they start the production of Hum Log. Hum Log is written by Manohar Shyam Joshi, but essentially it's based on the ideas of entertainment education. Okay, so you create characters. One of the major themes was letting women choose who they marry, and so there was this middle class family, and and I think 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, and so it's a big family. The father is an alcoholic, so a lot of social evils of those times that were addressed. Now, after the show was over, Ashok Kumar, who was a popular actor and an avuncular figure or a father figure kind of thing, so he would come and he would talk about the message in that particular story, and he would and they say that he would receive thousands of letters girls who would ask him to persuade their parents to, to not force them into arranged marriages. Okay. So India has, so India kind of got into that thing too. And, even though they might not have used the Miguel Sabido system, and I think Manohar Shyam Joshi probably once said that, I was not strictly following the theory or anything, but, they already had, this great tradition of creating strong models that kind of carried through. So now, as time is progressing, now, you have internet, mass media is like the audience is more fragmented, and that is creating new challenges and new opportunities too. So there are actually, many formats where they are trying to involve audience into creation of content, and many web-based formats, radio-based formats, where audience are being involved, audience feedback is taken to create or to improve the quality of the content, and so on. So that's so I think so the future of entertainment education, the way it is going, because remember, a lot of kids are these days are learning from things from cartoons, from shows like Sesame Street in the United States, but I've seen kids in India watching that show too, watching playing cartoon-based games to learn their ABCDs and stuff, their letters and alphabets and language, and so there are a lot of possibilities, which with the increasing role of media as a socializing agent. But since this is more interactive and users can create content and can interact, there is a lot more scope for for user created content too, and an interaction between between agencies of any kind, or institutions, or people who want to spread some kind of messages, and the audience among whom this message is intended to be spread. So with that, I'll stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jatin Srivastava. It was really a very, very interesting session, a very enlightening talk indeed. We shall now proceed to perhaps one of the most anticipated parts of today's program, and that is the panel discussion. We are very happy to have here with us our invited speakers, as well as our keynote speaker, to be a part of this panel discussion. And before we proceed, I would like to introduce all of our speakers once again, and also the chairperson for this panel discussion. I would like to start off by introducing Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin. Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin is a multi-award-winning London-based director and dramaturge, researcher and teacher. She has worked in the UK and USA since 2008 across a range of platforms and disciplines, but with a focus on developing new work and interdisciplinary practices. She has previously developed new work for Shakespeare's Globe, the National Theatre Studio, Unlimited, The Yard, The Place, Stratford Circus, Cambridge Junction, Dance City, Old Vic Workrooms, The Waltz, and numerous international festivals. A warm welcome once again, Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes. We also have with us Dr. Buket Akgun. She is an assistant professor at the Department of English Language and Literature at Istanbul University, Istanbul, Turkey. She published on Shakespeare adaptations, which is in fiction, speculative fiction, rewriting and literature and media. She conducted a project on the reception of English literature in comics, manga, and anime at the Faculty of Manga at Kyoto Seika University, Kyoto, Japan. Her current research focuses on historical, mythological, and literary reception in comics, anime, film, and television series. A warm welcome once again, Dr. Buket Akgun.
Thank
We
you
are indeed very happy to have you here with us again.
Thank you indeed for the invitation.
Yes. We also have with us Dr. Jatin Srivastava, whose talk we just heard. Dr. Jatin Srivastava is an associate professor, is the director of the Institute for the International Journalism at Ohio University. He is also a member of the Council of Research Scholarship and Creative Activity at Ohio University. He has also been involved with the International Communication Division at Association for Education in Journalism and Mass Communication since 2013 and has served as the research chair, vice head, and head for the division. A warm welcome once again, Dr. Jatin Srivastava. I would now like to welcome the chairperson for this panel discussion of ours. Our chairperson, a warm welcome once again to our keynote speaker of the day, Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta. She is Jönköping University, Sweden. Multidisciplinary research focuses on communication, identity, culture, and learning from ethnographically framed, multi-scalar, socio-cultural, and decolonial framings. She publishes extensively in international peer-reviewed contexts. She is the scientific head of the research group Communication, Culture, and Diversity, and is director of the Learning Practices Inside and Outside Schools Research Milieu. She has been professor chair since 2007 in Sweden and a visiting professor in Europe and India. She is multidisciplinary in spoken, signed, and written languages. A warm welcome once again, ma'am. We are very glad to have you back here again for this evening session. And I shall hand over the session to you to lead our panel discussion. Warm welcome to all of our speakers once again. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am, Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be back. And as I say this, I would like to apologize for not being able to attend the talks, but I'm looking forward to following them on YouTube. In my part of the world, it is lunchtime, so not evening, and I don't know where our invited speakers are sitting, but I hope we can all be together. If you're sitting in Ohio, Jatin, then that's a good morning to you. I got myself out of bed at 5 to be able to go live at 6 a.m. And once I'd finished that, I could see the sunrise at 8:30. So this is one of the very positive parts of the pandemic, if one can say that. That we can converge from our physical localities and participate in discussions regarding issues that are very pressing and burning. I'd requested each one of you to start by focusing on 3 or 4 main ideas that you have presented in your invited presentations. If you could just pick up 3 or 4 ideas and share them with us, and then we could, from there onwards, dialogue with one another. In addition to that, I would really invite all conference participants who are awake wherever you are and are with us, if you could, based on any of the presentations so far, if you could write in your comments or questions, raise them in the chat. I think that would be a good way to go, and I could try and keep an eye on the chat. So who would want to go ahead? Deidre, Jatin, or Buket?
All right. So I just spoke, so it will be really short. But one thing, one idea I would like to talk about is that that new media has created systems where where users can become a part of narrative making for purposes of increasing awareness and education, something that is becoming more and more important in the mediated context as our lives have become more mediated, I believe, pretty much everywhere, after COVID-19. So one thing is that. The second is that that we have, especially in India, a very diverse storytelling, a very diverse and a very vibrant storytelling culture. So finding stories to that can promote causes or that can promote ideas of all kind in our historical and cultural universe, or creating new ones, there is a lot of creative potential. So those are the two things I would like to focus on. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead, Deidre.
Yes, I'm happy to connect. Before I dive in, I think I should say it's about 6:30 in the morning where I'm at in Philadelphia, and I expect the sun will rise over the course of our group conversation, and you'll slowly see me in more light. So I use my time today to discuss some potential impacts of COVID-19 on the cultural and creative sectors. Having to observe that while it's obviously or hopefully not impossible to imagine that a crisis of this magnitude tends to alter culture and our role in the arts in quite profound ways, how exactly these challenges might manifest is very much yet to be determined. We do know that as a consequence of social distancing measures implemented globally, that we are experiencing a sudden closure of many cultural spaces, as well as a loss of employment to the majority of the workforce within the sector. And this sudden risk to our financial sustainability really has quite the potential for strong impact. Now, in my presentation, I tried to focus more on observing what we know now or what actions we can see rather than attempting to come to an ultimate conclusion. I think what I hoped I brought forward in drawing upon Rebecca Solnit was the idea that catastrophe very much can and does change the rules and that it shakes loose this idea of an old order. And so then the new potentiality for how we might work is one potentially hopeful place from which we might reflect upon where we're at this time. So that's probably a good overview of some of what I spoke about.
Thank you.
May I?
Hi, please go ahead, Buket.
Thank you. If I maybe can build upon what Dr. Dolly Kikon before my presentation said, she emphasized the importance of oral stories, and she said that the reason why we still go to the cinema is because those stories are the new form, the new media through which we listen to the oral stories. Similarly, the comics, the series I based my presentation, my talk on, serves as a graphic story. If I use also Karen Armstrong's statement, thesis as a jumping board, Karen Armstrong believes that since mythology was devalued after the rise of science, people lost their spirituality. Merely science without mythological stories, without religion, without spirituality will fail mankind, hence the identity crisis, the existential crisis. We could say that the comic story, the graphic story of Wanda also serves as a rite of passage. So vicariously through Wanda's quest, the readers can also read fresh stories to work out how they can cope with their existential crisis. Just like Wanda also regards the sub-quest, the done-in-one stories, the identity crisis of the Aoi master or the man bull who was hexed into believing that he was the Minotaur, to work out her problems, how her past memories can help her shape her identity, how her recent memories also help her construct her own identity. I especially dwelled on what defines our identity, how our past thoughts and actions, our memories shape our identity, how people can be manipulated into believing that they are who they are not if someone feeds them false memories. So in a way changes the past or the recent past, which we could say that the state also uses as an apparatus to control people. The ways you can tell such stories through graphic narratives, comics, for instance, what kind of methods they use. They use words and images. They focus on the sentence structure, how they can play with the sentence structure to depict the change in the consciousness of a character, or the coloring, the encapsulation, the use of borders or the lack thereof, the use of coloring to mark the opponents or allies, or once again, the shift in consciousness, multi-discursive cultural references, so that the story can mean different things, but keeping the gist of it alive, can still be read in different ways by the readers coming from different cultural heritage, different cultural backgrounds. I think that would sum up my talk.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether the invited participants were able to listen in to one another's talks, but this was one way to kind of bring us all into a common focus. Do you have any questions to one another at this stage?
Actually, I have a question for Dr. Deirdre. I know that the Turkish government does not help much with the problem on part of the artist. You are from the UK, but you are living in the US, am I right? So I know that the UK more or less worked out the problem. They are going to help provide the funds for the artist. What about the US?
So I'm in the US currently with my family, but I'm still working in the UK. And I would actually say we've very much not worked out the problem. In the UK, currently, there are funds available via the Arts Council. But what has been reported up to this point is that 4 times the traditional applicants are currently applying for a smaller pot. So this is particularly precarious for freelancers who are traditionally employed by larger scale institutions who don't currently have the capacity to support them in any way, as much of the relief funds that they're receiving are going to the running costs of buildings which are not currently in use. And so I think the impact, while we're very lucky in the UK to have the Arts Council and the support that's being provided there, it's quite a small amount. There are a number of artists in the UK, particularly migrant workers, who may not be able to access or might be quite limited in terms of the support funds that they can access. And I think that in the United States, where I am currently, which is not necessarily where my artistic practice is based, I think that the situation is even more dire in terms of the, while there was some very general government relief, it was certainly not an amount that would be sustainable when we're considering that most arts practitioners have lost more than 50% of their income at this time. So yeah, that would be my initial observations to that.
Devastating. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Thank you. That was a very interesting question, Buket. We'll get back to that and your response, of course, because this touches upon something I think is really important, and that is positionality. Where are you on the planet, for instance? Any other questions that you may have to one another based on these very small snapshots, or if you had the chance to listen to the entire presentation already. If not, I would like to follow up on the query Bukit put to Deidre. I have been working with Örebro Theatre and the National Theatre in my capacity as a professor and interested in issues of communication and culture. And since October of this year, I am affiliated researcher at Örebro Theatre. So I have a vested interest in this question. And this relates to how the cultural sector allows us to reflect on issues of identity and what is being called cultural appropriation in various mass media discourses. So who is allowed to be whom and what and where? So while previously it was not an issue for white actors to portray the identity of non-white people, today this has become a contentious issue. How may we understand this kind of discourse from our positions as scholars vested in issues of storytelling in various ways? So I'm interested in understanding how, as an anthropologist, how people perform their lives in their lives, and how I, as a scholar, or my students as becoming scholars, learn to navigate our own positionalities in this area. So storytelling is something that seems to be very to be common to all three of you. Would you care to comment or share your own perspectives on this?
I can go first. I believe it's, I was recently, I think yesterday or day before, I was reading an interview by Hasan Minhaj. He's a comedian in the United States, Indian origin, and he was talking about the scope for things that actors can do, or they believe that can do. So he was saying that, for example, for an Asian actor, you have to be really buff, so you have to, so for example, so the range of roles where you can fit are relatively less than most of the people. So for example, if you're thinking about an Asian actor, would someone who looks like Danny DeVito, or someone who is, who's very big, or, who's not like very well built, does he have a chance to, to get a role? And so essentially he was saying that, you have to fit into very small holes. So I think the self-efficacy is a very important part. So yes, cultural appropriation is something that is sometimes, that gets a bit, gets to the center of things where, it kind of takes away from stories and from things that should happen. But remember, if you are in India, so for example, in India, so if you think about, Indian culture, let's say, most of the cuisine we have, it's a lot of influences. Chili is not an Indian spice. Potato is not, Indian. Tomato is not Indian. And you can't imagine Indian food without it. And, we tell stories from, so there were stories which I used to think are folk tales from my region, but then I hear people from other states telling the same stories and claiming them. So I think there has been, a lot of movement, and that I think has not been that much, of a problem. I think it's, the cultural appropriation parts kind of hints as, sometime at the power difference, where people believe that someone is taking, something that belonged to them, and there should have been something, attached to that. They should get something out of it. So in West it happens with yoga, with turmeric, like from an Indian's perspective. But we wear Western dresses in India. We take Western music a lot of times, pretty frequently actually, and we don't see it as cultural appropriation. Yes, there is intellectual property, but then you pay for that, right? So if someone says that there's this invention, there's computer and technology, but then that again is like going through the power structure, because there is copyrights and it's in the market and you are paying for that intellectual property. So I think there are different layers to it, but a lot of times it's just the sense of, where you are in the world and how much power you have, that kind of defines this dynamics.
Thank you, Jatin. Adrienne Bouquet, would you be interested in commenting?
Sure, I can add a little bit to that, although I think it was quite a comprehensive response. And the small thing I would add is that I think whenever we are having conversations of this nature, it's so important to really distinguish the difference between appreciation and appropriation. I think as artists, there is great value in exploring stories which are not necessarily reflective of our lived experience, in an effect to broaden our perspectives and to connect with others. But at the same time, when appropriation occurs, I think it's ultimately about being far more simple in the approach, in terms of taking on an aspect of a culture that is not your own, specifically for personal interest and gain. And I think that it becomes important in looking at examples of appropriation to see where the taking's occurring, so that we might be more critical in terms of how it might be reapproached. And I think that is the role that sits with many of us. I think it sits with the wider industry in terms of accepted standards and practices. I think that it sits very much with the artists in terms of recognizing, why they're choosing to tell a story or engage with these materials. And I think a theme that I heard in some of the speakers I've been able to listen to earlier this morning is just this reminder that every choice we make creatively is political, that is not that's not something that we can divorce our work from in any context. And just heightening that awareness is so important to this style of conversation.
I was
Thank
actually,
you.
May I go on?
Yes, please.
I was looking up at the three clauses of Ava DuVernay test. I will pull it up in a few. I was thinking about how you said how we try to employ it in our everyday life. Yes, there is quite a criticism about whitewashing. I wasn't really cheering Scarlett Johansson, for instance, playing a role that should have been played by an Asian character. But then again, there was an argument that they were trying to shoot the film for almost a decade, and no studio would pick the film up until they cast a character, a lead, hence Scarlett Johansson playing the lead in Ghost in the Shell. So it is not simply the directors or the script writers, it is the industry that does not want any BIPOC characters being cast. Then again, there's the tokenism. They want a token BIPOC character biracial, LGBT character, or people of color, but they do not necessarily have any narrative of their own, no arch story of their own. Hence, using the Bechdel test, which some cinemas adopted, they were showing only films that would pass the Bechdel test. That is, there will be female characters, more than one, and these two female characters are going to talk topics other than men. If there are more than two female characters, let me check if I am skipping anything, the Bechdel test. It has to have at least two named women in it. It was out of comic strip by Bechdel, in which one of the characters was saying that only alien passed it because there were two named characters, female, and they were talking about something other than man. They were talking about the alien. They need to talk to each other about something besides a man. And that being applied to what Ava DuVernay criticizes about Black characters in films, or the lack thereof. Are there two or more Black characters with names in the film? Do they talk to each other? If they talk to each other, do they talk about something other than X? So they need to pass that test. Then there's the other side of the coin. For instance, if a manga has a live action film, they do not care that much about not casting the correct character, or the character with the correct right nationality according to the original manga. Recently, Full Metal Alchemist had a live action film. The main characters, the Elric brothers, are obviously from Europe, but of course, Japanese actors played both characters. There were no problems about that. Nobody even noticed that. Maybe it also has to do with the mangaka who originally wrote the text there, or maybe some reverse discrimination that goes not seen, can get away with it. As for how I am trying to employ this in my everyday life, I try to be self-conscious of my privileges, especially now that we are teaching online. I try to be constantly aware, and I try to constantly remind the students that not everybody has the same technical setup or the same privileges. So we will be trying to shape the syllabus to help the others, so they will also benefit from it. But it is hard. It's been hard. We still couldn't solve the problem because simply shaping the syllabus does not help. I cannot provide computer or stable connection to all of the students, and they simply cannot attend lectures, or they cannot take their tests online. So there are things we can do, and there are things we can't do. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. This was a really rich and wide palette that all three of you have presented. And I can see that we have some questions already up there, but I just want to comment this. A point that I took up earlier this morning, seems ages ago already, was this idea that we can't step outside the walls of language. We just have language to talk about these issues. And so we constantly kind of fall into ways of framing that become exclusionary. So for instance, in talking about cultural appropriation, this idea of how can we show cultural appreciation is a very pertinent point. But at the same time, we are constantly boxing one another into a particular kind of culture. So it belies me when I am doing research in any part of India, how we can even imagine a space that is India. Jatin, your example was very interesting. Chili, tomato, and potato are not from India, but we can't think of Indian cuisine. And then I think, what is Indian cuisine? I'm particularly fond of South Indian cuisines in the plural, but because I don't speak any of the named languages from the Dravidian South Indian context, I don't, as an anthropologist, I wouldn't be able to do research there. So you know that there is this idea of what is a culture, and when you, all three of you, when you point towards the fluidity of these issues around culture, we can't help but essentialize. That was the point that I wanted to make. So what is a culture that is not our own in these global digital lives that we live? So what is a perspective? And in that sense, it is very pertinent, this issue of that however we speak, however we frame ourselves, we are going to be political. This issue of tokenism that Bukit you take up is extremely important to be aware of, and for a very long time. So in Swedish spaces that are known globally to be very equitable, it will surprise you to know that less than 18% of all full professors in the country claim to have a female gender. So that even within the sector that I am very engaged in, we don't have any kind of equity. And so tokenism becomes the de facto way to show that our society is currently taking care of that. And gender is the only mark of identity that we are allowed to talk about. Until last year, we were not allowed in Sweden to use the Swedish word race by our authorities. So while I could in international contexts talk about ethnicity and race in English, in Swedish, I myself had a lot of difficulty to use the term for race. And this is really important because of the history of how a state institution for racial studies that was kind of dismantled only in 1960 continues in this century to kind of worry us. And so these kind of privileges and how we can name something becomes then very interesting in terms of what can we teach? How can we teach? Who can we represent? And this for me then becomes what you are, Deirdre, you also talk about in terms of the appropriation and the appreciation. So in scholarship, in our teaching practices, how are we representing diversity, or how are we making that invisible? Let's take one of the questions that have come up in the chat. So we start with to Deirdre, how does migration influence performing arts and the identity formation thereof? And I can't see who this is from.
All right. I think that the potential influence is massive and in many ways. But I think maybe I'll speak to one small point, and this is based from my own positionality as a researcher and an artist in the UK. So recently in the UK, quite a significant document was published from an organization called Migrants in Culture, which I highly recommend. It can be easily sourced online. And they point out that while migrants born outside of the UK make up 14% of the population, of the their voices and leadership and role in leadership in arts organization in the current cultural sector is lacking, and specifically in relation to cultural recovery, as we're discussing right now in light of COVID. Without a doubt, migrants play a massive role in making culture, they are part of the cultural sector, and their migrant perspectives are absolutely essential to gathering a broader awareness of the intersectional demographics that I think we aim to engage with and represent in our work. And by not necessarily, at least in our current experience in the UK, making dedicated space for these artists to participate in conversations about recovery through that action and through those organizational choices, we're already making a decision about what stories, what value systems are to be upheld in the recovery of arts in the UK. So while that maybe doesn't answer the question in terms of how migration can influence the performing arts in the wider global context, I think currently in the UK, there are quite many conversations as to how the lack of invitation for migrant artists, many of whom are freelancers, to be participating in recovery conversations will most certainly impact the culture that we see produced in the next months, years, if not longer. And thank you, that was a really good question.
Thank you for the tip on the document that you mentioned. If you have access to it, could you put it up on the chat? There is a question to Bukit. Could you tell us about the reception of English literature and comics, manga, and anime? Influence of language?
We cannot speak about the influence of language per se that much, but definitely there are a lot of retellings of world literature and English literature in Japanese manga and anime. We can talk about the most popular ones, Fullmetal Alchemist, One Piece, Eiichiro Oda's One Piece, and there is a presentation on One Piece tomorrow in this conference, how Japanese culture is going to be represented, is being represented in One Piece via Wano arc. I peeked through the presentation. Then maybe Naruto. In Naruto, we can talk about identity, but let's take Mary Shelley's novel, which is celebrated as the first detective fiction, or first Gothic fiction, first science fiction novel. In Mary Shelley's Frankenstein's retelling can be found in One Piece, in 2020 Chopper, and also in Frankie character. Frankie already got his name from Victor Frankenstein's creature. The thing with the Japanese retellings or adaptations is that they seem to be more based on film adaptations of the novels rather than the novel itself. The recent one, Junji Ito's, which got Eisner Award, seems to be more influenced by Frankenstein's film adaptations rather than Mary Shelley's novel. In One Piece, Tony Chopper eats a berry and becomes a reindeer, humanoid reindeer. He also then becomes an apprentice to a doctor and becomes a doctor. So in a way, he represents Dr. Frankenstein in film adaptations of Mary Shelley. Frankie is a shipbuilder. He works on himself after an accident he has had. First, his master starts working on him. So he turns himself to a cyborg / human. He keeps enhancing himself. In a way, Oda is doing fan service to the readers, watchers of the manga, readers of the manga and watchers of the anime by including a robot into the series. There are a lot of fan services when other characters are playing with the new enhancements of Frankie. Then in Fullmetal Alchemist, which could be read as, yes, I will get to the last question as well. In Fullmetal Alchemist, it is almost a retelling of the Holy Grail, the quest for the Holy Grail quest. Then again, the two brothers can also be seen as Victor and his creature, Victor Frankenstein and his creature, because they are attempting human transmutation. There's the law of equivalent exchange. One brother loses his leg, the other brother loses his entire body. So in order, they cannot bring their mother back from the dead. The brother who only loses a leg attempts yet another transmutation in order to bring back whatever he can from his brother. He can only bring the soul of his brother back. He attaches it to a full body armor that was nearby. And for that exchange, he has to sacrifice an arm this time. So the brother that only has a soul and the brother who lost an arm and a leg try to work out how they can bring someone back from the dead. But on their search, they are also looking for the Philosopher's Stone, the one ingredient they need for it. Eventually, they understand the costs of bringing someone from the dead or attempting human transmutation. They will simply do with getting their limbs back, or Al simply would, Ed would simply be happy if he could simply get his brother's, Al's soul back. Al, that in relevance to the themes of the conference this weekend, Al goes through identity crisis. He's being manipulated into thinking that maybe his brother Ed simply created him as a toy so that he can have a brother, so that he wouldn't be bored. So he questions whether his memories are his memories. Once again, the building of one's identity is based on one's memories of past actions and past thoughts. He doesn't believe that his memories are his either. He thinks that it was what Edward put in his mind. Then a third character, a mutual friend of both of the brothers, asks Al if he can remember something only Winry, that character, would know, and not his brother. So, so as to establish that Al's memories are his own, it means that Al has an identity of his own. He's simply missing his body. I am not that much into shonen manga, but to talk about retellings or the problem of identity, to continue the question and tie it up with the themes of the conference, I can say that in shonen and seinen manga, that is the manga that is targeting young male or adult male, most often the characters, the main characters, identify themselves through their goals, what they want to become. Luffy's tagline is, "I will be the Pirate King." Naruto simply introduces himself as, "My name is Naruto, I will be the next Hokage," or "I will be a Hokage when I grow up," the village leader. It isn't same with the female characters, neither in shonen, seinen manga, or in shoujo, the manga or anime that is targeting young female readers or audience. The female characters most often fell for a guy, and they shape their lives in order to be noticed by that protagonist, that male character. In shoujo, the one I recently watched, The Ancient Magus Bride, the protagonist is a magical Celtic creature, but it is a curse. She has supernatural powers, magical powers. She can draw her magical energy from her surroundings and also from herself, but that means that she will die at a very early age. From the beginning of the series, you are told that this character will not live more than 3 years or so. It is not that much different than the early examples of the novels with female protagonists, in which by the end of the novel, the protagonist either gets married or dies. Similarly, the Ancient Magus Bride gets married to Elias, the person, the humanoid person who bought her at an auction and who tried to work out the curse that would cause her death at an early age. So they might not necessarily talk about the language, the use of language in adaptations, because they do not necessarily focus on language. They simply take certain aspects as would be called as animal database. They simply use those symbols, scatter them around their retellings of English literature. But at least it did tie it to the theme of the conference. That was yet another question. Influence of visuals.
Yeah, but I would like to trouble that idea that you expound on, that retellings and adaptations are not tied to language, but English is.
No, Japanese one. Sorry, the Japanese retellings only.
Okay, but do you then mean that it is Japanese retellings in Japanese? Yeah, okay. But because in the CCD research group where we have a colleague who does work with manga, and she is looking at how another world language, French, how looking at how the adaptations of the comic genres and how they in retellings and adaptations in other media like films, theater, and mass media discussions about these. She compares French with Swedish. And Swedish is a marginal language in one sense, but in another sense, because Sweden gives out the Nobel Prizes in literature, within a few days of any new laureate being announced, we have everything available in Swedish. So you have, there is this very warped circulation of texts that take place. So, okay, so then I understand. But would you like to comment on how Japanese manga and other genres, how they are related to, for instance, English, or if you were working in Turkish?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Yes, I do read Turkish comics as well, but I do not necessarily focus on language. But just like Deirdre says, the Japanese adaptations would be more appropriations than adaptations. They get certain things quite right, especially if they are retelling certain or reusing certain historical characters. In One Piece, for instance, they have two characters that represent Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. They are actually talking about slavery and the civil rights movement, but through fish people who are being enslaved by the Celestials. They get the characters right. They get the political stand of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King quite right. But then again, when it comes to literary retelling, literary adaptation, they are more appropriations than adaptations. You could even say that they are not necessarily adapting Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. They are adapting the character or the arch of that character from a previously written manga or from a previously shot anime.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to also tackle the question that was, yeah, before we let Jatin come in with the questions to him? Yes.
You were mentioning how we are actually bound by language when you were talking about your love of Indian cuisine, but a specific part whose dialects, languages you do not speak, so you wouldn't be able to express exactly what food you like. Was I following you correct?
No, it was just making a note of what is Indian or what is to be human. So could you call about what is world cuisine? So I was just making a point. But Buket, do you want to read the question? Because
yes, you said that stories are bound by languages. Actually, we can have stories without words. Comics can have only pictures, without words, and they can still tell the story, but you must be able to read the multi-discursive cultural narratives that is being hinted at. For instance, if you are reading the 5th issue in Scarlet Witch, in which the Basque witch trials, Wanda's solving that mystical puzzle about the Spanish nuns who were wrongly accused of being witches and persecuted, and she's setting their souls free. The entire series is done with saturated, vibrant colors, the colors that are associated with the ornaments, the colors that would be used to prepare the ofrenda, the altar for the dead during the Day of the Dead in Mexican culture, so Spanish culture. So they are telling the story still using references to the culture, but without words, with the colors. So yes, you might as well use simply visuals instead of words. The words could also take place of the visuals if you were simply to watch a film instead of read a comic, because the one advantage the comics have over literature and cinema both is that they are a combination of words and images. We can see the thoughts of the Aoi master on the page, so we can see how his fragmentation of the character, his loss of consciousness can be traced via the visible words, with the visible thought process he has. His sentences become shorter, and then simply monosyllabic words that connote only what he feels. He feels cold, or he feels hungry. He feels the need to protect himself. I think that would be the answer.
Thank you for that comment. And thank you everyone who's participating and sending in questions. This is a very lively chat. Jatin, I'd like to let you in. Could you first read the question? Because I don't think the public, everyone can see them. So please read. You have 2 questions up here. And then please respond.
All right. So there are 3 questions. I will actually, so there were 2 which I think, respond to together. How does interactivity in digital storytelling or interactivity that digitalization bring influence identity formation? And the third one is, please comment on datafication of identity. Then the second one is, what do you think is the role of media in the age of digital reproduction? The information culture, which includes historical methods for organizing and retrieving information, as well as patterns of user interaction with information, objects, and displays. So, so I think they are all interrelated. So if we think about the media, especially the interactivity part, the new media, the number of socializing agents we have is probably much larger than I ever had when I was growing up. And so, so traditionally, when I was growing up, you had parents, schools, family, that would be people you would be learning from. Yes, television was there. There was not a lot of programming in India in early 80s, and so that was there. Now, you couldn't also choose a lot, so if I wanted to watch some kind of programming, I didn't have the choice to, had the access. Okay, so all those things were there. Now with digitization, also the means for production and distribution, they were pretty centralized. So if you were a big company, if you were a radio station or Doordarshan, that was the the government owned or that's government affiliated television station, or if you were a newspaper company, only then you could produce and distribute, both at the same time. Now the times have changed very significantly. Okay, so number one, so essentially the influences on on identity formation or the socializing agents, they could be pretty, you could count them on your fingers, and and there was a lot of regulation actually. So it's like people will say, you don't watch television after, so kids were not allowed to watch television after 9. I think in 90s, after the liberalization in India, they were so till 10 o'clock. So that was prime time. They couldn't show content that was rated for, with adult rating and all those things. So there was a lot of restriction. Now it's a very different environment. Number one, people can produce content. Taking pictures was like taking a photo was so complicated, till late 90s. You had to take a picture and then you would go and get it developed. So a kid was not allowed to take pictures. So if there was a family camera, you are not allowed to, to touch it. Okay? So it was a very different world. Now, means of production of that, kids are not only, and forget the video camera, kids can take pictures, they can make videos, they can use computers. So when I learned typing, when I got into the business school in 1999, they said that you need to have 30 minutes per word typing speed. I had to learn typing in a typing school, so on a typewriter. So, and remember, it was a very different India. And I was, growing up in a city which is not from the, so I grew up in Lucknow, so that's kind of the hinterland. So anyway, now compare that to now in terms of skill, in terms of information, technology awareness. I see 3-year-old children using, so the technology has become more user-friendly too, with increased interactivity. So 3-year-old, 4-year-old children using iPads, using phones. I've seen 5 to 6-year-old kids taking selfies, making videos, posting stuff on WhatsApp, the voice messages, even those who do not understand typing. Okay, so a lot of barriers, even the barrier of literacy. So see, our parents would encourage us to write letters to our grandparents and all this stuff, but that would start happening after you were 6 to 7 years old. And writing letters was a chore. You were like kind of forced to write things. Now, the technology has made things possible, and it's really the kids actually want to do it. So the technology environment is very different, number one. Now with that, so you can be a part of, of the creative space. And I think that creates more engagement. You have producers that are turning up younger. A big part of, so now TikTok is banned in India, but TikTok was a pretty big thing. A big part of TikTok producers were, pretty young, were less than 16, 15 years old. And that is younger than most video producers, most media professionals you have in the country and probably in the world. And they were getting, some of them were getting as many views or sometimes more views than many professional units. So, so the whole environment has changed, and there are a lot more influences, in terms of socializing agents. You can, and I cannot even imagine it, doing that as a child. So you can actually, so now I see kids learning, like watching Sesame Street, that's an American show, watching getting Hello Kitty bags, and which is Japanese, Korean, I think it's Japanese. So my wife, so for example, me and my wife's taste, like entertainment tastes, are very different. So I've been watching a lot of British shows, and I don't watch a lot of American shows, American sitcoms, detective mysteries, British and Australian, and now I'm watching some Italian stuff with subtitles. Okay? I don't understand Italian. So such diverse diets of information, they were not possible. And I think they are creating, new environments. so one part is there, but the thing is that you have to access them, on internet. Let's say kids are watching a lot of YouTube, so you have to kind of search for it. You have to look for something to get there, and a lot of information search is selective exposure behavior. So people are selecting what they want, so two things are happening. There are a lot of choices, but then a lot of that is guided by your own desires, or what you want to see, which is like, so even though you have more choices, you can create these echo chambers, which is leading to more polarized societies, and more isolated individuals within a community, so like Marshall McLuhan used to call the tribalization, so even in very dense areas, people are so I think it's it's a very interesting time where you have a lot more choices, but people are often using those choices in a very motivated, in a very selective manner, and and we don't really understand it very well. The proliferation of fake news, misinformation, and remember, like fake news and misinformation, like it has always been there. People have gossip, people have rumored, but they couldn't like have their gossip spread around the whole country, or or around the world at the same rate, the way it spreads now. So yes, I think one major thing is availability of choices. Yes, there are a lot more influences. Second is how you are interacting with them, how individuals are interacting with them. A lot of times, in a very focused manner, in a very limited manner. So those two things I think are there. And then the third part is the virality of things. So some things tend to move fast, spread faster, and and you don't have much control over how things spread. So for example, there were these lynchings that happened. So so there were these rumors about people kidnapping a child in a car and on WhatsApp. So WhatsApp, India has the largest WhatsApp user base, and I think in one of the southern states, that rumors spread, and some people stopped the car and kind of beat up people, and I think they killed them. And the same thing happened in a northeastern state. So very different cultures, very different languages. So yeah, so the virality is, I think, a very important part. Now, so that's one part. And you believe that people have a lot of power in selecting what they want to watch, what they want to consume. Now, the second part is the datafication part. So your data is, so most platforms you use are, you are using them for free, right? Facebook, Google, Gmail, all the stuff. Okay, so they are using your data. They are, so one of the major revenue stream is advertising. So remember, for media, we had two major revenue streams: subscription, advertising. If you are not subscribing, then you are making money for, like, then companies are making money from advertising, and advertising revenues or digital advertising revenues have kind of increased very significantly. And in most Western countries, they have kind of overshot the offline revenues. So with your information and with the evolution in psychology and all that kind of research, profiling has become so effective that you can actually be profiled to a very good degree. Okay, so now, yes, you have a lot of choice. You can watch whatever you want to watch. You can select whatever you want to select. But while you are doing this, you are being tracked. So the advertisers know now what do they want to use your data for. That is the question. So there have been these accusations about manipulation of campaigns or voter behavior, or spreading fake news and all that kind of stuff. If you heard about Cambridge Analytica, Cambridge Analytica, I think they said that they had clients around the world. So I think they worked on Kenyan elections, they worked on Indian elections, they worked on US elections. Now, so that is one situation which many people do not find very, very palatable. Okay. Now the second thing is the issue of privacy. So what is the data being used for? How deeply it is being used for? And this is something that happened, for example, in 2012 or 13, where Target, an American store chain, store chain, so they started looking at consumer data, so user data, the purchase data, loyalty cards, and all this stuff, and they started seeing patterns. So there was this girl, a young girl, I think not adult or a young girl who starts getting coupons and promotions about pregnancy products. Okay. The father is very angry. He looks at it and is very angry. He goes to the store, and the store people say that, we are very sorry. We won't. But then sometimes later, the father comes to know that his daughter is actually pregnant. So the data was so effective, so that kind of gives you the extent of data, that the companies in some situations can know about very intimate details of your personal lives, even before your immediate family knows of it, even without your willingness to disclose your information. So yes, we have a lot of freedom to do things. We have a lot of freedom to express ourselves, but that comes at a cost. And I think that is something which people had not realized earlier. Remember, in 2012, Americans and a lot of people were very proud of social media as as pioneers or harbingers of democracy. With Arab Spring and all the stuff. They said that Facebook is spreading democracy and Twitter is spreading democracy. The dictators, now they are trying to curb, like it's 10 years, less than 10 years later. And, and Facebook has become a target. People are closing their accounts. They are having Facebook, Twitter, and Google. Their representative CEOs are having hearings, with Congress, with Senate, with different government groups. So I think people are starting to realize the cost of all the freedom they had, and I think the legal system and the social system will have to will start to address it, and it will take some time. So on the legal system, you will have starting more more effective legal framework. Europe has started working more on issues related to privacy. In United States, some of the policies that work in EU are not there on data privacy and stuff. On the social level, however, a lot of work has to be done. Media literacy, people being made aware of what to share, what not to share, how credibility works, because now is the time when you don't have these 3 news organizations or 7 news organizations giving you all the news. And if something goes wrong, you can go to them, and now you have thousands and millions of them. So accountability becomes a more complicated situation. So yeah, so it's it's an interesting world. It gives you a lot of choices, but it's also a more complicated world. It creates a lot more threats that you had never thought of before. So yeah, so yes, so you have more control over your identity and how you form it, but there's also a lot of craziness. So for example, if you keep on getting these recommendations for YouTube videos, or your sponsored content recommendations on your Facebook profile, or on your or on your Twitter, you are not selecting them, but you are getting them. So yes, so you think that you have more control, but you might actually not have more control. So it's a very complicated dynamics, but data is going to be very important, and I think governments are realizing it. So, the discussions about data localization, who controls your data, I think Indian government has been talking about it for some time, that all the data of Indian users, of Indian WhatsApp users, should be stored in India, and other countries. So I think these things are starting, and like the infrastructure, the social as well as legal infrastructure, I think it's going to take a lot of time to develop. But I hopefully we'll get there. But I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you for this very comprehensive and overview. It seems that there are, and you're hinting towards that there are not just physical walls that are being built around nation states, but also digital ones. But don't you think with the dark net out, and this is more a rhetorical question, that human beings' creativity will always allow us to create new spaces for our own purposes. And you point to important issues that are being discussed globally, and issues of polarization, and how these echo chambers, these bubbles, allow us to lead our lives completely unaware of what is transpiring elsewhere. So if you look at the Holocaust, we know that everyone did not know about the kind of atrocities that were taking place within European spaces. But today, we know of the atrocities that are taking place in another continent, in Tigray, in Africa. And we continue to live our lives in the comfort zones of our drawing rooms, living rooms, aware of those atrocities, but not participating in a democracy as citizens, as global citizens. So this is going to come to a query I have to all of you before I let Deidra come in, because Deidra, there are some questions to you as well. And I want to kind of present a counterexample to what I just tried to summarize, some salient issues that you took up, Jatin. In Sweden, we have an annual review. There are just 10 million people who live in the nation state of Sweden. So it's really very easy to count and to, keep statistics. And Sweden has one of the world's best statistics. So we are very controlled, better than Facebook, I would say. Almost 60% of children less than 2 years of age are on the net. Less than 2 years of age. And this figure keeps, going down every year. And we've been following this. One of my PhD students is looking at this kind of digitalization initiatives in Sweden, for instance. But having said that, the research group that I belong to had no idea about WhatsApp until we as a group started collaborating with scholars in Indian spaces. So one of our first trips 7 or 8 years ago, everyone in Mumbai spoke about WhatsApp. So we were forced to become so, and we continue to be one of the only research groups in Sweden who is constantly on WhatsApp. So that is something we have taken from India. TikTok, you mentioned that. That is something I heard for the first time, including my group that was in Mumbai negotiating one of our MOUs for the first time last November. And you already mentioned that it's been banned now. So there are these pockets of collaborations, which comes to my point of democracy. So having choices also implies that living your life 24/7, you cannot participate in everything. So how do the three of you, given your specializations, understand this 24/7 digitalized, globalized world that we live in, how do we continue to accept atrocities that take place in our societies? And when I say that our societies, I mean the global stage. So my example of what is happening currently in Ethiopia with the Nobel Peace Prize winner participating in atrocities that are taking place in his backyard. How are we engaging and not engaging? Another way to understand my concern, and I have no answer, so I'm drawing upon your expertise, is to try and understand how we can live comfortable lives in our own small bubbles wherever we are, given the fact that we have access to this kind of media stories or information, or call it what you will, multiple discourses. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bagga Gupta.
This is to all three of you.
So, yeah, so if anyone else would like to start, please go ahead. I think all your mics were muted, so. Yeah, I think this has been a very important question now that we have more information. But remember, information asymmetry has always been there, and internet has that too. So, for example, internet is mostly English. So if you understand English, if you can post in English, if you can share content in English, it's easier for you. So it's more unlikely that an Indian who probably, in a remote area who doesn't have access to internet. So in India, the digital divide is pretty strong. Okay, so less than 50% have access to internet. Same in, so digital divide, though at different levels, is there even in Western countries. So I think so that issue is there. But I think there's also the issue of which stories get told. So for example, Winston Churchill was a Nobel Prize winner, and in West Bengal famine, people around would. So depending on which figures you trust, but from 2 to 7 to 8 million people, died because they took away the food from Bengal and they used it for the war efforts. Now that's a story, and Churchill got the Nobel Prize. So I think there have always been stories with, like, after internet, before internet, that have been told, and the stories which have not been told. And I think that asymmetry still is there, because even on the internet, most stories do not get viral. So still a lot of flow of information is driven by main news organizations. Now, with that said, yes, we are more aware, but I think there is also the case of desensitization, where you really care about, or we really decide if something is connected to you in a way that you should care about. And I think that system has probably changed. It's probably easier to see videos. So when so a lot of things I've seen, from Syrian refugee movement to to some migration activities on Mexican borders. So you see them live happening. When a police shooting happens in United States, often one of the, so I think there have been these cases where police atrocities, brutality have been caught on camera, and so they make it very in your face. So I think you have more information, more visible information, but there is certain degree of desensitization, but I think that people always have been able to separate themselves from issues they don't, they don't care about, or there has always been this sense of where your bread is, like which on which side your bread is buttered. So people support certain issues and don't support certain other issues. But I think there are small groups, small minorities, which are getting voices which otherwise wouldn't have been possible. So for example, the case of Greta Thunberg, and I might be pronouncing her name wrong, but but she got publicity because of her activities on the internet. We can have different takes of what she means or how effective she is as, and as an ambassador to the cause, but she got a voice because of this, and she got noticed somehow. So so yes, there is that scope, but otherwise I think humanity is, we are more polarized. We are we are more irrational in very irrational in caring, in deciding what we should care about and what we should not care about. And I think if that was not possible, it would be really hard to live as a person. People would go mad. There is so much stuff going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Deidre and Phuket, do you want to come in?
I completely agree. We wouldn't be able to function. Yes, we are being exposed to everything that's going on out in the world and maybe in our backyard. Recently, we had an earthquake in Turkey and in Greece alike. I could follow on Twitter what they needed. I could simply dedicate my time and the money I have, not very much the platform, because I do not have that many followers on social media. So my retweeting those tweets wouldn't do much, but I could follow from people on the ground what the victims needed. I could either donate money or send them to the given addresses the provisions that they needed. But I agree with, sorry, let me look at my cheat sheet, with Dr. Jatin Srivastava, that we wouldn't be able to function if we were always online, plugged in. So to give just one example, in order to be able to finish writing the draft for my talk, I simply logged out. I used self-imposed bans in general for news, and I simply stayed out of social media because you feel paralyzed by looking at what's going on outside in the world, and you feel powerless. Apart from retweeting it or liking it, we are not able to do much. But I think Deirdre would be more proud to say that she is doing much more than I am doing. Over to you.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I think that what that makes me think about is how important in this current moment social media has been in terms of reaffirming and enhancing our sense of connectivity within a wider global culture and specifically within the arts. I think in relation to COVID-19 and the arts, when cultural life and our more traditional forms of artistic expression were suddenly forced to cease in their more traditional forms in March. It was not long before we saw a tremendous explosion in work online, in digital context, in increased communication and collaboration across social media platforms of various styles, on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok. And of course, I think that with any substantial growth to new digital mediums and technologies, there's absolutely a learning curve. And I think that there's also, or at least I think we've been seeing probably for the past 20, 50 years even, is that just the sheer amount of information which is now accessible is not on par with things we have experienced previously, and that will take time to fully understand and document. I think that in terms of my own interests and how artists are functioning and thriving at this time, I'd be curious to see how our policies around, globally in the arts world around how we provide support for different forms of art, around how we identify authorship might be noted. I think maybe I'll end with an anecdote back to the old TikTok. And I think there have been, I've been particularly entertained. I will look for the link later and include it in the chat, by TikTok musicals that in the past month or so have increased in popularity, where one person starts and then another person layers a video over and over until you have a huge ensemble together. And I think the smiling from the other panelists suggests they may have seen this. There's, I think, great joy to be had in the potentiality of finding new modes of collaboration and communication. And I think we see that in posts of that nature. I think what we don't know now is how we will in the future acknowledge the authorship of that work. And that is something that we do need to be thinking about as we continue to live in our cultural spaces online. But I suspect that's something that is not that far off. So thank you.
Thank you. Deidre, did you see your questions?
Yes, I did. So I'll read it out loud for those who can't see. The first question I was asked was, how do performing identities from cultural narrative, form cultural narratives in the long run, excuse me. So how, I think that when we talk about art, I think we're so often talking about how we reflect our world, our own cultural landscapes back in a new form. And obviously, well, not obviously, I think that that comes with a reshaping, that the reflection is not the same as the original, that it's a way of engaging with point of view. Now, when we look at that in terms of wider cultural development, I think that collectively arts and culture enable an understanding of the past and envisioning of a future, and that is potentially where we can see communities using arts and culture as a tool for development. And that's something I'm particularly interested in terms of how they might shape our identity. So how might innovation through the arts shape infrastructure, conversations around things like access to healthy food, to transportation, how we connect community identity to our economies. And that that's part of why it's so incredibly valuable and important right now to be aware of the voices which are not currently able to participate, because, you know, we've talked before about having experiences of students or collaborators who maybe don't have access to excellent internet or to resources, or might be in a financial or health position at this moment where they can no longer utilize artistic mediums as a more immediate form of connection. And I think that's something of concern in terms of how it might stand to impact our cultural identities moving forward. The second question I was asked was about what role vulnerability plays in performing and defining identity. So a lot of my work as a director involves working with individual artists who would identify as being part of marginalized communities, homosexuals, individuals who have backgrounds of sexual violence and sexual assault. Those themes are frequently recurring in my work. And I think that in terms of performing identity, we have an opportunity in performance to share stories, which in doing so may reshape, may reframe the narrative. And so when it comes to individuals from backgrounds which may be vulnerable, and I'm speaking of individual artists at the moment, this reframing of an event, of an experience, through their own lens of lived experience can be really, really important in reclaiming our relationship to our own vulnerabilities. I think it's important as artists that we don't consider vulnerability to be a negative thing. It certainly isn't. It's part of our humanity and how we share our feelings and our lives. But of course, with it can come lots of challenges. And in terms of artistic expression, vulnerability is always part of that sharing. Now, I think in terms currently of larger cultural vulnerabilities for artists, in the current moment, I'm hopeful that performing arts can play an important role in enhancing a sense of community in an otherwise very trying time. So in my presentation, I referenced that certainly in the UK, but in the US I know as well, we've seen a real surge of stories of experiences of young people and teenagers over the course of the past few months, that their voices in the artistic world are being platformed in new and really quite exciting ways. And I think that in terms of how that may shape their identities as individual artists, but also collectively in terms of a sense of community being held in an otherwise quite trying time is really quite important. So I think there is quite a significant relationship between vulnerability and identity and performance. So thank you.
Thank you, all three of you. And thank you, Deidre, for helping me close this very interesting conversation on a positive note, on the note of hope, and I think this relates to a lot of things that have been taken up in the past 1.5 hours, how we can reclaim issues despite the trying times that we are in. I also want to say to each one of you, Deidre, Buket and Jaitin, that this conversation has pushed me even further to listen in to your individual presentations, which I will do first thing on Monday morning. Thank you to the conference organizers for inviting me to chair this panel discussion. And I hope that the rest of the conference goes off well. So thank you and bye. And I see that it is morning now at your end. Yes. Bye.
Thank you very much, ma'am, Professor Sangeeta Bagga Gupta, for chairing this very enlightening and lively session that we've had. We are also very happy to have had with us Dr. Buket Akgun, Dr. Deidre McLaughlin, and Dr. Jatin Srivastava. I think our audiences who have been watching us logged in either through Zoom and are also accessing this through YouTube have really been enlightened by the entire conversation that has taken place, because I think all of you have touched upon some very salient points related to the topic that we had at hand, and it's indeed been very, very engaging and very interesting. But now we have, of course, approached the end of this really long day. And I know, like Ma'am Professor Sangeeta Bagga Gupta had just mentioned, that as the conversation progressed, I think it turned into daylight for both Dr. Deidre McLaughlin and Jatin Srivastava. So it's been indeed been a very long day. And I really, really much appreciate the effort that has been taken by each one of you to come on live and be a part of this discussion, irrespective of whatever time zones that we've all been a part of. And it's been really, really wonderful. We much appreciate your presence here. And we do hope that tomorrow as well, our discussions are going to go as planned and, and touch upon many other aspects that are theme that our conference is trying to touch upon. So once again, thank you very much. We shall get back, for all our audiences out there, we shall get back again tomorrow at our sessions. Our technical sessions with our presenters panels is going to start at 9:30 in the morning. So till then, I guess it's a goodbye from all of us here at IMMCCN 2020. And once again, Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta, Dr. Jatin Srivastava, Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin, Dr. Buket Akgun, it has been really wonderful to have you all here with us. It's been amazing, and thank you once again. We do hope that we shall have many other such interactions in the near future. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Thank you.